Chapter 57-52. But in the seven tribulations realm, without the blessings of the universe, it is still a bit difficult to think about 2 million. If the universe collapsed, it would be fine. He couldn't do it now. Naturally, he didn't believe Dylan could do it. He regarded Dylan as a powerhouse in the devil country, and he didn't look down upon it, even if it broke out with 1.5 million supernatural powers. 1.5 million is enough to deal with this kind of loose robbery of you. Dylan shot directly as soon as he finished his voice. The figure broke out unconsciously and directly transformed into a huge size. Otherwise, it is not enough to carry more than 1 million divine power, unless it is the origin or the physical body is extremely special, such as special life. The blood knife ancestor immediately yelled and threw the red-haired young man into the turbulent flow of time and space, reminding him, "That kid should have escaped. You take the opportunity to chase him, and this person will be handed over to me." "Ancestor, be careful," the red-haired young man replied calmly chasing Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's clone is to watch this scene steadily, and his deity appeared on the border of the demon kingdom and stopped by the way. He has to wait for a red-haired young man, a master of the universe in the four tribulations realm. There is nothing to be afraid of. At that time, lead the opponent into the stone country, stay away from Emperor Bobby, and it will not be too late to start. It's just that the opponent is not pleasing to the eye, so I just practiced my hand. He hadn't used the 400,000 supernatural power yet. Seeing Dylan and Blood Knife each erupt, his hands were itchy. The match between Dylan and the Blood Knife ancestor was extremely exciting. Jian Wushuang's deity waited while watching through the clone. Above the void, a white breath burst, 2 tens of thousands of feet, like a ghost, flashing around. Jian Wushuang watched the excitement, but he couldn't trace the point of each shot of the two. Can only watch the excitement. The Soul Tiandi and the others were really excited. Dylan's divine power, although it has not been exploded, but he is supported by the power of death, and his divine power is unlimited. On the other hand, the top power of the seven tribulations realm cannot support such a large consumption at all. It will only become weaker and weaker. Di Luan has adapted to his current divine power and has begun to suppress the other party. The Soul Tiandi whispered from the side. Everyone nodded frequently. Jian Wushuang was an emperor. He could understand, but he could not understand. You can only see the afterimages left behind after each fight between the two. Now this piece of emptiness is almost full of afterimages, full of millions of Tao. Every afterimage is the image left behind when the two fight each other. Because the speed is too fast, it even affects time, causing their bodies to break through the dimension of space and go to another place. But the shadow is still in its original position. Time is too late to react. The powerhouse with 1 million supernatural powers is really powerful and terrifying. Jian Wushuang looked shocked. The battle at this time is not like the one in the Eternal Kingdom. When the Soul Heaven Emperor made his move and charged up, he could see clearly, and he could also feel the terrifying aura of the 8 tribulations realm. But now it's different. Now they are 2 powerful men of equal strength, fighting each other. The time in the Eternal Kingdom was a unilateral crush. Look, Dylan is breaking out again. Everyone's eyes moved again. Jian Wushuang was desperately looking for it. This time Dylan stopped his figure, folded his hands, and then raised it to the sky with a loud shout. The surrounding void and countless shadows instantly shattered. Dylan was covered with electric arcs, his figure shrank, and his power exploded. The supernatural power of 2 million was fully revealed. The Blood Knife ancestor was panting at this time, and the time when the two fought a stick of incense. Each time they fought against each other with high intensity, each time they wished to tilt their whole body divine power. This kind of battle seldom played after his universe collapsed. Happiness is very enjoyable, and he also shocked Dylan's madness. Foul offense. He doesn't care about his own vitality. From disdain to shock. Now he is a little desperate. You are the Lord of the universe. The Blood Knife ancestor was flustered. His breath was unstable. His chest was up and down. His throat was sweet, and he spouted blood. After Dylan broke out, he slowly walked towards the blood knife ancestor, ignored the opponent's surprise, and said to himself, "The time for a stick of incense is coming soon." Huh. It seemed to walk slowly, but the speed was astonishingly fast. With a punch, it directly smashed the blood cloak on the blood knife ancestor. Puff! The blood knife's eyes shrank, and his divine power continued to decline. From 8 million to 5 million. The blood spewed out, and it fell to about 1 million. Before he could react, it was another punch. Hit the front door of the blood knife ancestor. With this punch, the blood knife ancestor completely lost his combat power. Dead. Dylan is like a demon in the slaughter. No one can stop him, and he feels full of oppression. In his hand, a blood-colored diamond realm condensed, piercing directly towards the chest of the blood knife ancestor. At this moment, the blood knife ancestor exhausted his breath and desperately blocked it. The blood knife lay across his chest. At the same time, he used the transmission treasure to inform the blood-clothed door of the things in this place. Dark days. The master of the blood-clothed door. The contemporary top cosmic master of the 7 tribulations realm. He is also the father of the red-haired youth. What? There is a death crisis in the blood knife, and Shower is here too. The blood-clothed sect master frowned. Haitian, the strongest 8-star sect. The person in charge of the blood-clothed door. The strongest family, the Lord of the Night family. At this moment, the eyes flickered, and the next moment there was a communication token, which informed another super powerhouse in Guma continent, a powerhouse who also had some connections with him. The only one who can help him now is that person. Although somewhat reluctant, a top elder in the 7 tribulations realm and his son are still in Guma continent. If the blood knife died, his son would also die. The news came out. Ancient Wood continent. Daughter country. In an exquisite small courtyard, a middle-aged man with a long and narrow body trembles when he sees the content on the token. Yiling Yun, would you also beg me? Taidan looked forward to leaking an undetectable dark smile. At the beginning, the two were fighting so fiercely, he kept beating the young patriarch of Haitian's first family. It was also because of this incident that he was squeezed out by He Tian and came to Guma continent. Although he entered the Guyue divine sect, he was not afraid of someone asking for trouble. It's just that Heikian is completely controlled by Yejia, and Guyu Xinjiao can't help it. So he took the initiative to apply and came to Guma continent. Yiling Yun, he didn't treat the opponent as an opponent, but the opponent has always regarded him as an opponent. I didn't expect to beg him this time. I'm going out for a trip. You are waiting here. If any country lord comes, he will say that I have something to leave for a few days. Tai the courageous confession, then tore the void and left the daughter country directly. It can almost be said that he was in the void of the demon kingdom in an instant. Huh, not good. Sol Tiendi and others reacted fastest. But they cannot go out directly in the spacecraft. At this time, Emperor Bobby also noticed the incoming person with a single finger and directly led the Sol Tiendi and others out of the spaceship. Chapter 57-53. He didn't need his order. The Emperor's Soul Heaven took the lead and directly stopped the Iron Guts. When Taidan looked at the many powerful men who came in, he exclaimed, "It's really lively. Brother Zhu, don't come unharmed." The Soul Heaven Emperor's voice was cold, not like saying hello, more like a provocation. He had long looked upset with Tai's courage. At this time, it is possible to use the power of Bobby D to kill the opponent. He knew the strength of the iron, courageous spirit. He knew that the pinnacle 7 tribulations realm was still the master of the universe. It was not much different from his current combat power. With his current strength alone, he has no confidence to kill the opponent. However, don't forget, there is a super existence in the spacecraft. Qi Jiuxiao. If Qi Jiuxiao was willing to make a move, a universe master in the 7 tribulations realm would really be nothing. It all depends on what Bobby D wants to do. As long as Emperor Bobby nodded, Qi Jiuxiao would definitely make a move. Jian Wushuang, who came with him, tried his best to let himself be at the end of the crowd, his aura restrained, and he did not dare to show his head. I don't know if anyone will pay attention to him, but the blood knife ancestor, but knew him, If it gets recognized, it's not good. Fortunately, Dylan's shot was ruthless just now, and now the blood knife ancestor is left with a sigh of relief, and it should be difficult to pay him anymore. On the other side, an unknowing red-haired young man was still chasing him. At this time, both of them have arrived in the territory of Sherbois. It's time for him to do it. As for the battlefield over the Devil Kingdom, he could feel that Bobby D had no arrogant plan to kill anyone at the site, especially dealing with the Lord of the Universe. Bobby didn't seem interested. Moreover, Taidan Shinho was the strong man of the ancient moon cult. Once it was beheaded, it would pierce the sky. Although Emperor Bobby is not afraid of Qi Jiuxiao, it is too much trouble now that he has broken through the sky. The most important thing at the moment is his plan. So when he saw the opponent appear, he directly led in and out. If the blood knife is not dead, he will also take it away. Anyway, it will be sooner or later. It's just this scene, Jin Wushuang doesn't seem to see it. It is best to kill them all, and then leave quickly. He didn't want to be recognized. Bobby D took the people and confronted the Iron Guts. Jin Wushuang's deity, like walking a dog with a red-haired youth, plunged into a dangerous place in the Stone Country. This place is Le Fengpo. It is said that an innate creature has fallen. That being, the natural lord of the universe, is extremely powerful. Much more powerful than the 9 beast gods in Morua time and space. Each is the 7 tribulations realm. It's just that no matter how powerful these innate creatures are, they will eventually fall into the hands of the strong. The strong human race, the ancestor of the Stone Country. At the peak, killing such innate creatures is extremely simple. The fallen innate creatures, their bodies fell on this place, together with the source of divine power, all poured into the valley here. Le Fengpo was formed since then. After countless times of exploration, there are no secrets anymore. Not to mention the Lord of the Universe. Even the Emperor is rarely involved. That is, this place is extremely vast. Many people came to try their luck. Jin Wushuang chose to be here, also to conceal people's eyes and ears. Those forbidden forces could not stop him at all. The wanton collision shattered the space in this place. The red-haired young man was chasing after him and saw Jin Wushuang going through dangerous places. He thought Jin Wushuang was the end of the road, but he didn't know that this place was his fall. Boy, you can't escape. If you stop now, I can consider accepting you as a dog. The red-haired young man laughed wildly, just like hunting, chasing Jin Wushuang with ease. Jin Wushuang, who was flying in the front, looked back and felt that it was almost enough. Has reached the deepest part of Le Fengpo. No one can enter this place. In the past, there have been cosmic masters who have come through the tribulation realm and have some weaknesses. It's gone now, not afraid of being seen by outsiders. Huh! Jin Wushuang bent his legs and stopped abruptly, then slowly straightened his body without turning around. After a breath, the red-haired youth also chased him. Turn your back to each other. His hand is constantly shaking, always ready to draw the sword. This battle depends on how strong it is. There is nowhere to run. The red-haired young man raised his head proudly, his expression cold. Song. Ha! Click. A series of voices sounded at the same time. Jin Wushuang drew his sword in an instant, tapped his toes, and leaned back. The Jueyun sword in his hand was already out. The divine power on his body directly exploded to 400,000. All this was very fast. Jin Wushuang used the true meaning of time, and at this moment, the time of Luo Fengpo stopped for a while. The master of the universe of the 4 tribulations realm, the young master of the blood-clothed door, did not even react. When he wanted to draw a knife to resist, his eyes had already begun to tilt. The flesh broke instantly. A blood mist erupted, and he was completely stunned. The blood mist recast the flesh. This is the peak secret method of the blood-cloaked door. Unexpectedly, to an emperor today, he would use the blood mist in an instant, which would only be used when his life was saved. You! The red-haired young man who reunited his body pointed at Jin Wushuang, still looking at Jin Wushuang's generous back. What sword did you just use? Red-haired young man, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Jian Wushuang would be so powerful. He Tian's strongest emperor can be comparable to the general lord of the universe. He has also seen it. The peak of divine power is 250,000. But Jian Wushuang is another 400,000. The eruption in just an instant amounted to more than 500,000. This is simply appalling. More powerful than any great priest. Ha! Ha! Jian Wushuang shook his arm and held Jueyun upside down. Turning his eyes slightly, he said coldly, "It's just an ordinary eternal treasure." The red-haired young man couldn't believe it, and only felt that Jian Wushuang was coaxing him. He also stared at the Jueyun sword in Jian Wu's hands. The sword is really nothing special. The other party probably didn't know the vitality in Wanlu, so he didn't find anything. When he looked at the armor on Jian Wushuang's body, he was stunned. Innate origin. You actually have the treasure of the universe with innate origin. The red-haired young man seemed to grasp the reason why Jian Wushuang was so powerful. Jian Wushuang was disdainful, shook his head, and replied, "A young master of the 8-star sect. Is this just the point of insight? What's all the fuss about a beast soldier? There used to be many in the ancient moon time and space. It's just that as the times have moved, there are almost none that are still intact. Like this place, Lefengpo is the place where a congenital creature has fallen. It's a pity that the body and origin. Otherwise, it is a treasure that is stronger than the beast warrior." "Ah, arrogant boy with good luck." The red-haired young man changed his worry and panic on his face, but became more calm. Jian Wushuang also felt a little bad at this time. Chapter 57-54. The Shao clan of the 8-star sect shouldn't be so wasteful. Even the master of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm might have some sort of backhand, which could burst out powerful strength. It's not as ordinary as it was just now. Remember, I am Yi Yun Shao of Haishani's family. The red-haired young man finished speaking, wrapping his arms around each other with his hands, and the red meridians on his forehead throbbed instantly. The divine power around him also became weird. Actually, they are constantly gathering on Yi Yunxiu's body. The Lord of the Universe in the Four Tribulations realm is about 400,000 divine powers. But at this time, the opponent's divine power had soared to 450,000. Jian Wushuang was able to calm down at first, but as the opponent's divine power continued to rise, his heart was also particularly shocked. Not surprising then. If the other party is a young master, if there is no good show, wouldn't it be a waste? Within 500,000, he can fully grasp it, and more than 500,000 supernatural powers. It is not impossible to fight. I'm not going to watch you become stronger. Jian Wushuang took out the sword again, flying out upside down. A sword flower swept across, shattering the void space and shattering the origin of this place. The condensed supernatural power was also shattered by the tip of his sword. Boom! A hard thing directly blocked his Jueyun sword. Jian Wushuang frowned, faced each other for the first time, and turned back. As he could see, a blood-colored mask appeared on the body of the red-haired Yi Yun Shao. The power of Shangfen is extremely terrifying, exceeding 1,000,000 supernatural powers. Huh! Jian Wushuang was taken aback when he saw it, and then reacted. That is a protective cover, able to withstand 1,000,000 supernatural powers. It's not that Yi Yun Shao has 1,000,000 supernatural powers. Otherwise, he won't have time to run. Jie. Be taken aback. Yi Yun Shao still did not forget to mock Jian Wushuang at this time. Jian Wushuang stabilized his figure and said coldly, "It's nothing more than the tortoise shell. I don't believe you have been hiding in it." "Huh?" Yi Yun Shao, who heard these words, laughed wildly, as if he had heard a big joke. After his divine power continued to rise and reached a limit, he stopped laughing, his eyes condensed with killing intent, staring at Jian Wushuang, and said, "You are really innocent and lovely. This is my father's divine power. You don't need my father's divine power to kill you. Mine is enough. You second generations, do you like to talk big?" Jian Wushuang's mouth was hard, but there was a cold sweat coming out of his back, as expected. The opponent does have a stronghold card. The blood shield of 1,000,000 supernatural powers can not only block the attack, but can also be attacked by Yi Yunxiao. This is a little scary. If the other party wanted to kill him directly, wouldn't it be that he would ascend to heaven just now? No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. This divine power does not belong to Yi Yunxiao, so it is limited. He has to consume this power, otherwise Yi Yunxiao will find that he can't beat him. And if he uses this power, wouldn't he be finished? Millions of supernatural powers. For those of the Soul Heaven Emperor, it is nothing and can only be regarded as a master of entry. But for him, that is the power of despair. Don't look at him now that he can explode 500,000 supernatural powers to the limit, but in front of 1,000,000 supernatural powers, he is an ant. Mayfly shakes the tree. He uses the power of the ant to consume the big tree. Jian Wushuang received Qi Juiyun's sword. His eyes turned lightly, and a blue flame could be seen from his pupils. The next moment, the blue breath of the whole body directly rose. Eternal change. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. At this time, his peak state is probably comparable to 500,000 supernatural powers. It's just the power of the stars. Now for him, there are many. It's more cost-effective than consuming divine power. Moreover, his origin is the origin of the starry sky, so naturally, it is easier to use the power of the origin. What's this? Yi Yunxiao also noticed Jian Wushuang's transformation, but didn't think how strong Jian Wushuang's transformation was, which was similar to the state just now. It's just the color of the hair and the breath on the body have changed. This breath replaced the divine power. The power of the stars exploded, and the divine power retreated. This made Jian Wushuang very distressed. If divine power increases the starry sky increases divine power. His 500,000 divine power can be used as 1,000,000 divine power. It's a pity that he can't master it now. The Lord Yunji also said that this kind of exercise is too defying. The emperor may be hopeless, but after the robbery, Jian Wushuang had to master this secret method. Otherwise, his divine power will suffer very much in the future. The two cannot have both, and it is also a kind of pain. He has the bones of Dongjun. Dongjun's identity is likely to be a starry powerhouse. The seed he left behind in the starry sky. Strength is stronger than Qishan. Guaranteed 8 tribulations realm. Combining Dongjun's bones, he will eventually become a superpower. Divine power and origin are practiced at the same time. Need to combine. But it is not combined to become the source of divine power. The origin of divine power is to put the cart before the horse. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist with infinite power. Boom! A fist shadow burst out. Boom directly on the blood shield. It just hit this blood shield without any change. He may shake the tree, and he can't help it. Yi Yunxiao snorted coldly and continued to gather the divine power around him. He only needs a few breaths to be able to gather success. Now condensed in general, his divine power has soared from 430,000 to 500,000. The limit state, 550,000, or even 580,000 is not a problem. He believed that this power was already able to kill Jian Wushuang. If it was really just this trump card, Jian Wushuang would not be afraid of himself. But he was afraid that this blood shield would eventually become a blood knife or a blood sword, and a move took him in seconds. If one punch is not enough, then 100 punches, 10,000 punches. For him in his current state, hitting hundreds of millions of punches is just an instant. Boom! The shadow of the boxing that kept blasting out sturdily hit the blood shield. 1,000,000 supernatural power, no matter how hard it is, it starts to shake. Yi Yunxiao was almost startled to drop his chin. He found that Jian Wushuang's power was like infinite, constantly erupting with all his strength, but it was not weakened. It seems that a simple attack is useless. After Jian Wushuang realized that he could only shake but couldn't consume it, he decided to change it. He thought of the trick that the Emperor's Soul Heaven had used in the Eternal Realm. Gather strength with both hands. He squeezed his hands up and down, instantly condensing a group of blue terrifying power. This group of blue power, a Kanshu. Kam is only the size of a fist. Injecting the power of the starry sky again, it instantly became 10 times larger. Jian Wushuang squeezed hard with both hands, and shrank into a point. Then inject the power of the stars again. Just repeat it tens of thousands of times. That group of blue power is extremely pure. Dark blue. This power was at least 100 times stronger than the power of the starry sky outside Jian Wushuang's body. Yi Yunxiao in the blood shield was unmoved. He hadn't noticed that something was wrong at this time. I didn't expect it to be successful. He did this for the first time, and he did not expect to learn the essence of the Soul Heaven Emperor secretly. Chapter 57-55. Push with both hands to directly throw the blue light ball out. A blue pillar was instantly exposed. Boom, directly on the blood shield. Boom! This time, the absolute violent power directly shook the blood shield out of its original position. Yi Yunxiao was extremely surprised. At this time, he had to stop and prepare to consider using his father's power to kill Jian Wushuang. But without waiting for him to hesitate, another light group appeared behind him. When he reacted, Jian Wushuang had already condensed hundreds of deep blue balls, and they all threw them to Yi Yunxiao's side. At this time, he did not dare to remove the blood shield and attack Jian Wushuang. How come you have so much power? Yi Yunxiao was almost crazy. The light ball on Jian Wu's hands is constantly being born, and he said indifferently, "Although I am not as big as you, but this power I really don't lack." After speaking, a deep blue ball was thrown again. This trick is to cast a rat avoidance device. Let Yi Yunxiao dare not use the power of the blood shield to attack Jian Wushuang. For the sake of safety, Jian Wushuang condensed tens of thousands of deep blue of light. Yi Yunxiao and the blood shield was going crazy. "You're endless." He looked around, and his heart trembled as he looked around at every dark blue ball that was terrifying. If it weren't for the blood shield, he wouldn't need so many deep blue balls. Just a few, he would have been seriously injured. 10, he will fall. At this time, Jian Wushuang had gathered more than 10,000, and it didn't mean to stop. He was completely panicked. The strongest trump card is the blood shield, condensed by millions of supernatural powers. These millions of supernatural powers can condense blood needles in addition to the blood shield. Take care of both defense and killing. But now he was trapped by Jian Wushuang. At the moment when the blood shield turned into a blood needle, he was likely to change his life with Jian Wushuang. But if he keeps on waiting like this, there is a high probability that he will be finished. "Blood Knife Ancestor, come and save me," he shouted desperately from the bottom of his heart. But at this time, the Blood Knife Ancestor is hard to protect himself, so there is no time to save him. At this time, he also received the news of his father, Yi Lingyun. What? The Blood Knife Ancestor was killed. When he received the news, he almost cried. An ancestor of the Seven Tribulations realm? That's it. He suddenly thought of Jian Wushuang. Which mysterious former appeared to block them? He thought he was Jian Wushuang's helper. "Don't think about it. The blood knives are over. No one can save you," Jian Wushuang said coldly. The Blood Knife Ancestor has been cut by Dylan. Taidon appearance is comparable to the Soul Heaven Emperor, and he is half a step in the 8 Tribulations realm. This was beyond his expectation, but the bravery has been defeated. It seems that he was entrusted to save Yi Yunxiao. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunxiao chased him by mistake. Everything is God's will. If others fail to calculate, they will be calculated instead. Now that the other party has no rescue, he is not in a hurry anymore, just like this continuously condensing the deep blue ball. Yi Yunxiao was completely desperate. If you want to call your father, you can think of being killed by an emperor. He really has no face to say. "You force me." The lines on Yi Yunxiao's forehead burst out and said frantically, "Everyone has to die. Let's be buried together." He instantly took away the blood shield, surrounded by thousands of blood needles, all shot towards Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang noticed it, he secretly said, "Not good." He also detonated all the deep blue in an instant. Without the protection of the blood shield, Yi Yunxiao would definitely die. But where there are thousands of blood needles, each one has 1,000,000 supernatural powers. In the power of the bursting starry sky, the speed did not decrease, and he rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, the power of the starry sky has worn out the supernatural power of the blood needle. from 1 million to 800,000. In the end, before Jian Wuduan, there were only 700,000 left. Even so, Jian Wushuang couldn't take 10,000 blood needles. At this moment, almost all the backhands he could think of were displayed. Guantian chessboard. Jian Wushuang pressed with one hand, and a chessboard rising from the huge waves instantly appeared at his feet. One thought of the universe. An elliptical universe appeared throughout Le Fengpo, which condensed almost instantly. 9,000 black holes and 9 cosmic mysteries. It is spectacular. This background has already exceeded the master of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and the beasts and soldiers on his body also exploded to the extreme. Keep your hands in front of you. Let the blood needle rush. Puff! The blood needle passed through, directly ignoring his divine body. What? Jian Wushuang was seriously injured almost instantly. Countless life force was ready to go, and he recovered again at the moment he was seriously injured. Full of blood needles. A bit faster, 2 blood needles can directly kill him. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang couldn't manage that much at this time. Under the power of the starry sky, forcibly used the power of the beast god. Divine power broke out completely. The two are forcibly gathered together. Jian Wushuang's supernatural power broke 500,000 in an instant. Damn it! Still can't get the slightest increase. It will only make him do 2 things. But at this time he would be finished without breaking out. Can only endure it. Fortunately, the animal gods and soldiers resisted. Just double the power of the beast god. Not enough. Twice. Jian Wushuang crushed his teeth. Divine power rose again. The supernatural power of 580,000. His divine body is about to collapse. Burning divine body. 600,000 supernatural powers. Jian Wushuang's entire body was about to be shattered. This time, he would be seriously injured and sleepy if he didn't die. There is no way for the power of life. However, none of the 10,000 blood needles has the power of 700,000 supernatural powers. With 600,000 supernatural power alone, it was still unstoppable. Fortunately, with one thought of the universe's great success, you can reduce the power of 10%. This allowed him to stabilize his foot a little. No, I still can't stand it. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and saw a twinkle of blood needles through the gap between his arms. He knew that this was because the speed of the blood needle was too fast. Even the afterimage was gone, and every flash was like a teleport. Puff! Several blood needles passed through his divine body at the same time, leaving several blood holes. The life force runs wildly and still cannot fill the loopholes. Jian Wushuang yelled, his arms stretched out directly. 3 times the power of the beast god. The breath suddenly soared. The base supernatural power is 400,000. 3 times the power of the beast god, a full increase of 300,000 divine power. At this moment, he directly resisted the blood needle. Yin universe has also reached full power. Akanshu. Calm, the treasure of time and space under my feet has changed at this time. He originally thought that he could not support 3 times the power of the beast god, but he did not expect that the origin of the time and space treasure would stabilize him. Jian Wushuang was finally relieved. One hand slammed the blood needle rushing in front of him, directly shattering the divine power inside the blood needle. Break, boom! His origin completely exploded, and the power of the starry sky suddenly rose to a level. With the blessing of the treasure of time and space, his strength has doubled. This is the most dangerous battle since he became the emperor. Fully used all the backhands. Chapter 57-56. The Juyin sword was all shattered just now, and the divine body was also devastated. What he didn't expect at all was that he could spur the Guantian chessboard. At this moment, he was standing above the chessboard, a battle armor gathered on his chest, and the upper part had a font size. Well, the word madly absorbs his origin, and the chess pieces are gathered under his feet. He also has a battle armor with a general size. Some blood needles that hadn't been shattered rushed and couldn't break this armor. and the reduced power is 50%. A blood needle of 700,000 supernatural power was pierced into the battle armor of the font size, and the attack he received was reduced by half. That is 350,000 supernatural powers. There is no way to threaten him. The wings of the candle dragon at the back shocked, directly shattering all the blood needles. The treasure of time and space. I can actually inspire the power of the treasure of time and space. Jian Wushuang himself felt incredible. In the beginning, he used the Guantian chessboard to observe the origin of the internal chess pieces. After arriving at the Emperor, he will be able to swallow the origin of the points. Because of the power of life, he can even revive the high point pawn. However, these are not the powers of the time and space treasure itself. At this time, he was considered to have inspired a certain secret method on the Guantian chessboard. The battle armor of the font size. Weaken 50% attack. It can also guard the divine body. Otherwise, his divine body would shatter just now. Teacher Xiani, why did you hand over this thing to me? Such a powerful treasure made Jian Wushuang dream of. In fact, most of the benefits that Guantian chessboard brings to him are auxiliary. This is the first time to stimulate power. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Such a powerful treasure, the entire time and space. I am afraid that there are not many. And this kind of treasure, I haven't heard anyone say that it can be refined. Maybe those 3 eternal existences can be refined. But that kind of character is difficult to see once, let alone refining treasures for you. Teacher Xian left this treasure to him. I am afraid that the meaning is not simple. There are definitely many secrets in this treasure. The battle armor of the font size is so powerful, it can reduce the attack by 50%, and it ignores the strength of the opponent. The treasures of the past can also weaken 99% of attacks. But where is just an ordinary treasure? The Emperor can easily destroy it. If faced with the blood needle of 700,000 supernatural power, I am afraid that the breath can crush that kind of treasure. However, the armor of the font size can be perfectly weakened, and it is not traumatized. From this point of view, this kind of battle armor is at least a treasure of the 6 tribulations realm or higher. It's a pity that this kind of battle armor can't be taken out. It could be regarded as a battle armor condensed from the Guantian chessboard. When using it, take out the chessboard. General Handsome God. If it were a handsome armor, Jian Wushuang couldn't imagine it. If he is correct in guessing, the font size corresponds to the 5 calamities to the 7 calamities. The handsome font size is likely to be a battle armor above the 8 tribulations realm. The name of God is 9 tribulations, even a treasure that lasts forever. Logically speaking, the Guantian chessboard is the treasure of time and space, but it can condense the same level of armor. This is much more powerful than the first true king introduced. No loss is Xuani teacher. Jian Wushuang shocked. I also thought in my heart that perhaps teacher Xian, he was even better than the long-lived character. More live in the future. But he was able to come to this time and space and teach him. This makes him extremely yearning for the future world. I don't know where that world is. Perhaps in the depths of the starry sky. Perhaps in the long river of time and space. He couldn't wait to see it. Strength must be improved immediately. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist. This time he almost fell. In the long river of time and space at the end, the Emperor is still a strong one. But in the upstream time and space of Guyu time and space, it is completely impossible. Only by becoming the master of the universe can he gain a firm foothold. He will soon be able to do it. With the aid of the Guantian chessboard, his origin broke through very quickly, and he also grasped the true meaning of time, which was just short of condensing the origin of time and space. Once the origin of time and space is condensed and merged into the universe, he can cross the catastrophe at will. At the level of the master of the universe, he also has the mighty treasure of beasts. The combat power is even more terrifying. Thinking of the beast god soldier, Jian Wushuang put away the power of the beast god. The just limit state has placed a heavy burden on him. If it weren't for the name of the battle armor guarding the divine body, he would be finished. The moment the power of the beast disappeared, the aura on his body also turned white. The divine body began to fall apart. 700,000. The Lord of the Universe in the Five Tribulations realm may not be able to bear it. This time he was indeed too risky. Call. Under the bath of life force, he fully recovered. The life force on his body is completely uncovered at this time, and it is gushing like spring water. If seen by those scattered robbers, there is no place for him to live in the entire time and space. This is also the reason why he has been trying his best to hide since reaching Guyu time and space. After he became the master of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, there was no need to hide. At that time, those scattered robbers would not dare to hit him to pay attention, but instead he could use the power of life to create a huge force. Of course, this is a story. The Seven Tribulations realm is still too far away. Unexpectedly, there is still something left. Jian Wushuang saw a few treasures floating in the void in the distance, not damaged by the power of his starry sky. Presumably, it is not a thing. Jian Wushuang accepted it casually. Several treasures of the universe with the logo of the blood-clothed door. He can't use it, but it can be swallowed. Now his origin has 9,000 black holes. Having swallowed these powerful treasures of the universe, it will be possible to head towards the consummation of the universe at that time. If it wasn't for the lack of time, he would want to break through in advance. Shenghui Wanlu. Jian Wushuang collected his thoughts. Still have to wait. The chance is not enough. With these treasures alone, he can break through, but there is not much treasure. He doesn't lack treasures, but he still lacks some secrets. The pinnacle secret of my own creation. The Starry Sky Catalog, Eternal Changes. This is considered his whole card. The power of the beast god, although powerful, is still too single. Since he is in the time and space of the source of the divine power, he still needs to get a few secret methods of the divine power. The law is not spread. He is not in the sect, but in the family. But the royal family will not pass the law of the town to him. Gotta buy it. Fortunately, he is worthy now. The Source Stone Sacred Mountain is enough for him to splurge. Go! Jian Wushuang swept the battlefield before leaving. But when he just set out to leave, the life force that had just appeared was not under his control, and all went underground. This shocked Jian Wushuang. Hurriedly fell from the void. Is there something strange? Jian Wushuang frowned. Being able to absorb his life force, he himself couldn't stop it. Fortunately, it just absorbed some of the vitality leaked out. Chapter 57:57. If it could absorb the life force in his body, that would be incredible. If that were the case, he would have already started to flee. However, just absorbing the external life force did not threaten him. Go and see. This aroused Jian Wushuang's curiosity. This place falls on Fengpa. I have never heard of this happening here. Sanjie didn't bother to come here. What exactly is it? Jian Wushuang's figure shrank, following the force of life, and dived into the ground. Puff! Entering the underground, the dense soil layer exceeded Jian Wushuang's imagination. With his current strength, it was already a bit difficult to dive for a long time. In other words, the average super strong person can't even do it within 100 feet. His current normal state is 400,000 supernatural powers. This strength is enough to disregard the Four Tribulations realm. It makes him difficult, but the life force that was drawn away is still diving. Originally, I felt that there was no threat, but now he hesitated. Something that can be in such a deep place, whether it is a human or a ghost. The strength is not average. He must be treated with care. 400,000 supernatural powers, all exploded, and his speed increased again, keeping up with the life force that was drawn away. Dive 5,000 battles again. The pressure made Jian Wushuang's face pale. The density below is getting higher and higher. It's almost the same as Jibao. Drilling into the treasure is too uncomfortable. The power of the beast god, Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice. There is still some Marfa based on divine power alone. Eternal change. He came directly to the peak state. The blue aura wrapped his body and rushed directly below. This time, there was no resistance, and it directly caught up with that life force. The distance is only 10 battles away, so I'm not afraid to run away. 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet. Soon once again reached the peak of Jian Wushuang. He dared not drill down anymore, not only because it consumes too much. More importantly, things that can reach this depth. He is certainly not weak, able to survive here for a long time, and even stronger than him. Maybe it's his chance. The guts are that he dare not gamble. If you give up, you must give up. He has more opportunities, and there is no need to delay time here. Sometimes, learn to give up actively. If he is facing his opponent, he will fight desperately. But for things like this, he doesn't need to be serious. Should go or have to go. But he just wanted to leave. The body shape suddenly loosened, and the pressure disappeared. Is this? Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, and then found that he had entered a space. It's like a natural underground cave. The surrounding walls are extremely smooth. It should have been a dark cave. But after the power of life entered, it became full of greenery. The green light shone on the dark cave. Jian Wushuang also saw the scene ahead clearly. The cave is not big, only 100 feet long and wide. Barely stretched his legs. In the center of this space, Jian Wushuang saw a familiar scene. Something is stored in a green vessel. It wouldn't be a coincidence. Jian Wushuang thought of the human walking beetle who had stayed in you. It's just the unknown creature in this vessel, not the appearance of a bug. More like an egg. Now Jian Wushuang saw the egg, and he just reflexed. I am very worried about the giant egg. This also reminded him of Qi Jiuxiao and Frosa the other time. Fortunately, he still has the token of the Titans. This is also the reason why he is afraid that Bobby D will find his deity. His token, as Frosa said, as long as he encounters the giant clan, he will become a guest of honor. I don't know if it's useful for Qi Jiuxiao. If it is useful, it can make a lot of money. A super powerhouse in the 9 Tribulations realm in half a step. It's a pity to be controlled by Bobby D. If it could be controlled by him, that would be great. What annihilation temple. Even if Qishan is reborn, are going to die. This kind of thing, you just think about it. Basically impossible. Emperor Bobby used some kind of starry sky secret method to control Qi Jiuxiao. There is nothing he can do with a token alone. At best, Qi Jiuxiao could not attack him. But this seems to be enough. Without Qi Jiuxiao's help, Emperor Bobby was just an ordinary calamity realm. Not as good as the master of the universe in the 3 Tribulations realm. It's a pity that there are too many strong people around him now. Otherwise, you can take a shot against Bobby D. Pity. By the side of Emperor Bobby, there was Dylan and the super existence of Emperor Soul Heaven. He has no angle to start, so I dare not think too much. Just saw an egg again and again. He was thinking about getting a secret method from Emperor Bobby to turn this courage into a powerful person like Qi Jiuxiao. I think too much. Jian Wushuang shook his head, stepped towards the green vessel. The power of his life has penetrated. Unlike the human walking beetle, the creatures in this vessel seem to be able to become stronger only by the power of life. That beetle needs breath. These two things are actually similar. Cannibal monster. The round meatball in the vessel is pink and tender. After absorbing his vitality, he quickly reached the peak of immortality from the mundane level. This is beyond Jian Wushuang's accident. The growth rate is much faster than that of the beetle. He once again released some life force to enter, and this time the round flesh group directly broke through the Emperor. There is no stagnation. It seems that the shackles of the Emperor do not exist. It seems that it is indeed different from the practitioner. These monsters have no constraints. There is also no place to practice. As long as there is enough vitality, it will be strong. Jian Wushuang suddenly seemed to know whether these monsters had an upper limit. Who created it? Jian Wushuang thought, unconsciously tilting the life force out. The pink meatballs are all absorbed. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang raised his hand and patted the meatball. It was soft and without any threat. There is no threat, but the aura of high points has reached the tribulation realm. This is too fast. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to feed again. This kind of thing, he can't enslave feed too strong. He is in danger. It's just that this flesh group has the power of the tribulation realm, and there is no change in it. The monster found in Shen's house. At any rate, it turned from a pupa to a worm and finally turned into a human-like worm. But this meatball hasn't changed much. Luo Fingpa. It seems that this monster has something to do with the original innate creature, Jian Wushuang thought in his heart. After carefully inspecting the space, he was ready to leave. There is nothing else here, only this meatball. He took it away, but it was a curse. It's better to put it here. Before leaving, he became bolder, scooped the pink meatball out of the vessel. The moment it was fished out, the surrounding space changed slightly. It's just that Jian Wushuang didn't find it. Chapter 57-58. This change along with the vessel. The forbidden power of the upper division is still broken. This power is only useful for pink meatballs. The pink meatball was taken out, but it didn't feel any change. Jian Wushuang slipped in his hands and looked at it carefully. After not finding anything special, I tried to pinch the meatballs. Pinch it out of a human form. It's just the pink appearance, the round belly, and this thick whisker on his head. It's not like a person either. Just throwing it aside, Jian Wushuang lost any interest. He couldn't understand this kind of thing. Guyu, time and space are so big. There are too many secrets. He didn't have time to crack them one by one. It's better to go to Shuangdu as soon as possible. With the introduction of Yunji Country Lord, he also wants to create the method again, to create a super eternal change. That is a complete improvement. The current eternal changes are just to improve the origin. The super eternal change will increase the combat power of the whole body. 50 times the normal is not a problem. Even if his emperor cannot succeed, he must do it in the robbery realm. Otherwise, I will suffer too much from the divine power in the future. After quickly breaking through the soil layer, after looking back at this place, Jian Wushuang said silently, "Hope, you will never appear." This is about that ball of meat. Crazy growth without an upper limit is terrible. The power of the ordinary tribulation realm cannot rush out of this place. It's okay to stay here for the rest of your life. Otherwise, it is a scourge. The beetle from Yu Kingdom should be dealt with earlier. It's all a scourge. The unknown power is too terrifying. Don't let it go. Wow. The space is torn. Jian Wushuang flashed away and left. The reason for not killing the pink meatball. Also for unnecessary trouble. The other party can't get out anyway. He used his peak strength to get into the 30,000 square meter stratum. That flesh group doesn't have the supplement of vitality. Now it's just a normal calamity realm, and it can't get out at all. So there is no need to kill. Just throw it wherever. But his act of kindness this time led to an unmatched monster. That is the scourge of Gumu continent, and even the whole time and space. This also led to a great existence. This is also a story. Jian Wushuang left Lefengpo without causing any movement. In this way, he entered the Stone King's capital in peace. A stone city lying deep in the mountains. From a distance, it looked like a huge, wild, sacred beast, sleeping soundly. Jian Wushuang's thin figure is very small outside the giant city. The divine power is restrained and the source is not present. An ordinary emperor entered the Stone King's capital in this way. Toma Jianxian? Jian Wushuang played with the token given to him by the Lord Yunji, while starting to look for a Tonga sword fairy who could help him. The opponent is also a super strong kendo. It's just that power is divine power. But the Tao is the same. Then you can take it along and learn from each other. On the sword, Royal Capital, North City. A gathering place for casual repairs and foreign powerhouses. Messy, bloody, and dirty. This is what Jian Wushuang has seen and heard. After entering the royal capital for 3 days, Jian Wushuang found out which mansion existed. By the way, I also learned some of the foundation of the Stone Country and some common sense. The Stone Country was developed in the barbaric era. The first emperor. Naturally, he is the ancestor of Shurgwa. The 8 Tribulations realm is powerful. Still alive now. He is also the life and death friend of the Flame God. It is a super country built by the two. But the Flame is still making progress. But the ancestor of the Stone Country is no longer able to do so. But with the Flame Gods, the Stone Country is still strong. The 16 Grass Kingdoms. even with some secrets in the ancient Wood continent, are still the largest country. If it weren't for the ancient Wood faction, there is a strong title. It can be said that Shirgua is the first force. Although there is no master of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm today. However, there are 3 masters of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. In addition to Shirxiu, who stands alone, there are 2 others. One is a Gesqing from Shirgua, who are both influential like Jian Wushuang. There is also a disciple of the Flame God in the Flame God Kingdom. If there hadn't been a master of the universe of the Seven Tribulations realm in the generation of Gumu sect, I am afraid that none of them would be able to see it. Which Sane is crossing the robbery. I don't know if it can succeed. If it succeeds, it will be able to stabilize for a few more times. Otherwise, the ancient Wood continent will also change into the sky in the future. Jian Wushuang sat on a high place, looking at the chaotic Beiqing. He also understands why Shiguoguo is so powerful, because it can accommodate people, regardless of righteousness. As long as the strength is strong enough, you can join the Stone Country. Any Tongha Sword Immortal can settle here for Changxiu. I want to come because Shirgua has a certain charm. It's not just because of the Flame God. Tongha Jianxian, a master of the universe at the pinnacle of the Six Tribulations realm. It is hidden in the chaotic North City. Jian Wushuang got out of the tea house, stopped a Feihu at random on the street, threw out hundreds of cosmic crystals, and said, "Go to Tianfu. No problem." Although the northern city of the royal capital is chaotic, it also has some rules. Can kill. However, Shirgua's intervention is needed, and the 2 fight fairly. Flight in the airspace is forbidden. This is a deadly order. If you violate it, you will fall. There was a Seven Tribulations realm who tried not to be afraid of death, but was eventually beheaded by the Flame God. After that, no one dared to provoke. Tianfu. It's not someone's separate residence. It's a paradise in Beiqing. There is no chaotic order here, but some strict rules. After arriving here, Jian Wushuang could feel a force of majesty. There are very few people on the street. Most of them are ordinary emperors, like servants. Tianfu South, the number 7 House of Word. Jian Wushuang came to the outside of the house, looked at the plaque of Shangfen, and nodded. It should be here. Tongha Jinxian lives. He didn't expect to be so low-key. The mansion of number 7A is not spacious. It occupies the size of 100 miles. If the Lord of the Universe displays magical powers, it is a place to slap. Just as Jian Wushuang stepped forward, he was stopped by a forbidden force. There is no guard outside the door. Jian Wushuang could only have that warm jade. After feeling the warm jade, the force of prohibition stopped for a moment. Then the door opened. "This distinguished guest, please come in." Hearing no one, Jian Wushuang had some differences, but he still walked in. After entering, he discovered that the one who had just spoken to him was actually a statue. However, he arched his hand politely and said politely, "Please inform Senior Tongha, Junior Jian Wushuang come to see you. Please wait." The stone statue's face trembled stiffly. After a while, he opened his mouth again and said, "My host is in the front hall. Just walk along the road ahead and you can get there." Jian Wushuang thanked him and walked inside. This is a strange combination of Sword Immortal. There is no one in the mansion but a stone statue to receive guests. Chapter 57-59. The Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm is also the overlord of one party. Some strange hobbies are normal. Perhaps not happy with the smoke and dust on Earth. Jian Wushuang stepped forward and went directly to the guest hall. Junior Jian Wushuang, meet Senior Tongha. He did not go in directly, but first met him. You still have to be respectful when you ask people to do things. In the guest hall, an old voice came, "Come in." Jian Wushuang then cautiously walked into the guest hall. This place is extremely gloomy and cold. After entering the guest hall, he saw an old man with a huge bone, several feet high, sitting on the main seat. In the darkness, there are only a few sword lights. Sure enough, it was a bit strange. Jian Wushuang stepped forward, took out Wanyu, and directly expressed his intention. He really didn't want to stay here. It's too dark. The Lord Yunji broke through and became the Lord of the Seven Tribulations universe. The old man did not go to congratulate him. It was a bit rude. I will help you for your favor. It is a congratulation to the Lord. Tonga Jianxian gave a dry cough, seemingly weird. He speaks very modestly. Juniors like Jian Wushuang are still treated equally. This also made Jian Wushuang's heart loose. Wow! Tonga Jianxian handed a piece of dark metal directly to Jian Wushuang. The metal is dark all over, even darker than the night. I don't know what kind of material it belongs to. According to what Yunji said, want to merge? It is almost impossible, but everything has a thread. It is rumored that both the dark and the day can merge at a certain moment. Not to mention two forces. This dark metal is necessary to create the secret method. Black sparkle. It's not metal. It just looks like it. Jian Wushuang didn't expect it to go so smoothly, so he hurriedly bowed to thank him. You don't need to be so polite. The Lord Yunji had that's nothing. Tonga Jianxian explained. Since you can be entrusted to the Lord Yunji, I am afraid that it will be extraordinary. Can reach my level. This will be straightforward. Jian Wushuang still humbled a bit and quickly pushed back. The junior is just a little emperor. How can I dare to imagine the Lord of the Six Tribulations realm universe? This is really humble. His heart is higher than anyone else's. Even the master of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, he was not convinced. Believe that I will become such a strong man. This is the heart of the strong. You don't need to be modest. I can see that you are hiding your strength or Jian Xiao. Tonga Jianxian spoke plainly and directly pointed out Jian Wushuang's hiding. Jian Wushuang would naturally not hide. 400,000 supernatural power. Just look at it. He doesn't care anymore. Speaking of Jian Xiao, the two have a common topic. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to ask for some advice about Shunli Jian Xiao. Learn a lot from it. Of course, we are still studying more methods of integration. Super eternal change after fusion. That is his pinnacle secret method. The starry sky is recorded in the Emperor. In fact, it is not the strongest. After the robbery realm, he has thoroughly mastered some time and space origins before qualitative changes will occur. One sword, breaking the space, is the Emperor. When time is broken, it is the pinnacle of the universe. This is also the terrible time and space. Compared with pure divine power, his methods are a bit more. Senior, I don't know if I can compare one or two, Jian Wushuang said embarrassedly. Comparing with the Six Tribulations realm's great power was also due to what he said. As soon as he said this, Tonga Jianxian was taken aback for a moment, and then he leaked some smiles. But my heart is more excited. Sword repair, but the best fight, especially to learn from fellow students. Seeing such a good junior like Jian Wushuang, he also itchy hands. It's just that Jian Wushuang is an emperor, and he is the lord of the universe, so it's hard to speak. But right here, there were crisp footsteps outside the guest hall. Judging from the footsteps alone, the other party is a woman. Grandpa. Before the person arrived, he heard a smile like a silver bell. Jian Wushuang also turned his head in surprise at this time. He didn't expect that this Tonga sword immortal also had a granddaughter. In the news of the inquiries, there is no such person. Seeing Jian Wushuang surprised, Tonga Jianxian smiled. Minger girl, why are you here? Tonga Jianxian stood up, his face leaking under the sword light. Only then did Jian Wushuang see the opponent's appearance clearly. The girl named Minger was equally surprised when she saw Jian Wushuang. After taking a look, he turned to Tonga Jianxian and immediately asked, Grandpa, who is he? This straightforward temperament seems to be a pro-granddaughter. Although Tonga Jianxian spoiled this granddaughter, he did not answer directly. Instead, he said to Jian Wushuang, Little friend Wushuang should be offended. This is an old granddaughter. Junior didn't dare. It was abrupt this time. I don't know if there is a granddaughter in the senior, and he hasn't prepared some meeting gifts. Jian Wushuang waved his hand quickly. But as soon as he said this, he regretted it a little. The girl said unceremoniously, Since there is no gift, just give me hundreds of millions of cosmic crystals. I don't have any hobbies, I just like cosmic crystals. Yes, it should. Jian Wushuang regarded it as pocket money for a junior. He took out tens of thousands of square meters of source stone, put it into another mustard seed, and handed it to the other party. Tongha Jianxian had a headache. This also has a lot to do with the birthplace of his granddaughter. The girl was stunned when she saw the source stones, and then said in amazement, "This doesn't seem to be a universe crystal, right?" Jian Wushuang was ashamed. He didn't expect this to be said. Tongha Jianxian quickly explained to him, "Girl, this is the source stone, and one party is 10,000 universe crystals." "Ah!" the girl exclaimed, and then bowed respectfully at Jian Wushuang, thanking him. "Thank you, senior, for your gift." Jian Wushuang swallowed. This strange character is really unique. Hundreds of millions of cosmic crystals. For Tongha's sword immortal, it is a matter of buckling nails. The girl in front of her seemed like she had never seen anything before, and it seemed that she was very surprised that she could really give her hundreds of millions of universe crystals. Looked at the look of joy. Jian Wushuang began to suspect that Tongha Jianxian was stingy. How can such a doting granddaughter be like a dog? But then, Tongha Jianxian Chuanin explained everything to him. This also made him understand why Tongha Jianxian chose this relatively low-key mansion, and there were no servants in the mansion. It turned out that the Minger girl was the son of Tongha's sword fairy who had stayed in the ordinary world. Tongha Jianxian pursued with all his heart, and his son wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. He has been wandering around in the ordinary, but accidentally entered the Gumu continent through teleportation. Unfortunately, the qualifications are not good. When it comes to immortal, it is already at its peak. He wants to return to his hometown, but his world has never even heard of 9 heavens and 10 earths. After arriving in Gumu continent, he heard that King Stone had a teleportation formation and could go to any place. Chapter 5760. He came to Shergwa with the attitude of trying. An immortal fairy in the outer domain. Go to Shergwa. This part of the journey may be compiled into a book, especially to be able to reach Stone Country alive. It's luck against the sky. This belongs to the luck of self-cultivation, which is all used on the road. It's a pity that when I came to Shergwa, I couldn't sit on that teleportation formation. Later he gave up too. On the way, he was worthy of his life. I got acquainted with my Taoist couple and lived in Kingstone. It's a pity that neither of them is emperor, and it is difficult to survive. During a mining trip, the husband and wife both died. One daughter was left behind, the current Minger girl. When her parents fell, the girl was still mundane. Throw it on the street, no one took a look at the mundane. Fortunately, the skin looks good. He was sold to Tianfu and became a maid. Suffered from childhood. To live, to be free. She kept accumulating the universe crystals by serving tea and water to the big figures, setting up the fairy tales, and even serving as a walking ladder. Just for some rewarding universe crystals. Because as long as there are enough cosmic crystals, she can get a free body. So much, so that now she still loves money like her life. She didn't want the universe crystal that Tongha Jianxian gave her. Because in her world, it is her own things, not earned by her. There is no sense of accomplishment. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang started to classify the later story, although Tongha Jianxian did not tell. But he also understands. The maid's life is worthless. If you have enough universe crystals, you can't escape the cage. Facing the 7th calamity, Tongha Jianxian's cultivation stagnated, and when he returned to his home world, he found that his only son had also been lost. Through the power of blood, he found the Stone Country. Only the living granddaughter was found in the end. I saw my young granddaughter serving tea and pouring water as a walking staircase. He had a terrible rage at the time, but when the grandparents recognized each other, they pleaded with those who squeezed and suppressed her. The cage has never been broken. This needs to be broken by yourself. After Tongha Jianxian understood, the granddaughter did not want to leave the Stone Country, so she settled here. No wonder there are no servants in the mansion, because the girl bought batch after batch of servants and then returned them to free life. Great good. Jian Wushuang sighed with emotion. I don't know if this girl is lucky or bad. The good thing is that there is such a grandfather, the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm, a great backer. What's bad luck is the tragic experience of childhood. She was supposed to be a girl in fresh clothes riding a horse. She was arrogant and domineering. But he lived in such a tragic appearance. Li Ming'er, Jian Wushuang shouted. The girl looked back, and when she wanted to bow to him again, she was stopped by his hand. He looked at the girl and said with a smile, "Girl, I'm going to discuss with your grandfather later. You can see who of us can win. There will be rewards for the correct guess." Wow, really? Li Ming'er couldn't believe it. She was just mundane. She couldn't see how strong Jian Wushuang was, and she didn't know who her grandfather was. In her world, both of them are super strong. She rubbed her hands with a little excitement, and then said, "I'll win you." Jian Wushuang pointed at himself in disbelief. Li Ming'er nodded confirmingly. This made Jian Wushuang unexpected. Is it because he just gave the benefits, so I think he can win? But in the next weak thought power, Jian Wushuang heard Li Ming'er whisper to Tonghe Jianxian, preparing to let the master of the universe at the pinnacle of the dignified Six Tribulations realm deliberately lose to him as an emperor. This makes him feel a little funny, but also very funny. Old Tonghe Jianxian blushed, but he nodded dotingly. For the granddaughter, it is not impossible to lose to an emperor. Okay, let's open it up. Li Ming'er didn't know where to bring a small stool, and took out the golden pastry dessert from his arms, and waited for the two to make a move while eating. As soon as Tonghe Jianxian raised his hand, the guest hall instantly changed into a snow-capped mountain. Li Ming'er was stunned for a moment, then looked overjoyed, carefully packed his snacks, and put it in his arms, grabbing the snow on the ground and playing. Childlike innocence. "Senior, you are offended." Jian Wushuang arched his hand slightly. A finger in the depths of Tonghe Jianxian, outside of the divine power. That withered finger, instantly golden light appeared. I will say that the divine power is suppressed to about 100,000. This is the limit of the emperor. Come on. As soon as Jian Wushuang's right hand pressed hard, a blue, arrogant divine sword appeared. Zhuiyun, who had been with him for a long time, was broken. He was too embarrassed to take a broken sword out to compete with a powerful man. Had to use the invisible sword. The invisible sword, condensed by the power of the starry sky, is not weaker than the treasure of the universe. 100,000 times the supernatural power. Jian Wushuang's brows and heartbeat. With pure divine power, he could indeed crush Tonghe Jianxian. But the increase in kendo is no joke. Each sword of Tonghe Jianxian contained more than 500,000 divine powers. Jian Wushuang didn't use the power of the beast god, so he could only deal with it carefully. A finger represents a sword. The invisible blue divine sword, like ripples in the sky, is calm but extremely cunning. Although Tonghe Jianxian's sword aura was strong, he couldn't touch Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was able to entangle, but he couldn't take the initiative to attack. For a while, some stalemate stayed in place. "Little friend, you should go all out." As soon as Tonghe Jianxian's voice fell, his fingers pointed upwards, 10,000 ripples emerged, and then turned into countless sword qi, swept towards Jian Wushuang with a wave. The core strength of this wave is definitely more than 500,000, and every further step, the power will stack up once. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to retreat, so he could only take it hard. He clenched his fists with both hands. The blue divine sword was horizontally in front of him, and he burst out, and his divine power surged in an instant. Now his combat power, if it is the strongest, is still divine power, because there are too many blessings from the beasts. This is all based on the condensed generals of the Guantian chessboard, able to guard his divine body. The power of the beast god. The original power of the beast has doubled, and it has reached the peak. But now he has performed 3 times. Zhang Jia ran wildly. Guantian chessboard appeared under his feet, and his supernatural power instantly broke 600,000. Eventually, it stopped at around 680,000. The blue divine sword in front of him was just a light wave. The wave that swept away was instantly extinguished. Tonghe Jianxianmu was shocked, and the emperor's body instantly shattered. Without suppression, he is the master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. Although Jian Wushuang's move is very powerful, it can be easily broken by the master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. But Tonghe Jianxian didn't think so. Jian Wushuang is just an emperor. He is the master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. If he was the lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe, I am afraid that he would be able to fight Jian Wushuang back and forth without suppressing his divine power. Chapter 5761. I lost. Tonghe Jianxian had already lost when he showed his full strength. Jian Wushuang also accepted the power of the beast god. The moment he lost Jiang Jia, his divine body was shaking. If there was no general armor, his divine body would have collapsed long ago. Senior swordsmanship is wonderful, and the younger generation can be regarded as an experience this time. The fight just now has benefited him a lot. Being able to fight the Six Tribulations realm is not a lot of opportunities. By the way, he also learned about the methods of those super strong, especially the division of divine power. 1,000,000 supernatural powers is a relatively large threshold. With more than 1,000,000 divine powers, it would be able to destroy the Gumu continent itself. In the entire Guyu time and space, he can be regarded as a strong man. Those Seven Tribulations realm back then were also right. Only 1,000,000 supernatural powers are considered strong. The Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm can reach millions. In one's own dojo, even 1.5 million divine powers can explode. If it's just scattered robbery, the peak of the divine power of the Six Tribulations realm is about 1 million. If there is too little vitality, it will not be able to exert 1,000,000 supernatural powers. In general, the divine power of the Six Tribulations realm is between 700,000 and 5 million. Of course, it counts the Lord of the Universe. If you don't count as the Lord of the Universe, just talk about Tribulation realm, then the top sky is 5 million. Seven Tribulation realm powerhouses are more than 1 million. For example, the Blood Knife Ancestor can burst out 2 million divine power. Although it is a scattered robbery, because of its ample vitality, it has the top combat power of the Seven Tribulations realm, comparable to the ordinary master of the universe. Kingdom Lord Yunji just broke through the Seven Tribulations realm and became the Lord of the universe. The current divine power should be around 2 million. But if it were in his own universe, he might be able to explode more than 3 million divine powers. Jian Wushuang's heart was trembling. 3 million supernatural powers. What does that mean? There is also the special character of Soul Tiandi. Although it was a scattered robbery in the Seven Tribulations realm, but with a special secret method, blood stained the entire Eternal Kingdom. It can explode about 5 million divine powers, which is much stronger than the tidal powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm. Of course, the courageous spirit is not in his own cosmic dojo. If you are in your own dojo, you are not afraid of the Soul Emperor in the slightest. But the previous battle was not in the lair of bravery. It was a loss. But this loss is nothing to him. At most, some face was lost. Soul Tiandi is different. The power from his blood sacrifice will only slowly diminish. The power of the gods, but with the blessing of the universe, is continuous. The reason why the Emperor Soul Tian is eager to perform is mostly due to the method created by Emperor Bobby. If he can have the origin of death like Dylan, without any vitality, he can improve his divine power. That is the real 8 Tribulations realm. Not only the Soul Heaven Emperor longed for this power, but all Sanjia longed for this power. This time it was exposed. It is a signal. According to Emperor Bobby's itinerary, I am afraid that he is going to find the Lord Yunji. But by accident, he encountered an irony look. Although Dylan lost, he also showed a terrifying warfare. This news, I'm afraid it will be able to spread to Guyu at Godsec soon. Bobby's intention. Make him puzzled. Maybe in the near future, some big things will happen. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to think about it now. What he needs to do is to become a catastrophe. Otherwise, let alone save Qixin Temple, he himself might have to get in. Now, after getting the key treasure, he also needs to find a place to accelerate his practice. The sword blank must be settled as soon as possible. In Tianfu, he once again took out some source stones to give to Witchly Minger, and then said goodbye directly. Originally planned to ask about the foundry master, but after thinking about it, this matter has never been able to bypass Fan Tianfeng. It's better to talk about it. It's easy to reach the other person. The two are in the same country, and within a short distance, they can communicate with each other through tokens refined by the true spirit. The kingdom of flame gods is just beside the royal capital. Jian Wushuang sent the message directly, and Fan Tianfeng was able to receive it. 3 days later, he came to the most prosperous tea house in North City and waited for Fan Tianfeng's appearance. The two agreed to be here. I just don't know if Fan Tianfeng will give him this face. Why is her luck so good? Jian Wushuang shook his head with a wry smile. If he is a descendant of the gods, he can still be valued. Then there are these things. Just sit and practice. Opportunities will be sent to him. This kind of good thing happened to Fan Tianfeng. It's annoying to say it. At present, he only met Fan Tianfeng. Huiqing saw a clone in Guyu ruins. As a result, Huiqing told him not to go to the ancient moon ruins. The more he said that, the more curious he became. As for the rest, it was not optimistic. But I saw Fan Tianfeng, who was so good. He didn't dare to underestimate other people. Except for the hapless Wu Zhuo, there should be no bad luck. When he thought of Wu Zhuo, at the remote boundary of Guyu time and space, Wu Zhuo in a certain cosmic secret realm only felt upset and frowned. He was really unlucky. Just after being reincarnated in Guyu time and space, he arrived in a dangerous place. But he was in this dangerous place and unexpectedly got a powerful inheritance. Now he is practicing in retreat. It's a pity that he can't get out of this secret realm, unless you become the master of the universe. Speaking of it, it's unlucky. This secret realm is also famous throughout Guyu time and space. Wuhua's secret realm. It is very far away from 9 heavens and 10 places. The 10 people in Qixin Temple each have their own opportunities and are constantly moving forward. Among the 10 of them, there are strong and weak. Can be luck, but not ordinary. Strong people like Huiqing are directly trapped in the ancient moon ruins. Don't talk about chance, it's hard to protect yourself. Jian Wushuang was not much better. On the other hand, those of average strength, Wu Zhuo and Fan Tianfeng. These two people, they're all the best in the age of Qixin. Being able to become a tribulation realm is actually pretty good. But since entering the ancient moon time and space, the realm and chances have been constantly smashed down. And in the faint, these two people have also become the sons of the atmosphere. Jian Wushuang in the tea house has many thoughts. Thinking of Qi Temple, I also thought of extinction. For a time, the pressure surged. But at this moment, a familiar breath came, directly pushed the door in. It is Fan Tianfeng. This time, she came alone, without an accompanying guard. Jian Wushuang has some differences. He thought that Fan Tianfeng would show up in front of him, but he didn't expect to be so low-key this time. It's a good start. Please. Jian Wushuang turned around from the window and sincerely invited Fan Tianfeng into his seat. The two sat down each other. Before he could speak, Fan Tianfeng took the lead and said, "What's the matter, right? So happy." Jian Wushuang felt that the person in front of him was nothing like the previous day. Chapter 5762. Seeing Jian Wushuang's slightly suspicious eyes, Fan Tianfeng sneered. "You don't think I really forgot where I came from?" He picked up the teacup and drank it, and then explained the tea. This tea is produced in a small country, far away from here. The strong specialize in picking from that small country, and the price is extremely low, but in the stone country it is extremely valuable, and you will spend it by then. No matter how expensive the tea is, it also grows on the ground. Just like Fan Tianfeng, no matter how high his status is now. That also came out of Qixin Temple. How dare you forget? Okay. Jian Wushuang leaked out of joy, and then said, "Since you have said so, then I will not hide it. This time there is indeed something that needs your help." Then he talked about the refining of sword blanks and set it out. By the way, I also talked about the matter of the holy meeting. Since the other party treated each other so frankly, He did not hide it. If you treat me as your own person, you are naturally your own. Jian Wushuang saw it thoroughly. At this time, you need to compare your heart to your heart. Wan Lu Shimu. Fan Tianfeng heard that there was no difference, and then shook his head and replied, I am not interested in this. After a while, I will prepare to retreat. I have already grasped the tribulation realm and become the world's best in a short time. It is not difficult for the Lord, and will bring a group of strong people back. Back here, Jin Wushuang knew where it was. He was going to persuade him. You can see the firm attitude of the other party. Did not say anything more. Now it's better to ask someone to do something and follow it. You don't have to worry about getting rid of the grass and scaring the snake. Fan Tianfeng sneered as if he had penetrated Jian Wushuang's thoughts. This time I return, I will bring the 7 tribulations realm strong, and the ancestors' law bodies will also follow me to the Qixin Temple, which won the extinction is only half a step in the 7th Order Calamity realm. Even the Temporal Supreme Treasure Extinction Temple can't stop it. Time and space treasure. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. It seems that Fan Tianfeng also knows about the treasure of time and space. There is nothing in Guyu time and space. Those time and space treasures are most likely to be brought out from the heavens by extinction. The extinction comes from the starry sky. Thinking of this, the Guantian chessboard in the origin of Jian Wushuang rose. This treasure may also come from the stars. So it also shows that Xian Yi is also a powerhouse in the starry sky. This makes sense. No wonder Fan Tianfeng was so anxious to go back. I am afraid that the high probability is also to grab the treasure of time and space. At the beginning, True Spirit told Fan Tianfeng that this Qi temple belonged to her after all. Junling said that to almost everyone. Take it seriously this time. Fan Tianfeng took the strong to go. Killing life is a small matter. To the treasure of time and space is a big deal. Otherwise, it won't bring so many strong people. Even the Dharma body of the flame will go. This flame giant has the top combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. The magic body of divine power, as long as it is well maintained, has enough divine power, not even inferior to the deity. At the very least, it is also the combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. Maybe it can really get rid of extinction. But if you really want to get rid of extinction, his reincarnation time and space will be out of play. The origin of the starry sky, the time and space of reincarnation. This is the strongest way he can think of. Once he has mastered the reincarnation, he may be able to escape the catastrophe. Go directly to a higher level. No! Jian Wushuang suddenly thought of Jiangshang. He also has the power of life, although he doesn't know where it came from. But it has a slightly weaker life force than him. It should not be congenital. Even if it is acquired, if you take a step back from the extinction and swallow Jiangshang, you will be qualified to master samsara. Backhand. Jiangshang is the second player. 1 step to extinction counts as 100 steps. How could it not be considered a future change? This time Fan Tianfeng returned with the strong, with a high probability that he would not succeed. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang was not thinking about it. Persuade the other party. I am afraid they will be called jealous. Whoever goes back first and who can defeat extinction will be able to take over the treasures of time and space. This temptation is too great. That is the treasure of time and space spread from the starry sky. 9 core time and space are not necessarily available. Jian Wushuang simply didn't say anything. It's just a reminder to be careful of extinction. It's also a kind words. Here is a letter of recommendation. It is the #1 caster in the Stone Kingdom and the famous caster in Ancient Wood Continent, as well as the entire Guyu time and space. It should be enough to build a sword blank for you. Fan Tianfeng handed the recommendation letter to him. Jian Wushuang then added, Don't be too self-righteous. I just feel that the Juyin sword is too much an eye. Jian Wushuang smashed his mouth. He hasn't spoken yet. But since it was so direct, he was not welcome anymore. Carefully took the letter of recommendation and included it in the mustard seed. Except for this matter, he found that he didn't seem to have much to say with the other party. After making a few polite remarks at random, Fan Tianfeng has no plans to leave yet. Seeing what the other party said and couldn't say, Jin Wushuang seemed to understand. The other party should look down on the bright things on his body. Also, the beast warrior got on the table, but it is not suitable for Fan Tianfeng. The candle dragon is the beast of gold. Fan Tianfeng is a descendant of the flame god. He has read the catalog of the flame god. It looks like a 9-legged bird. Anyway, it doesn't match the golden space at all. In addition to the beast soldiers, the treasure on his face was the Jueyun sword. Jueyun the Great. Fan Feng, who was at the time, is also his sister. Think about it, the other party wants the Jueyun sword. No wonder he was so polite when he came. When he heard that he wanted to build a sword blank, he directly recommended the best casting master. So I just wanted this sword. Jian Wushuang drew Jueyun from behind. The source of the upper point was repaired by him, but the crack was still there. Saw him draw a sword. Fan Tianfeng couldn't help but look up. I wanted to act calmly, but after seeing the crack on Jueyun, he stood up and said angrily, "How did this sword break? When I was fighting, I hit it right away, and it was broken." Jian Wu was bilingual in pity. Jianjian has been with him for some time. It can be said that he witnessed the process of getting the emperor. It also assisted him to display the catalog of the starry sky. He is by far the most powerful kendo method. Nowadays, they are rarely used. It's because Jueyun's sword's load capacity is too weak. Sword. Pity. People. What a pity. If the great Emperor Jueyun could recover, he would be a remarkable existence in this era. The most powerful emperor in the entire Guyu time and space, that great priest. It is equivalent to the great Emperor Jueyun. But the great Emperor Jueyun was in a small place in the middle reaches of Moriwa time and space. If it is in Guyue time and space, or within the 9 great time and space, achievement will not weaken him. Seeing Fan Tianfeng so excited, Jin Wushuang was still a little uncomfortable. The two are sisters, but they are also enemies. Why do you care so much now? Chapter 5763. Fan Tianfeng's complexion changed after he felt a little gaff, and his voice was cold. Since you got it, you should cherish it. Jin Wushuang had no words to refute this time. It was indeed like this. But in that situation, he couldn't resist the blood needle with his body. I heard. Jin Wushuang did not finish speaking, but handed Jueyun Jian over. The intention is obvious. He knows the relationship between the two. This sword can also be regarded as a family relic. It's time to return it to Fan Tianfeng. Fan Tianfeng did not refuse, and after taking over the Jueyun sword, he turned around and left. When she reached the threshold, she turned her eyes slightly, and her voice softened. In Shurgua, if you need help, you can contact me at any time. Never you are welcome. Jin Wushuang replied loudly. Watching the other party leave, he then took out a letter of recommendation, thinking about building a sword blank. In the past few days, he also got some news from Beicheng, the royal capital of East City. Almost belonged to the forces of the Flame God Kingdom. It is also the place where the founding division started the school. No one had recommended it before, so he couldn't go. Now it is time to go and take a look. Dongcheng is a puppet. Jian Wushuang floated. Compared with Beicheng, the practitioners in this place are totally different. Here is the sky. Almost everywhere on the street, you can see casters wearing dark red robes. On their chests, there is this piece of badge. The most common cast gods are only the 9th grade. Immortal immortals or emperors can get started. The 8th rank casting master needed the strength of the emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to master the equipment. Most of the cast gods who can be seen everywhere on the street are 9th rank and 8th rank. After walking for a long time, I arrived at the busiest street. He only saw several 7th rank casting gods and a 6th rank casting god. Zhu Rongdao, the busiest street in Dongcheng. On this road, there are at least thousands of shops opened by cast gods. Each family has a banner. Almost all the masters of the caste are of their own. Those who can open a shop on this street are all casters with rank 6 or above. In other words, in the entire royal capital, there are more than 1,000 6th-rank foundry masters. Even more, because from the information he learned, this street In the first-class casting hall, at least there are dozens of casting masters of rank 6 or above. The number has to be increased several times. I thought that when he was in Chishan Temple, the old man with horns was also a caster, and he probably had a 6th rank. However, he has fallen. Also fell in the time and space of the original universe. Cannot be resurrected. The original side is the last one. After a long breath, he continued to walk forward. A, B, C, Ding's casting hall. He doesn't like it. The strongest stores in the first class are also the cast gods under the second class. Fan Tianfeng recommended him to be the #1 casting in ancient Wood Continent. It is the signboard of God's name. This is the whole street. The caster inside, the weakest, is the 6th rank. And the 6th grade here can only do miscellaneous tasks. Outer disciples all start at the 4th rank. The disciples of the inner sect are generally at the 3rd rank or even the 2nd rank. Only when you reach the 1st grade realm will you become a direct disciple. The casting masters of the entire Stone Kingdom are also #1. Almost all are this powerful disciple. Even the master of wine is also the disciple of this existence. And it's only an inner disciple, not a personal biography. There are only 3 disciples of this mighty direct disciple. Rumor has it that everyone is in the 7 Tribulations realm. 7 Tribulation realm powerhouse. Which casting master is also in the 7 Tribulations realm? It is conceivable to be able to let the strong of the same rank be able to approve the head. How attractive this heritage will be. It's just that Jian Wushuang is not interested in casting anymore. That's it. Jian Wushuang raised his head and glanced. Then he was about to step in. At this moment, I heard a familiar voice and a very familiar breath. Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at it. A rustic girl followed a group of casting masters, pouting at the end. From a distance, she was not the same person at all. But he can see that there is a connection. I didn't intend to pay attention to it, but after listening carefully, I understood everything. He didn't expect that this stingy girl would be so generous at this time. Noah, this is 2 billion universe crystals. I said I can get them together. Li Ming'er looked bright at this moment. Which young emperor who had left the team leaked a surprised look and quickly asked where he came from. But when I saw the girl's weird explanation, I didn't ask too much, so he took it directly. You're welcome. Eating soft rice to this level made Jian Wushuang a little bit overwhelmed. Ming'er, thank you so much this time. I am following my master to come to Lashindian to study, and I need this universe crystal. The young man has a profound cultivation base. Li Ming'er smiled and said, small things. When I meet another senior, I will ask for it again. The young man touched the medal on his chest, and the number on the top represented the 8th rank. This is an emperor, but Li Ming'er is just an immortal. Jian Wushuang frowned. He was not so arrogant as he was eating the soft food of Yugua. This kid lied to people, but his face was not red and his heart beat. If it is known to Senior Tongha, it won't be cut with a single sword. It's not easy for him to come forward directly with this kind of thing. I wrote it down first. When you have the opportunity, you must teach the other party a lesson. Guess stay. Jian Wushuang was just about to enter this hall of God's name. He was stopped by a man in a purple robe. The other side's chest has the mark on the 5th rank. But in the temple, it was just a janitor. Jian Wushuang didn't say much, stopped, and directly wrote a letter of recommendation there. After seeing the flame God sign, the man was stunned for a moment. Then his face was surprised. He couldn't see the realm of Jian Wushuang, but he saw this letter of recommendation. But from the bottom of my heart, I believe that Jian Wushuang is definitely a big man. Senior, come with me. The purple-robed man greeted people quickly, took Jian Wushuang to the resting place, and then took the recommendation letter to the depths of the temple. There is only one layer on the surface of the temple, but underground there are several floors. Handyman, only the first 3 levels of authority. On the 4th floor underground, couldn't enter. A purple-robed youth reached the entrance of the 4th floor, handed the letter to an inner disciple, and returned to the main hall. Jian Wushuang was sitting in the upper position, sipping the best tea. The guy who had just coaxed Li Ming'er outside at this time followed a few 6th rank or so cast gods, and also entered here. It's just that they don't even have a place to sit, so they just stand in the corner. The old man who took the lead seemed to be the master who deceived Li Ming'er. Jian Wushuang's gaze kept staring at the man, thinking about how to teach well. The source stone sent by his front foot was cheated away by his backhand. Hateful. It's time to kill. Chapter 5764. An emperor does not learn well. Learn to eat soft rice. Shameless. The purple-robed young man who went to the top of the wall trot all the way to Jian Wushuang's side and found that he was staring at the group of people in the corner. Thinking that it was blocking Jian Wushuang's eyes, he quickly scolded, "Who brought these people? Hurry up and send them away. Haven't you seen any distinguished guests here?" The tone at this time was completely reversed from that of Jian Wushuang's treatment. It's like a caster with a harsh and cold personality. Hear the words of the purple-robed youth. Several rank 6 handymen quickly apologized, and then walked towards the pedestrian angrily. Jian Wushuang stood up at this moment and interrupted. "Forget it. These people are destined to this seat. Let them stay." After hearing these words, the purple-robed youth's complexion changed drastically, and an amiable smile appeared on his face. "Since they are friends of the predecessors, take them to the first level to observe. But there are still people queuing up ahead." A handyman who had just joined the temple interrupted the words of the purple-robed youth. The purple-robed youth's complexion changed, and he said coldly, "Then drive them away, and let these miscellaneous fishes come in less in the future." "This?" Which rank 6 handyman hesitated. "Don't go." The purple-robed youth, feeling that his majesty was a little ineffective, immediately shouted. The faces of the people in the frightened corner were shaking. "You guys, wait a moment. The people on the first floor are cleaned up, and you will be allowed to observe. There is tea here. Please feel free." The purple-robed youth squeezed out a smile and beckoned to everyone. Jian Wushuang looked shocked. This is a different person from the facade. His face changed faster than the sky. "Senior," the elder sent a message and said he would take you to the 9th floor. The purple-robed youth hunched over and said cautiously, "This 5th-rank casting master was at least the master of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm. It's so humble. Didn't you say something, the arrogant cast of the gods? It turns out that that set is for the weak. His strength makes the other party unable to see through. Certainly think he is the powerful master of the universe. Plus the recommendation letter comes from the flame god. This is the sky of Shergua. Who dares to treat it carelessly? Lead the way." Jian Wushuang stood up, his hands behind his back. "I also experienced the treatment of a powerful person." As he walked past the casting masters who came to observe, Jian Wushuang glanced at the young man who had deceived Li Ming'er. Then followed which purple-robed youth into the underground casting hall. After he left, the few people in the corner breathed a sigh of relief. Which predecessor just now, in what status, actually made the god casting master of the 5th rank of the temple so respectful? Is it a cosmic master of the 5 tribulations realm? I don't think it is necessary. Even the Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm does not need to be treated like the people of the temple. It may come from a certain big powers Tianjiao. The young man who coaxed Li Ming'er, recalling Jian Wushuang's eyes, secretly vowed in his heart that he would become such a character in the future. But he kept on a character like Jian Wushuang. Before long, we'll send him to see the goddess of Guyu Shirkong. After entering the underground hall, Jian Wushuang discovered that the structure and stratum density of this place were the same as those at Lefengpo. Every floor of this place is 10,000 feet high. Entering the 3rd level is his limit state. But there are 9 floors here. The first 3 floors are just some disciples from the outer sect. After the 4th floor is the disciple of the inner door. There are only direct disciples on the 7th floor. On the 8th floor, no one can enter except for a powerful person. And this time he wants to enter the 9th floor. That is 90,000 zhang underground in the royal capital. Naturally, it is impossible for the entire royal capital to have this stratum mystery. It can open up 90,000 feet alone. I'm afraid which flame opened this place in the first place. Only the power of the 8 tribulations realm can open up so deep. When he reached the 4th floor, a woman was replaced to lead him. For the first 3 floors, he hasn't felt anything yet. But after reaching the 4th floor, he felt a rush of heat. So much so that the casters here wear very cool clothes. For example, the casting who led him. There are only a few pieces of cloth on the upper body. It doesn't look big, and the material is special, so it should be used to escape the heat. Refining here is the treasure of the universe, and the flames needed are naturally very powerful. It's normal to wear less. This place can be regarded as the important place of the temple. Jian Wushuang also avoided looking around, but staring at the woman leading the way. Although it is unsightly in order to respect the temple, this is also compelling. Senior, there will be seniors on the 7th floor, and I will send you here. When you return, there will be seniors here to guide you. Jian Wushuang gave a dry cough and thanked him. Just keep up with the 3rd leader. On the 7th floor, there is no such hot feeling but a little cool, and no one. He looked around, all of which were closed rooms. The place I passed was just a narrow road. Entrance to the 8th floor. No one took the lead. This fellow Taoist, I can only send it here. After you enter, you only need to keep walking forward to see the entrance of the 9th floor. Thank you. Jian Wushuang arched his hands. This is a personal disciple. The power of the 7 tribulations realm. Although it is not the Lord of the universe, it is also a remarkable existence. Naturally, be polite. After thanking a disciple who taught him personally, he went straight to the 8th floor. After entering, I discovered that it was a completely enclosed space. Keep going. He felt cheated. There is no road here. That can keep going. There is endless darkness at the end. Just when he was at a loss, there was a sound of metal collision around him. Jian Wushuang followed the voice and looked at it. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes appeared. Hum. The red eyes made a hum, and then countless red eyeballs appeared here. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback. He felt that he was deceived by Fan Tianfeng. The other party is still so careful. The owners of these red eyes are monster puppets. Each one has the power of the Lord of the universe, at least the master of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm. This combat power is not weak. Without a puppet, Wukanshu, Kam has a supernatural power of nearly 300,000. If it weren't for his special origin, he wouldn't be able to feel the puppet's divine power. They won't besiege me. Jian Wushuang laughed at himself. The puppets here are not 10,000 but 8,000. It would be no good if he besieged him. But when he just thought so, the puppets rushed towards him as if they had gone mad. The divine power is similar to what he calculated, about 300,000. But the material is special. The material of each puppet can withstand more than 400,000 attacks. This was tested by Jian Wushuang himself. Chapter 5765. Because just now, he exploded 400,000 supernatural power with one punch, hitting the puppet, and it was actually just retreating. It cannot be damaged at all. And he also discovered that there are ciphertexts in the space here. Equivalents with the puppet. That is to say, these puppets can form a battle formation. Under normal circumstances, he quickly couldn't stand it. If he goes out again, it will be even more difficult for him. The power of the beast god. The dark red aura on his body erupted, and his divine power instantly reached 500,000. The surrounding breath can shake back those puppets. Thanks, Tusk. Jian Wushuang was confident. He didn't believe that Fan Tianfeng would really want to attack him. There is a high probability that you still have to avenge your enemies in Vietnam. Take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Sure enough, the same as he thought. In the 9th floor, there is an old man with a white beard sitting on the throne, holding the ball in his hand. Don't look at it as an inconspicuous little ball, but it is a treasure that can shake the entire Gomu continent. Because of this small ball, you can manipulate the puppets on the 8th floor. The 8th foot has 9,000 puppets with 300,000 supernatural powers. There are also 900 puppets with 500,000 supernatural powers. From bottom to top, there are 90 puppets of 700,000 supernatural powers. There are 9 puppets with 1,000,000 powers. A total of 9,999. Wherever these puppets are simply placed, they will have the combat power of the 7 tribulations realm. If a battle formation is formed, it will not be comparable to the 8 tribulations realm. At least it has the power of the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm. This can indeed shake the entire Gomu continent. This little guy, it's interesting. Holding the ball, the old man has already begun to mobilize 900 and 500,000 puppets. When he received the recommendation letter, he was also very surprised. It turned out to be a teacher's letter. After seeing the content, he knew which young master meant. This young master is terrible, and the flame gods are paying great attention to it. Since I asked him, I naturally wanted to help. The main thing is that Fan Tianfeng holds the secret of the treasure of time and space. The old man is also curious about the treasure of time and space and wants to observe it. Otherwise, he wouldn't tease Jian Wushuang. Even if Fan Tianfeng's status was special, he couldn't directly order a Seven Tribulations realm great power. What's more, the identity of this old man is the #1 casting in Gomu continent. Star refining. The first refining of ancient Wood continent. The status is comparable to the Eight Tribulations realm. Even the Eight Tribulations realm was polite to him. Moreover, his strength was not average. He had once shot a cosmic master in the Seven Tribulations realm. The most precious treasures in his hand, just a few pieces on the surface, all have the power of the Eight Tribulations realm. In the entire ancient Wood continent, can be ranked in the top 5 super strong. The first is hard to say, although the flame is tyrannical and does not depend on the power of life. He is not very sure about which ancient Wood king he faces. You can win by playing against each other. But desperately, it's different. Who knows which Shenmue king still has what kind of whole cards. These two Eight Tribulations realm are naturally the most powerful two in ancient Wood continent. Behind it is the courageous look. The title powers are generally the same level limit. The top 3, regardless of background or strength, are extraordinary. Master Star Refining can be ranked in the top 5, which is not ordinary. After all, he is not the master of the universe. Thanks to us, the strength is really strong. The Star Refining Star, who has the top 5 combat strengths of Gomu continent, still leaked shocked eyes when he saw Jian Wushuang being besieged at this time. With pure perception, he could see that Jian Wushuang had an infinite power in his body. This was because his eyes were fused with a heavy treasure. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang would not be able to see through it. Infinite power, that is the yearning of many people. Jian Wushuang, an emperor, was besieged by a group of puppets of 300,000 supernatural powers. Yet he was able to maintain his composure. Even Xing Xing couldn't help but marvel. I want to see how strong your limit is. With a little finger from the Star Refiner, a large number of puppets in the black secret room recovered again. Jian Wushuang in the secret room at this time. Although still very calm, his strength did not weaken in any way. But the power of mind has already begun to decline. If the power of thought drops, his life will be weakened. Boom! The invisible sword in Jian Wu's hands flew out, transforming into a puppet surrounded by countless sword chi shuddering around. Senior, if you want to test it, it's better to do it in one step and save some supernatural powers for the younger generation. After all, I am just an emperor. Jian Wushuang attached his hands calmly, but the last sentence was extremely loud. Actually, there is no certainty in my heart. With so many puppets, they have been besieging them. Nowhere will he stand up to them. It's better to be more calm and talk directly with Witchcaster. He didn't believe the other party and couldn't see that he was just an emperor. The Lord of the Six Tribulations realm universe can see it. In the Seven Tribulations realm, although the origin of the universe is missing, there should still be vision. Don't think of him as a catastrophe. The test of an emperor is almost enough. Why should it be so? Of course, he could not say that Fan Tianfeng avenged private revenge. In fact, Fan Tianfeng didn't have this plan either. It's just his strength that evoked some curiosity about refining stars. Jian Wushuang's voice just fell. In the silent darkness, a pair of huge red eyes lit up, much larger than those of the puppets. Then a face appeared. The puppets who were still preparing to attack Jian Wushuang stopped. Little guy, your mouth is as powerful as your strength. Regarding Jian Wushuang's little tactics, just now, Lianxing was not only not angry, but rather admired. and it also meant that the seniors were optimistic about the reserve. Jian Wushuang hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted, and said, "The juniors don't dare. Haha, there is no need to be so restrictive. Since it is recommended by the young master, it is your own person." Lianxing laughed and said, "However, it is not so easy to want me to refine the sword blank for you." These words made Jian Wushuang twist his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. "Senior, please speak up if you need it," Lianxing said calmly. "You don't need to be nervous. I will refining sword blanks for you no matter what, but the blanks of the treasure of the universe are good or bad. Even if the young master recommends you to come, I agreed to this request, but nothing promised to refine the strongest sword blank for you. You understand?" "Junior knows it," Jian Wushuang said respectfully this time. "Sword blank. Of course he wants the strongest. Akanashu. Calm, ordinary goods can't catch his eyes at all. Otherwise, it would not take such a great effort to ask Fan Tianfeng. If he could let the star refiner go all out to refine a sword blank that fits his own kendo, it would naturally be the best. Now that you understand, you'll just say it straight. I am very optimistic about you. Whether it is your strength or your character, you have the qualifications to become a top-level powerhouse. I can see it in the future 6 tribulations. This is a big talk. The Lord of the 6 tribulations universe. Jian Wushuang is naturally very confident. But let others comment. Even if he is so good now, it's hard to come out of the Emperor. Chapter 5766. But the tribulation realm is not the same as the Emperor, just like the Emperor and the Taoist. The Emperor does not have any restrictions of heaven, nor any external pressure. But the robbery is different. Not only need to cross the catastrophe, but also need to maintain their own universe. He still doesn't quite understand the preservation of the universe. But crossing the robbery, he knew how cruel it was. Otherwise, the entire Guma continent would not have so many scattered robberies. There are so many 7-star sects, and almost all of them still have 7 tribulation realm powerhouses. But the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm couldn't get a single palm together. The first 5 calamities are actually easy to say, but after 6 tribulations, it was really too difficult. I don't know how many Tianjiao trapped. Although Jian Wushuang was confident, he also understood this. As for the evaluation of others, they are not as confident as him. It is already very high to be able to say that he has a chance for the 6 tribulations realm with a power like refining stars. There are only 6 calamities in the entire Guma continent. I'm afraid it will not exceed double digits. The star refining eyes turned and continued. "Let's do this. I have a puppet here, the peak of the 5 tribulations, but it needs a constant supply and demand of divine power. If it is injected with 1,000,000 divine power, it can reach the limit of half-step 6 tribulations. Force. This." Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment. Half a step in the 6 tribulations realm with 1,000,000 supernatural powers. Both of these sounds, he is not an opponent. Haha, although I am optimistic about you, I don't think you can burst with such strength. Lianxing knew that Jian Wushuang would be wrong, and explained, "I will inject 500,000 supernatural powers inside. If you defeat, you will get a heavenly rank sword blank. Although it is not precious to the tribulation realm, there are no more than 5 heavenly rank sword blanks that can be refined from the outside world." Jian Wushuang listened carefully, and at the same time he had expectations in his heart. A puppet with 500,000 supernatural powers is not easy for him now. It is a bit arrogant, but defeat is not a problem at all. Only the increase in the power of the beast can be defeated. It's definitely not a problem. Sky-level sword blank. That is, the treasure of the heavenly universe in the future. Able to grow to the 7 tribulations realm. Most of the ambitious Tianjiao will seek the family to ask the caste master to refine the heavenly treasure slab and become the original magic weapon in their own universe. The grade of the cosmic treasure is not the same as the division of the ordinary treasure. Treasure, innate treasure, eternal treasure. These treasures are divided into ordinary, advanced, top, pinnacle, and perfection. But the treasure of the universe is different. The points are great. The weakest is the treasure of the human-level universe. In one's own original universe, It can only be bred into the three tribulations realm level. It is also the weakest treasure of the universe. This is also because most of the tribulation realms cannot become the master of the universe. The treasure of the universe of the human rank is also the easiest to refine. Above the human level is the ground level. The treasures of the universe at the ground level can be bred into the five tribulations realm level. But to refining it, it requires a caster of rank 4 or above, which most people can't get. Of course, if you have enough universe crystals, you can also buy them in some shops. This is a treasure that can be obtained with money. Not too precious. Above the ground level is the sky level. The heavenly treasure of the universe cannot be bought with money. You also need to have background and contacts. The upper limit is the seven tribulations realm. The pursuit of most people is the seven tribulations realm. If it is said that in the ordinary period, smooth sailing into the immortal, holding aspirations. Want to reach the top. The emperor and the robbery might not be a big deal in their eyes. But on the way to the strong, there is no setback. Jian Wushuang asked himself whether it was all smooth sailing. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Only after experiencing setbacks will it arouse one's own cognition. In mundane times, when things go well, I want to stand upright. Without goals, goals are infinite. But after waiting for the immortal queen, she might not even be able to maintain Dao Xin. In the end, the emperor is a hurdle. At that time, I will understand that it is not bad to be an emperor. Even if you become an emperor, when you need to work hard for the resources of cultivation, you need great courage. Divine power treasures. Although common in Guyu time and space, it is not easy to raise divine power to emperor consummation. Even some family children need to do it by themselves. Family Tinjiao, that is also relying on his own potential and perseverance to get the help of the family. Not every family child has an unlimited supply of resources. If you want to become the Lord of the universe, you need not only divine power, but also the realm of origin. The space is not perfect. How to master the universe. This is not a question of resources. You also need to look at your own talents, and you need to cultivate yourself. The family can't help. Most people along the way may stop at the emperor. The one who can become the Lord of the tribulation realm, and even the universe, is not facing the vicissitudes of the world. I have smoothed my mind a long time ago. Becoming the seven tribulations realm may be the ultimate goal. The treasure of the heavenly universe. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, and he was somewhat satisfied for a while. But I think of the Qixin Temple, the primitive universe, and the hometown world from the mundane times. He was a little hesitant. The seven tribulations realm is a great goal for others, but for him, it is far from enough. Not only because of the upper limit, the most important thing is the blessing of the universe. The treasure of the universe can be said to be the treasure of the universe. That is the force that can draw its own universe. It's about future combat power. Must be the strongest. Above the heavens, there are still gods. No one has touched the upper limit of the gods. The treasures of the eight tribulations realm universe are all gods. Many powerhouses believe that the upper limit of the rank is likely to be the treasure of the nine tribulations or even beyond the universe. Jian Wushuang thought of this, and he had some guesses in his heart. Although Guyu time and space, although stronger than Morua time and space at the beginning, there is no time and space treasure. Otherwise, it is impossible not to know the existence of the treasure of time and space. The reason why Morua time and space is the treasure of time and space is also because of the existence of extinction. From Bobby D, he knew that extinction came from the stars. The of Morua time and space is probably brought about by extinction. The time and space treasures in it were probably all obtained from the starry sky by extinction. The treasure of time and space. Beyond the universe, in the time and space of the nine great universities upstream, may also exist in those three eternal existences possessing this kind of treasure. As for Guyu time and space, there is no high probability. Even if there is a top-notch existence like refining stars, they don't know the treasure of time and space. The Guantian chessboard in his body is a treasure of time and space. Now he has just figured out some eyebrows. Some of the original chess pieces contained in it are already against the sky, and now they have touched the generals. Just relying on the special characteristics of the generals, you will not lose to the beasts. This kind of heaven-defying treasure must be used with care in the future. Can't be discovered by anyone. Once discovered by some mighty power, it is a disaster. Chapter 57-67. Call. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and kept calm and said, Senior, a god-level sword blank. You should be able to refine it. He asked for a lot. The upper limit of the heavenly rank is not enough for him. If it is said that he can't even surpass the seven tribulations realm, then it is better to die now. For him, the seven tribulations realm could only barely keep himself. The threat of extinction is not that simple. He originally thought that the seven tribulations realm could be used. But from the beginning to the present, after knowing the origin of extinction, he felt that what the other party wanted might not be so simple. Strength is naturally even more difficult. If extinction is just a half-step seven tribulations realm powerhouse in Morwa time and space, even if he was still the Lord of the universe, he wouldn't worry about it. With his strength, he doesn't need to be in the seven tribulations realm, and the master of the six tribulations realm universe can easily settle the extinction. But the origin of the other party is too great. From the stars. That is a place that everyone yearns for but can't get in. It's not easy to get out, and it's impossible to get in. He was in Guyua time and space. So far he has not found a record of the starry sky. Perhaps he is not strong enough now, seeing information about the starry sky. Or the powerhouse of the 9 great spacetimes cannot enter the starry sky. The starry sky is still a little far away to him. Right now, it is still a robbery. After hearing his words, Lian Xing raised his brows slightly, and his expression was a little surprised, but he was not too surprised. The sword blanks of the gods can be encountered and cannot be found. It is not related to the old man's casting method, but is related to the master of the sword blank. In short, it is very complicated. Jian Wushuang listened to the cloud and mist, wanted to ask, but was interrupted by the other party. You should defeat the puppet first. If you can defeat it, it will be increased in sequence. In the second theory, there are 2 puppets with 500,000 supernatural powers. In the third round, there are 4. If you can reach the 5th round, come again, talking about the sword blank of the gods. After refining the star, he scattered the huge head. The secret room on the ground floor. The star-refining deity sits slantingly on a chair, with the corners of his eyes slightly narrowed. A crystal ball is floating in front of him, and the picture above is Jian Wushuang. This kid is really ambitious, god-level sword blank, really dare to think. Lian Xing shook his head. In his thoughts, I recalled the things about the gods. The complexity of refining is no less than that of creating a complete universe. The most important thing is that the price is too high. Too many treasures are needed. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang was an emperor and couldn't afford it at all. I can't let him produce materials by himself. To contribute, we must also produce materials. He wasn't Jian Wushuang's father, so he didn't make sense to do so. If Jian Wushuang can make it to the 5th round, he will consider it. Otherwise, even if he was optimistic, he would no longer help Jian Wushuang so much. In the endless years, there are too many juniors he is optimistic about. Jian Wushuang can rank in the top 3 at best. If it were among the emperors, Jian Wushuang might be the one he saw the most. But in the Lord of the Universe, it's different. At the beginning, he was optimistic about the Lord of the Universe in the 5 tribulations realm. The talent can be said to be the best in the entire Guyu time and space. After 1 epoch of cultivation, he breaks through and becomes the Lord of the Universe. In just 10 epochs, he became the master of the 5 tribulations realm universe. But later, the 6th calamity did not cross over. The first 5 calamities went too smoothly. In addition, the origin universe is extremely powerful, and its divine power is sufficient, and it can resist the catastrophe every time. By the time of the 5th calamity, the Tianjiao still felt able to resist, but was slapped severely by the heavenly Tao. Sometimes it's not good to go too far. Misfortune arises spontaneously. The robbery that grows in the bottom of my heart is the most terrifying. His eyes turned to the crystal ball, waiting for Jian Wushuang to erupt. Dark and dense indoor. Jian Wushuang held the sword in one hand. The invisible sword, cast by the power of the stars, is no less than the Jueyun sword. The fifth round. Jian Wushuang didn't have much confidence in his heart. The first round is won. Doubled every round. The Emperor has 5 rounds and 16 puppets. Each 500,000 supernatural powers. It is equivalent to 16 Tribulation Realm powerhouses. Although he has a lot of cards now. But it's just an Emperor. Under normal circumstances, the Emperor with 400,000 supernatural powers may have been the only one throughout the ages. No way. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Fight. The power of the beast can make him 500,000 times the divine power. Now he hasn't researched super eternal changes. If it can combine the power of the starry sky with the divine power. That is, the origin and the divine body merge with each other. And this test is nothing. I knew it. He went to retreat for a while. Now that he hasn't improved the eternal changes, even if he is promoted to the peak state, he will be comparable to a practitioner with 550,000 times the power of divine power. Can pass the second round, but there may not be much chance later. In the first round of normality, the second round requires eternal changes to reach the peak state. In the third round, he probably had to get all his cards straight away. He still has a thought of the universe. There is also a starry sky catalog. These two are okay against practitioners, but they are of little use against puppets. One thought of the universe is okay. It can increase his own origin, but he can't suppress it because it is not a practitioner but a puppet. When calculating the combat power in the bottom of my heart, the puppet had already started to move. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and couldn't control that much. If it's a big deal, use Jiangjia again. 600,000 supernatural power to reach the limit. He didn't believe it. Every time, he broke through under the greatest pressure. This time, I hope he can break through. Jian Wushuang directly removed the invisible sword. We greeted him with bare hands. The simple collision of divine power shook the secret room with muffled noises. That puppet is different from the puppet here. It should be refined separately by refining stars. The appearance is also very strange. The whole body is smooth, without a trace of gaps, and the whole body is more symmetrical than the human race. The white and purple skin is extremely smooth. Jian Wushuang punched the puppet in the face, almost unsteady. His punch did not weaken the puppet's power, but the other's punch hit his abdomen, causing his body to quickly collapse. After all, he is still a practitioner. No, it hurts. Fortunately, everything is the same as he thought. The supernatural power of 500,000 is just right. He just wanted to test the puppet now. Next, it's time to exert strength. Jian Wushuang smiled at the puppet, palm deep, and firmly said, "Senior, I have to use 500,000 supernatural powers now." "What?" Jian Wushuang clenched his fists with both hands. The arrogance on instantly turned red, and his divine power increased by tens of thousands. 430,000, 460,000, 490,000. Seeing this scene, Lian Xing had a look of surprise in his eyes. At the same time, he also saw the beast gods on Jian Wushuang's body. See through at a glance. A complete beast soldier. A pair of scarlet wings, wrapped in a black inner armor. To the left of the inner armor is a red left arm. Chapter 5768. The scarlet claw of the candle dragon is even more conspicuous. Finally, a heart is still beating. The heart of the beast god. Lian Xing stared at it, but he didn't know that he had fallen into a huge eyeball. That is the eye of the beast at the second core. Innate treasure of the universe. Lian Xing was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to have an innate treasure of the universe. And it seemed that Jian Wushuang hadn't fully grasped this innate treasure of the universe. After watching carefully, he discovered that this innate treasure of the universe is the treasure of the 7 Tribulations realm. Really want to fully activate all the powers, Jian Wushuang is at least the master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. Otherwise, you can't control it to the extreme. Interesting, Lianqing found it more and more fun. Originally thought Jian Wushuang had used some kind of forbidden technique to increase his supernatural power. I didn't expect it to be because of the treasure of the innate universe. This is real personal strength. Ordinary people may think that they have taken advantage of the innate treasure of the universe. In the eyes of a master of casting gods like the star refiner, the innate treasure of the universe, and also the innate treasure of the Seven Tribulation realm, even if it is used in the Tribulation realm, it can't exert its internal power. Jian Wushuang is an emperor who can spur the treasure of the innate universe. This is Jian Wushuang's true combat power. It seems that the first 2 rounds are stable. Lianqing nodded and said to himself. According to his plan, if Jian Wushuang can pass the first 2 rounds, he will refine a sword blank for Jian Wushuang at his own expense. If he can reach the 3rd round, he will refine the heavenly top-grade sword blank for Jian Wushuang. In the 4th round, Jian Wushuang will refine the heavenly perfect sword blank. 5th round, he hasn't thought about it yet. If it's over, Jian Wushuang will continue to insist on God's rank again and again. He will consider, but the material, he will not release it. Or let Jian Wushuang pay a certain price. In short, the divine rank is too much involved, not so easy. Are generally the powerhouses of the 8 Tribulations realm. They are looking for him to refine the slabs of the gods. And then those powerhouses of the 8 Tribulations realm will become the treasures of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm. The universe of some 8 Tribulations realm powerhouses has died out and became Sand Tribulation. If they want to be bred, they have to seek the cosmos masters of those 8 Tribulations realm. The price is even greater. Generally, the Lord of the universe came to him for refining. After all, the scattered calamities in the 8 Tribulations realm rarely fight, and it is useless to ask for the treasures of the universe. But in any case, the supreme treasure of the gods is also corresponding to the superpowers of the 8 Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang, an emperor, is looking for him to refine it. Lianqing played with the ball in his hand and continued to watch. On the side of Jian Wushuang, his body was slightly arched, his fists were clenched, and his forehead was violet. As power reached its peak, 500,000 times the supernatural power. What? Jian Wushuang raised his head and roared. His strength was completely stabilized at 500,000. The red arrogance enveloped his body, and his eyes turned red. The puppet had no consciousness. No matter Jian Wushuang's power exploded, it rushed again. This time, Jian Wushuang stood steadily on the spot, with only in the depths. When the puppet rushed, the fingertips of the burst out with a terrifying force, which was formed by the condensing of divine power. This terrifying air column blasted directly on the puppet, blasted it out of Jian Wushuang's field of vision, and disappeared into the darkness. Oh? Jian Wushuang suddenly turned his head. There is no breath on the puppet. Jian Wushuang can only observe it with the naked eye. But he still felt the gene foam brought by that divine power. The moment he turned his head, he saw the puppet and charged instantly. The body turned into a streamer, and he wanted to hit Jian Wushuang with his round head. Jian Wushuang still didn't mean to avoid it, and directly blocked the powerful impact with his hands deep inside. Holding the puppet's head with both hands, a knee kick directly hit the puppet's abdomen, and he could see with the naked eye a large bag bulging behind the puppet. It was caused by his knee. Boom! Without giving the puppet any time to adjust, Jian Wushuang made another powerful elbow, and then directly grabbed the puppet's arm and threw it in the sky, opened his mouth, and a terror force condensed from his abdomen, and then spewed out, hitting the puppet. At the moment the power spurted out, Jian Wushuang rose into the air, surpassing the space extremely fast, already touching time. His speed surpassed his own burst of power. When the puppet was just hit, he had already reached the puppet's side. Jian Wushuang's mouth raised, and he jumped directly behind the puppet, locking the puppet from behind. His own body has turned into a black hole. That is a cosmic black hole. The black aura continuously dispersed, enveloping the puppet, and then began to swallow it. After just a series of attacks, the puppet's divine power has declined somewhat. This time swallowed, there is not much hindrance then. The bound puppet couldn't move at all. The divine power is constantly weakening. Quickly dropped a full 50,000 times. Looked at all the refining stars and shook his head. There is no hope anymore. Has lost 50,000 supernatural powers. There are only 450,000 puppets left. And Jian Wushuang still has these 500,000 supernatural powers. Don't look at it, only 50,000 supernatural powers are missing, but in terms of combat power, it's a huge difference. 500,000 supernatural powers are the threshold of the 5 tribulations realm, but they are the insurmountable Tianjia of the 4 tribulations realm. The gap is almost infinite. Jian Wushuang felt that it was almost enough, and let go of the puppet with his hands loose. The puppet, who had just gained freedom, didn't care about the reduction of his divine power, and turned around to punch Jian Wushuang in the face. Bump! Hit Jian Wushuang's face with a punch, making a metal crash. Jian Wushuang hugged his hands, just like that with his face, and hardly received the opponent's punch. This punch, to him, is just like a gust of wind, without any feeling. If the opponent's 500,000 supernatural powers were at his peak, he might be beaten back. But now there are only 450,000 divine powers left, which can't threaten him at all. Can't even harm him. He turned his neck, raised his chin, and aimed at the puppet's face with one hand in the depths. A burst of energy instantly exploded and directly shook the puppet into the darkness. This blow is enough to solve the opponent. As expected, after he repelled the puppet, 2 puppets appeared in the center of the secret room. Looks exactly the same, and so is his supernatural power. Uses the supernatural power of refining stars. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to relax anymore this time. There are too many places he needs to pay attention to when fighting. The 2 puppets at this time did not rush to take action, but kept observing Jian Wushuang. Then the 2 puppets vacated at an extremely fast speed, and the 2 puppets, one after the other, superimposed and killed towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang brows, and he can feel that the appearance of the 2 puppets has changed a lot. Chapter 5769. In the first round, a puppet doesn't need to cooperate with anything at all. It just comes up to fight. But when 2 puppets appeared, they were actually using tactics. Is a cooperative tactic between the 2. This time, Jian Wushuang was a little panicked. Not to mention the embarrassment, but it was caught in a hard fight. The 2 puppets separated instantly before they got close. Originally, from Jian Wushuang's perspective, only a puppet rushed towards him. 2 puppets, one in front and one behind, matched seamlessly. If it is a real life and death fight, the cooperation of the 2 puppets is stronger than the practitioner. When the 2 puppets appeared in front of him, they separated in an instant and wrapped around one by one. He can only deal with it with his hands. The difficulty of dealing with 2 puppets is more than twice as difficult. Boom! Jian Wushuang fully condenses the breath and directly retreats to deal with it. Beast God Realm. Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice. A red breath swept over, turned the situation around in an instant. Although the range of the power of the beast is small, it corresponds exactly to the space of this place. At the same time, his supernatural power has also been increased. It's just that the increase is not so obvious. But there is another advantage. That is, he has twice the power of the beast god, which is not so difficult. Although he was able to do a good job at first, but after it weakened, it became dispensable for him. There is no pressure. When shot, it became extremely sharp, is not as bulky as before. Flash shoot. Since the battle, the 2 puppets and Jian Wushuang have been facing each other in the form of a triangle. The distance between Jian Wushuang and the puppet is farther than the distance between the 2 puppets. It is impossible to defeat each one. His speed is only a bit faster than the puppet. If it is for one of the puppets, the other puppet can arrive instantly. Because the distance between him and the opponent is always farther than the distance between them. You have to think of a way to trap one. Jian Wushuang thought about the countermeasures in his heart. There is a perfect cooperation between the puppets, and Jian Wushuang also has his own tactics. He is not a fledgling boy. Fighting talent is not natural. Jian Wushuang's heart was just a thought, and he paid attention. With his hands, his body began to recede continuously, was finally submerged in darkness. Both puppets were taken aback, and then steadily stepped forward. The speed is not very fast. They are also worried about Jian Wushuang's fraud. After Jian Wushuang entered the darkness, he did have his own tactics. His hands gather strength. This time it is not a supernatural power. It is the pure power of everything. This power comes entirely from the source. He can't feel the breath of the puppet, but the puppet can sense his position based on his origin. Jian Wushuang living in the dark, surrounded by two air masses condensed by the power of all things. One-handed pushes one first, and the air mass condensed by the power of all things rushes out of the darkness in an instant. The two puppets scattered and avoided. Is far away. The power of this blow is not small. Although the puppet has no self-awareness, it has an extremely superb fighting standard. After feeling that power, he dodges directly. It's now! Jian Wushuang's figure flickered. Taking advantage of the moment when the two puppets were separated, he shot out instantly. Watching the battle, the Lianxing sneered and said to himself, "Small bugs." Sure enough, the next moment, before Jian Wushuang was close to the clone puppet, the two puppets grouped together again. The speed of this outbreak surpassed Jian Wushuang. It looks like it can still burn divine power. Jian Wushuang saw this scene, but was not surprised at all, but leaked out his gaze of victory. The two puppets just wanted to join forces to step forward and beside Jian Wushuang, but found that Jian Wushuang's figure had dropped, and the two puppets rushed into the air. Jian Wushuang was not free this time. At the moment when his figure fell, a huge mass of power of all things rushed out of the darkness. Directly hit the two puppets, might be 100 times stronger than the first air mass of all things. The divine power of the two puppets dropped suddenly. Jian Wushuang didn't plan to give the opponent too much time, and took advantage of the puppet's fall and directly shot. Disperse and attack. Blasted out with a punch, and the condensed supernatural power exceeded 500,000. Fight alone, the puppet is not his opponent at all. Just took a breath and saw the puppet. When the other puppet reacted, he had already freed his hand. Following the same procedure, the last puppet was solved in the blink of an eye. All this does not exceed 3 breaths. Watching Lianxing, he swallowed. His eyes changed completely. Top combat ability. Combat power is invincible at the same level. The potential is endless. 3 in 1. At this moment, there is an illusion about refining stars. He felt that Jian Wushuang might have come into being, is to pave the way for the next great era. The super powerhouse who opens up the era in the future. Originally, he only thought that Jian Wushuang might just be a wave of this era. Seeing now, he found that he's still underestimated. All beings are water. The big forces are those huge boats, towering huge waves. It represents the 8 tribulations realm. In the huge waves, there are also these blossoming waves, which is the 7 tribulations realm. Now he feels that Jian Wushuang can become the master of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm. 8 tribulations realm, I dare not say anything. It takes some luck. No one dared to say this. At this time, he even forgot to start the 3rd round. Jian Wushuang in the secret room is not in a hurry, adjusting his breathing and waiting for the next opponent. The method just now can only be used once, and it will be useless if it is used again. And he still has a whole card. There is no need for a routine. Use it repeatedly. This will lower one's own creativity, as well as one's own resilience. For Lianxing, this is a test of Jian Wushuang. For Jian Wushuang, this is not only a test, but also a practice. Rare sparring. Naturally, take it well. Supernatural introverted. Jian Wushuang's hands gather supernatural power. 4 figures appeared instantly. 5 powerful forces are intertwined. War made a comeback. Beast God Realm. Jian Wushuang broke out into the Beast God Realm again, and the surrounding aura was surrounded by red flames. One man fights 4 puppets. Is actually a bit simpler than he thought. The 2 puppets can also take care of each other, but the 4 puppets with more manpower are difficult to take care of. Jian Wushuang also discovered this when fighting these puppets. He stared at a puppet alone, trying to destroy one by one. The other 3 puppets will be blown out by him whenever they come forward. For a time, the battle against Jian Wushuang got better and better. But at this moment, the 3 puppets suddenly stopped moving. Jian Wushuang's speed also slowed down. For a time, I don't know what the other party means. The 3 puppets just glanced at Jian Wushuang and then retreated directly into the darkness. Jian Wushuang's brows moved, and he looked down at the puppet that was shot down, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 5770. As expected, a powerful force was pouring out. As he expected. Not good. That puppet wants to explode. It is no longer possible to get out at this time. Jian Wushuang can only choose hard resistance. The inner armor of the candle dragon runs wildly, and the candle dragon wings are wrapped around the body. A hot wave hits instantly, and then a terrifying power burst. 500,000 supernatural power blew up. That's not just for fun. The same level of divine power may even fall. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang has beast soldiers. Will not fall. The hard resistance to supernatural power exploded, and the life force on Jian Wushuang was constantly restoring himself. The puppet blew itself up, leaving an empty shell. Has lost any power. Did they take the initiative to explode? Or were they manipulated? Jian Wushuang lowered his head in thought. He now began to wonder if it was a senior star refiner who was kidding him. Otherwise, why would the puppet blow himself up? Pity. He has the power of life. Even if his power is weakened, he can instantly recover. Is really useless to him. Does not mean making stars. The puppet explodes itself, which is actually a tactic. Just happened to face Jian Wushuang and didn't carry out this tactic to the end. Anyone who has no vitality encounters this trick will be planted. It was also because Jian Wushuang had the power of life. He didn't worry about this tactic at all, so he didn't have any defense. Thought that it would be possible to win with a single beating. Also, when fighting a practitioner, I rarely encounter self-destruction, unless it is true despair. It's like a few cultivators of the same rank besieging a person, and there is no need to explode. That's why Jian Wushuang didn't have that much defense. This is also a point that Lianxing can see through. Now Jian Wushuang is standing intact. His strength hasn't weakened a bit. How did he fight it down? Lianxing's eyes rolled round, looking at Jian Wushuang like a monster. Then thought of the treasure of the innate universe. But even so, Jian Wushuang shouldn't be unscathed. Not only was he shocked, the other 3 puppets who walked out of the darkness were also taken aback. Jian Wushuang himself felt that just now was it too high profile. But there is a top powerhouse of the 7 tribulations staring at him. How can I give the other person some face? Can't be too easy. Otherwise, people will be suspicious. His trump card. The most important thing is the power of life. The power of all things is okay. He uses less now. Even if it is discovered, there is nothing, and the power of all things is not difficult to master. The strong against the sky can be mastered. When you reach the tribulation realm, you don't need to rely on the power of all things. Compared with the original universe, it means to condense all things. Still needs the power of all things. The power of life is the greatest support, and no one can master it. As for the power of the starry sky, it is the strongest combat power, but it is also the power that is not afraid of being discovered. This power, in the eyes of outsiders, is no different from ordinary power. Only those who use it will understand how powerful it is. If that's the case, let's end it. Jian Wushuang thought. The second round should also be over. There is no need to drag it all the time. His power is undiminished, and sooner or later he will be suspected. Otherwise, it will end soon. Ever ancient change. Jian Wushuang yelled angrily. The arrogance on instantly turned blue, together with the hair and the clothes on the body. Jian Wushuang shot instantly. Strength and speed have been greatly improved. The 3 puppets, even if they besieged him, won't take any advantage. Was pressed and beaten by him instead. In less than a stick of incense, The divine power of the three puppets was almost consumed. Boom! Huh! Jian Wushuang let out a foul breath, and the three puppets have fallen down. The third round is over. There is not much confidence on the star-refining side. 5 rounds. Maybe Jian Wushuang can really get through it. In the fourth round, 8 puppets. Jian Wushuang, with a pinnacle posture, dealt with the 8 puppets, but there was some pressure. This pressure was quickly compressed after a thought. Although there is another whole card, the star catalog is not very useful for these puppets. But the increase in the power of Kendo is still very large. This time, he once again condenses the invisible sword. One person fights the 8 immortals. Where the sword passes, the sword's spirit rises to the sky. Cut, hack, prick. The perfect Kendo is displayed extremely smoothly. Jian Wushuang enjoys it. Unknowingly, he defeated a puppet. One puppet is missing, that is 10% less combat power. These puppets are dead again. When blew himself up again with a number of injuries, he was cleverly avoided by Jian Wushuang. These puppets are not cultivators, and they want to use the same tricks. If someone is not staring, he doesn't even need to hide. It's just to hide the power of life. He can't be too high profile. Then designed to avoid. 8 puppets. All of them were buried at the tip of his sword. This battle, he used 80% of his combat power. If he doesn't use the eternal transformation, he can use 3 times the power of the beast god, and the divine power can be increased. With a complete outbreak, 5 to 50,000 is not a problem. Of course, this is not his limit. The most powerful treasure, he hasn't used it yet. The condensed generals on the chessboard. That is his biggest support now. Once the Jiangjia is used, his divine body is not bound by any. 5 times the power of the beast can be used. But he was worried about exposing the treasure of time and space. For a sword blank, he risked exposing the treasure of time and space. This business is not suitable. Throwing a watermelon to pick up a watermelon, he doesn't like to do it. 5th round. 16 puppets descended instantly. Lianxing was also looking forward to it at this time, staring at Jian Wushuang, wanting to see the true limit. He could feel that Jian Wushuang didn't really give his full strength. Vaguely, it seemed that Jian Wushuang's reservation was seen. Boy, let me see your strongest method. The war is about to start. 16 puppets surround Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the puppet was surrounding him, but in fact his sword aura had already surrounded the puppet. Shot instantly. The puppet directly attacked. A Kanshu. Calm Jian Wushuang didn't panic at all. 16 puppets retreated at the same time. But behind them, there is all condensed sword energy. Has not quit for a long time. Sword chi backstab. Excalibur, cut the air in the front. One hit must hit. Boom! All the 16 puppets were shaken back. Pity. The power is scattered too much. Is not enough to hurt the puppet. Is just a simple retreat. The puppet adjusted his body and rushed again. This time, Jian Wushuang could only choose to deal with it head-on. Fortunately, there are candle dragon wings. Relying on speed, the wings have shuddered, and they can barely deal with these puppets. But if this continues, he has no chance at all. Drag and lose. He has infinite origin and supernatural power. Chapter 5771. Can never mark an era. Really want to be like this. Am afraid that not only does Xingxing not refine sword blanks for him, but will instead train him. Must be resolved quickly. 16 puppets. Each 500,000 supernatural powers. Even if the top powerhouse of the 5 Tribulations realm comes, it will have a headache. And the puppet is not like a practitioner. Practitioners can be crushed. But the puppet has no fear. On the contrary, under the command of refining the stars, he will definitely live forever. Jian Wushuang's eyes drifted away, his heart moved, and his figure instantly pulled away from the encirclement. Those puppets did not miss any chance. Watching Jian Wushuang want to escape, they surrounded them again. 16 puppets, an arm deep in one after another, then quickly extended, like 16 tentacles, rushing towards Jian Wushuang. Just stabilized his figure, Jian Wushuang, who wanted to change his offensive, was also taken aback by the sudden tentacles. Made him feel helpless. Can't be broken even if you hit it. Even if the divine sword cuts it, it can't be cut. The structure of the puppet is not hard, but soft. Overcomes strength with softness. The fierceness of Kendo was completely restrained. Damn it! Jian Wushuang saw that he couldn't break open, so he could only use his speed to deal with it. Can be like this, but it is in the arms of those puppets. Yeah. Several puppets let out a stiff laugh. The sound made Jian Wushuang shudder. After jumping up and avoiding a few arms, Jian Wushuang discovered the strangeness. Unknowingly, he returned to the center of the secret room, and the tentacles come from all directions. After looked around, he also found that all the puppets had gone into the darkness and disappeared. Only saw these arms waste everywhere. Just when he had a bad premonition in his heart, the darkness around him was instantly dissipated and replaced by white condensed lights. Those arms still troubled Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang has no time to think. Can only prepare hard resistance. The next means, it seems that I still have to use the armor. Originally, he felt that after reaching the limit, he forced himself to explode again. It seems that the potential of the Emperor has been developed to the extreme. Is squeezed dry. There is no potential. If it weren't for the power of the Chen family, his divine power would be up to 200,000. If it is because of Jiangjia, even if he has a basic divine power of 400,000, he can at most display the power of the peak of the Four Tribulations realm. Now his peak is on the top of the general. Jian Wushuang took a long breath. Scaly armor suddenly appeared on his body. Began to wrap the armor around his body, then embedded in the flesh. The appearance is indistinguishable. This is the inner armor of the general armor, protecting the divine body from collapse. It is precisely because this inner armor protects his divine body that he can use 5 times the power of the beast god. When inner armor appeared, the star refiners in the bottom layer did not find anything special. But the next outer armor made Liangxing's brow jump. Seems to have found something in it. Divide A into the inside and out. Was also discovered by Jian Wushuang recently. Neijia guards the divine body. Weijia guards the flesh. 2 into 1, guarding together with the source. Can weaken the attack. Is stronger than the beast warrior. Is his biggest whole card now. Is able to cooperate with the beasts. Let him use 5 times the power of the beast god. Of course, 5 times is a bit exaggerated. It was only in front of death that it reached that limit. It is enough to cast 4 times now. Doubled and increased by 50,000. 4 times is 200,000. Plus 400,000 basic supernatural power. He will have 600,000 supernatural powers. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang yelled, and a huge disc suddenly appeared under his feet. That is the totem of the beast god. As for the Guantian chessboard, he did not use it. If he appears, he is afraid that Lianqing will find out. Furthermore, the increase given to him by the Guantian chessboard is too small, and it is still very laborious. Only when he arrives at the Lord of the Universe will he be able to exert his power. Now it is enough to use the general armor. For times the power of the beast god, the general armor can fully bear it. Jian Wushuang's physical body grew strong and swelled instantly, and the muscles of his arms and chest were instantly exposed. What a powerful force that is, so that the divine body is fine, and the physical body is almost broken. Fortunately, the outer armor guards. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. The white condensed light all around burst out in an instant. Fortunately, he took precautions and played his whole cards first. Otherwise, if the white light hits, he will be seriously injured if he is not dead. The kind of serious injury that can't even be supplemented by the life force. Jian Wushuang supported both hands, and then his entire body burst out with dark red power, forming a protective shield, enclosing himself in it. Those white lights rushed in, and all blasted on the protective cover. This is what he learned from the young master of the blood-clothed door. But his supernatural power is almost unlimited. It's okay to fight hard for a long time. Which young master's supernatural power is still relying on others, and there are too many restrictions. Boom! Ignore Bai Guang's offense. This scene caused Lianxing in the lower level to frown. Jian Wushuang's strength was beyond his expectations. In the 5th round, I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to pass. Although Jian Wushuang is optimistic about Jian Wushuang, he will not be an emperor for Jian Wushuang to refine the sword blanks of the gods. Refining god-rank sword blanks. Those are the masters of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm, and even the mighty ones in the 8 tribulations realm. Refining for an emperor, what's the matter? Even if you don't talk about the required materials, is the same. It takes the host's essence and blood sword Wushuang to be an emperor, and he cannot bear it. The essence and blood needed can almost be drained of Jian Wushuang. This is nothing. Refining the sword blank of the gods requires a complete kendo. Where do I get this? He doesn't think Jian Wushuang's kendo can withstand it. Can't borrow it. Do not pass lightly. Everyone understands. Therefore, he didn't want Jian Wushuang to refine the sword blanks of the gods. The price is too high. It's better to wait until the 8 tribulations realm, than refining. Jian, who has very high hands and even higher eyes. 8 tribulations realm do not know when to wait. Now he needs to improve his combat power. Not to mention the threat of Qi Temple. Let's talk about the ancient wood holy meeting now. Wan Lushimu, Jian Wushuang, an emperor, faced these opportunities. Is too much effort. Super, eternal change. He needs to explore. It is very likely that he will not be able to help him in the emperor. The realm of the emperor. Jian Wushuang's strongest hold card against practitioners is the star catalog. So I need the most powerful sword blank. There is also a chance of a catastrophe in the Wan Lushimu. The chance to break through the tribulation realm and reach the Lord of the universe is in the willows. Before entering Wanlu, he was still an emperor, so he had to spare no effort to increase his strength. If you don't fight now, it will be him when you die. 16 puppets besieged. Jian Wushuang is unmoved. The white light dissipated. Before the darkness fell, Jian Wushuang started to move. Chapter 5772. On the surrounding walls, he saw the puppets took off an arm, and the arm under him had a huge circular opening. The white light burst out from it. Now is the time for him to hunt. Jian Wushuang instantly rushed to a puppet before the darkness fell. The scarlet arm and deep palm directly crushed the puppet's head. Although it can be regenerated, but regeneration also requires divine power. He only needs to exhaust the power of these puppets. Solve one in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang defeated the 9 puppets. The remaining 7 puppets wanted to reinstall their arms, but Jian Wushuang did not give this opportunity. The 7 puppets, after fully recovering themselves, are still somewhat threatening. It's better to take advantage of their strength to drop and solve them completely. Without holding the sword with both hands, he directly condensed a ball of light that was about to burst. A handful of them was thrown at the remaining puppets. The scarlet ball of light was once again born in the palm of the hand, like a rainstorm pear blossom, madly throwing at the puppet. There was a terrifying crackling sound, and the shaking room was shaking. Jian Wushuang did not intend to stop. Has consumed half of his divine power before stopping. 600,000 divine power. Half of it consumes 300,000. With 300,000 supernatural powers, it takes time for him to use the power of all things to replenish it. Jian Wushuang gasped. The scarlet blood cell broke the darkness, and Jian Wushuang saw the puppets. They were all inlaid on the wall, and their body lost the luster of supernatural power. Only then did he rest assured that Jiang A was included in the Guantian chessboard in the source. Then the increase in the power of the beast also disappeared. He dragged his tired body and landed on the ground. When using the general armor, he removed the eternal change. Although it is a bit troublesome, there is no way now. He didn't need to be so troublesome only when the ancient transformation was able to increase the source of the divine body. Once the super eternal change is created, then his divine power merged with the origin, and he couldn't imagine the increased divine power. The simple eternal change, only by increasing the origin, can increase his origin by 10 times its combat power. If it is created by super eternal changes, cannot imagine. He got the guidance and treasures of Tongha's sword immortal, and he has been comprehending. The bottleneck is only after becoming the tribulation realm, or when it is the master of the universe, before it can perform super eternal changes. It's out of play now. Fortunately, he has a general, his strength has been greatly improved, he has enough cards, and he has determination for the holy meeting. Wan Lu, he will definitely open and enter. Where is the chance of him becoming the Lord of the universe? Jian Wushuang calmed down for a while, and his divine power continued to recover. Glancing at the ruined puppets, the corners of his mouth moved. Ended. The voice was small, but the deity who made the star came personally. Then came a throne cast of white jade. The Lianxing sitting on the throne raised his hand and said tremblingly, "Is this the strength you hide?" Jian Wushuang nodded without asking. The outbreak just now is indeed his strongest combat power. Although it can still use 5 times the power of the beast god, the burden is too large, and the divine power that can be exerted is limited. 5 times the power of the beast is only suitable for him to use briefly in extreme situations. Not suitable for the battle just now. Therefore, the combat power just now is his peak combat power. Senior, let's talk about it now. Jian Wushuang stared at Lianxing. He was really afraid that the other party would regret it, and at the bottom of his heart, he was thinking about whether to give him some more benefits. But after another thought, although there were many treasures on his body, there were some treasures that could not be taken out. There is no need to say the treasure of time and space. The bee soldiers are his powerful treasures today, so naturally it is impossible to give them away. The rest is Dongjun's bones, which are the bones of his own fusion divine power, and he can't take them out. He has the life force that Sanji most needs, but it is not suitable for people. Moreover, his vitality is at the level of emperors. It's okay to help ordinary robbery. Want to revive the strong above the 6 tribulations realm. He needs to condense the life force for countless years so that it will be exposed. A strong person at the level of refining stars. Similar to the original Chishan body. It is estimated that the vitality of the time of an epoch, he doesn't have that time, and he doesn't have the guts. Even if some of the remaining treasures were taken out, the other party would not look down upon them. Some of the treasures of the Chun family can only be sold for hundreds of billions of cosmic crystals. Then the Source Stone Sacred Mountain can be taken out. Enough to make 7 tribulations realm heart move. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang took the Source Stone Shinshan out. Senior, this Source Stone Sacred Mountain was obtained by accident when I was trespassing outside the territory. Because of my weak strength, I have never dared to take it out. I heard that this Source Stone can maintain the origin of the universe. The younger generation is willing to offer it. I only ask for a level. Sword blank. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he handed the white mountain peak whose shape had shrunk by several times to Lianxing. Seeing this Source Stone Sacred Mountain, Star Refining was indeed a little surprised. But it's not surprising how precious the Source Stone Shinshan is. This is really nothing to him. To his surprise, Jian Wushuang, an emperor, actually had a Source Stone Sacred Mountain. But after thinking about it, Jian Wushuang's combat power is not weaker than an ordinary 5 Tribulation Realm powerhouse. And there is no surprise. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang's words gave Dou Lu, and couldn't help but smile. Haha, Jian Wushuang, this Source Stone Sacred Mountain. If it is given to others 7 calamities, maybe the other party will be tempted. But for me, this is a mountain that is too ordinary to be ordinary. Just kidding, he is the #1 cast in Guma continent, and he can rank in the top in the entire Guyu time and space. I don't know how many people ask him to refine the treasure. The beginning is the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm. Those masters of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm do not know how much wealth they have. The treasures that took out of the casting gods like Star Refining are the topmost in the 7 tribulations realm. The Source Stone Shinshan, what is it? If you take 10 more, you won't be able to look forward to the Star Refining. All the treasures of the 8 tribulations realm universe on his body have a complete set. If you need treasures, you only need a word. and countless people rush to send it to him. Go and get a treasure from an emperor, and it won't be able to save face when it is spread out. Jian Wushuang blinked and understood. The treasure that I took out is still not good. But there is no other way. He has even more powerful treasures, enough to make star refining and even the 8 tribulations realm look enthusiastic. But the importance to him surpasses the original divine sword. Forget it. Since I promised to help you refine the sword blank, I won't collect your treasures, but this god-rank sword blank is not as easy as you thought. Lian Xing laughed bitterly, and then refined the god-rank sword blank. The matter of the control system, I said it. Chapter 5773. Jian Wushuang listened to the cloud and mist, although he didn't understand. But he probably knew a little bit. That's star refining, and he was worried that he could not bear the backlash when he was assisting. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. This is nothing to him. Senior, I have decided, and I hope Senior will make it happen. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists in salute. Seeing this, Lianxing regretted telling Jian Wushuang about the god-rank sword blank. It seems to be ready to plunge to the end. After a short pause, Lianxing touched his beard and finally relieved. Also, since you persist in this way, then I will break the rules and refining a peerless divine sword for you. After refining the star, he frowned and added another sentence. But you have to promise me one request. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was taken aback, and then firmly said, Don't say one request that is 10 or 100, and the juniors are also willing. Haha, you don't need to be so full of words. My request is very strict. Lianxing laughed. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Could it be that seniors have any special hobbies? Go, you brat. What's in your mind? Old Lianxing blushed, and then hurriedly said, My request is actually very simple. If the divine sword is in your hands, you must not bury it. Its power. After hearing this request, Jian Wushuang relaxed and patted his chest to ensure that the prestige of the divine sword would be spread to the entire Guyu time and space. Lianxing smiled slightly. Jian Wushuang, who didn't feel it, boasted, Famous Guyu, the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm, can do it. He recognized Jian Wushuang's potential and strength very much. The 7 tribulations realm may not be impossible. After pondering in my heart, I felt that it was actually quite good to refine a god-level sword blank for an emperor, mainly because of Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang in the future really became the master of the 7 tribulations realm universe, Megatron Guyu time and space used his divine sword. It is also a good story. Sword blank, I still have to look at the treasure house, if the materials are enough. Just after agreeing, Star Refining started to have a headache. He has a lot of materials, but the materials of the sword blanks, he seems to have nothing left. If the materials are not enough, he has to go to the daytime to buy some. It's a little troublesome. During the day, 9 heavens and 10 earths, the strongest cosmic secret realm. It is also the oldest secret realm. Ancient Moon God Sect is located in the daytime. However, it does not interfere with the internal forces during the day. The 8-star sect that sits in the daytime still has the power to completely rule the daytime. Jian Wushuang didn't even know at this time. He didn't even need the materials, so he asked, Senior, what materials are used to refine the god-level sword blanks? He'll buy them in the city. Thanks, Tusk. It seems that you still don't have a thorough understanding of the power of the god-rank sword blanks. Which materials were bought by you? An emperor don't think about it. This time I will cover all the materials, but it will take some preparation time. When Lianxing heard Jian Wushuang's words, he felt a little funny. Jian Wushuang's heart warmed. He didn't expect to meet for the first time. Not only did he let the other party help him refine the god-rank sword blank for free, he didn't need to produce the materials. This kindness is great, he needs to write it down. In the future, if the achievement is high, it will be paid back. By the way, it just so happens that the royal capital will hold a special auction recently, so you will come with me to take a look. There are some special treasures that are very useful when you become the Lord of the Universe. Can't even hear? Jian Wushuang brazenly. Lianxing said indifferently. These treasures are usually those superpowers and bought to their own Tianjiao. They are extremely precious. Any one of them may have several Hunyuan stones. Hunyuan stone? Not to mention those treasures. He hadn't even heard of this peculiar-sounding Hunyuan stone. Ah, that's right, you an emperor shouldn't have heard of the Hunyuan stone. Generally, those who have this kind of thing are the Lord of the universe. It is condensed in the universe, one era, the universe of the three tribulations realm. The Lord can only condense one. The master of the universe of the four tribulations can condense 10, and so on. The master of the universe of the eight tribulations can condense 100,000. You now understand its value. Explained. 100,000. When he heard this number, Jin Wushuang was stunned. If you count it this way, it's really precious. The weakest master of the universe can condense one in the time of an epoch. The master of the universe of the eight tribulations realm can condense 100,000 stars, but there are only a few of the masters of the universe of the eight tribulations realm. In history, there are many, but in today's era, I'm afraid there are not many. The origin stone Shinshan that you just took out is worth about 3,000 yuan stones. Lianxing feared that he could not understand, so he took out a reference. Jin Wushuang had a better understanding this time. The Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm needs 3 epochs to condense 3,000 mixed stones. This value is indeed not small. No wonder the Seven Tribulations realm will be tempted. Of course, the Seven Tribulations realm here is talking about scattered tribulation. If it is the master of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm, naturally he doesn't care much about this source stone sacred mountain. The master of the universe of the Seven Tribulations realm, in one era, 10,000 mixed yuan stones can be produced in the universe. Then what's the effect of this Hunyuan stone? Jin Wushuang had doubts again in his heart. Being able to be so precious is still the Lord of the universe, unique. There must be some use he didn't know. Then he asked. Lianxing also gave an explanation patiently. This Hunyuan stone, to be precise, was calculated based on the background of its own universe. For example, the master of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm and the ordinary master of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm can produce 10,000 mixed essence stones. That's just the threshold. And it's also about one's own background. No one will tell the truth. The powerful master of the universe of the Seven Tribulations realm can even produce 30,000 or even 50,000 Hunyuan stones in one era. Only you know how much you produce, so you won't show it off naturally. It's about your own combat power. The strong will hide themselves. Just like Jin Wushuang, if it's not for asking for help a Khonshu, Kami will not show his strength. The more cards you have, the safer you will be in the spiritual world. As for the role of Hunyuan stone, there are quite a few. First of all, this is produced by the universe and can also feed back to the universe. If one is injured, then the universe will also be damaged. Then this Hunyuan stone is a great tonic. But doing so is actually a bit wasteful. Without a last resort, no one will use the Hunyuan stone to heal injuries. The bigger role is to deal with catastrophe. Every time you cross the catastrophe, you need to reserve a large amount of mixed stones. This is almost the consensus of all robberies. Hunyuan stone is about the background. The more you accumulate, the greater your grasp of crossing the catastrophe. Many of the masters of the universe who suppressed their own calamities did not survive the calamity, not only because of their lack of strength. Chapter 57-74. The reason why is bigger is still because of the Hunyuan stone. With sufficient mixed stones, at the critical moment of crossing the calamity, use the mixed stones to stabilize the original universe, and you can successfully cross the calamity. Failed to cross the catastrophe, the universe is ruined. Is because the catastrophe is aimed at the universe condensed by practitioners. Is not the practitioner himself. The universe, which was supposed to be the supreme rule, was born. Practitioners who can condense the universe are doing things against the sky. That's why there is a catastrophe. Tribulation is aimed at the universe, and scattered tribulation cannot condense the power of life, and it is also targeted by the supreme rule. Is a small punishment. The Emperor is after Dao Xin is completed, is the best end point for supreme rule customization. But there are people who are against the sky to condense the universe. From where is the rule of treasure, steal power? So there was a robbery. This is the origin of the robbery. After Jian Wushuang understood, he began to consider his own universe. No wonder he feels faintly uneasy every time he uses a thought of the universe. And no matter what level of his strength, he will be burdened when he thinks about the universe. Turns out to be the reason for the supreme rule. A trip against the sky. Emperor is complete. Perhaps the Emperor, consummation, is the best ending. If that were the case, he would be invincible now. It is a pity that there is a master of the universe. Above the universe, Jian Wushuang thought of those strong men who live forever. They should be beyond the master of the universe. These people are more against the sky. Why does it still exist forever? Jian Wushuang has doubts. Lianxing seems to have seen something. In fact, he doesn't know, but he knows many strong people, and there are some cosmic masters in the 8 Tribulations realm. What has been heard, some of the masters of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm do not know. According to what he knew, those eternal existences seem to be drawn by a force. In the 9 great spaces, they were said to be invincible, but not invincible, because they basically don't interfere with the 9 great spaces. The status is very high, but the influence is very weak. Didn't even make a move. Is extremely mysterious. Of course, this is also heard. Then talked about this matter. Jian Wushuang listened carefully. Also began to plan ahead. There are too many secrets in these 9 great time and space. The source of time and space is the starry sky. What is at the end? Maybe the master of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. I don't know. Only those eternal beings know. Jian Wushuang sobered up his thoughts, no longer thinking about these. He is still just an emperor, and it doesn't matter if he knows it. I found the Hunyuan stone from Lianxing. Thought of the origin of the universe. His current universe background. There are 9,000 black holes. Is divided according to the time and space of the ancient moon. The background of the Lord of the 3 Tribulations realm, but 1,000 black holes. When he became the Lord of the universe, he probably condensed at least 10,000 black holes. Is 10 times the master of the ordinary universe. How many condensed Hunyuan stones will there be? Perhaps he will not be short of Hunyuan stone in the future. His path to the tribulation realm is even smoother. Followed by, there are more powerful Jia. Lianxing grasped the ball in his hand and said, there are still a few days before the auction. You should prepare for it first. When the day comes, follow the message on the token I gave you. Where will you go and wait? That's it? Yes. After Jian Wushuang agreed, he didn't bother either. After bidding farewell, he turned and left, from the ground to the first level. Seeing him come out, the very outer disciple who refines the stars approached respectfully. Jian Wushuang is naturally polite. Then I thought of the casting who coaxed Li Ming'er, said to an outside disciple. Brother, do you know the young man wearing a purple robe? This. I really don't know, but if Brother Jian has something to do, I can let him come over. Then he beckoned to a handyman to come over to call the young man who had deceived Li Ming'er. Jian Wushuang was a bit speechless. Also has a clear understanding of the upper and lower levels of these cast gods. The disciples of Lianxing are the most famous casters in Shigua and the entire Gumu continent. Very high status. The casters who came to observe, the handyman whose status is not so low. But out of here, he is a guest of various families. The identity of a master is so popular. Which young man in a purple robe heard the handyman telling him that a distinguished guest asked him something. So he squeezed his face and leaned over. When Jian Wushuang saw that person's face, he felt disgust in his heart. Even the little girl's universe crystal deceived. He wanted to throw this person into the furnace next to him. See if the opponent's face is thick or the flame is strong. The villain Gu Shun, I have seen an adult. Gu Shun was extremely humble and cautious in front of Jian Wufang. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, pretending to be interested, and said, Gu Shun, I ask you, what is your relationship with Li Ming'er? Li Ming'er. For a while, Gu Shun didn't know who it was. After another thought, he just gave him the universe crystal, and then he reacted. My lord, Li Ming'er has nothing to do with the villain. Just an ordinary friend. Gu Shun reacted quickly and said directly. Li Ming'er suddenly gave him a lot of universe crystals, and he was also a little curious about how the other party got them, also worried that it was stolen. Hearing Jin Wushuang's question, he was afraid of contaminating the relationship, so he cleared it away. Jin Wushuang turned around his eyes and looked at a woman who was coming with Gu Shun. He could see through the line of cause and effect on the two of them at a glance, and said calmly, So, then there is nothing to say. I thought Ming'er. It's your Taoist companion. It turned out to be just an ordinary friend. This. Gu Shun was in a daze for a moment. Quickly changed his words. Senior, in fact, Miss Ming'er and I have known each other all the time. When we were weak, we all worked in the same house. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Jin Wushuang turned and left. It's just a villain, it's not worth paying too much attention to. Find a chance and kill it. After leaving the refinery to visit, there are still a few days before the auction. He didn't know where to go for a while. After walking around the city, he found a relatively secret restaurant and stayed nearby. Stay still, time goes by. Also specializes in the details of super eternal changes. Although the Emperor is hopeless, he still has to plan for the future. In the few days he felt it was going to be outdated in a hurry. A piece of news came quietly from the Yu country. Is Wu Li? There is also Elder Mu Chun. One after another, they sent him a message. Seeing the content of the message, Jin Wushuang was a little surprised. The royal family of Yu gifted him and Jin Chen's residence destroyed. I don't know what it was suddenly destroyed. Many practitioners were even killed in the city. The murderer cannot be found. The powerhouse of the royal family is already exploring the ruins, but couldn't find any clues. Could it be Emperor Bobby? Jin Wushuang couldn't sit still. Chapter 57-75. He can think of the strong against him, and it is also Bobby. If the other party knows, he still has the deity, and he will definitely not let it go. But after another thought, if so, Bobby D must control his clone. His clone is always beside Bobby D. Who is it? Jin Wushuang frowned. Maybe not him, but Jin Chun is even more impossible. Besides, Jin Chun should still be in the daughter country now. Who is targeting him? Or for Jin Chun? Is it because of the royal family? Jin Wushuang was puzzled. After a hurried reply, the whole person also fell into a tight state. Jing, waiting for the investigation of the royal family powerhouse, was able to cover up his whereabouts, killing so many practitioners without knowing it and ruining the mansion. Jin Wushuang suddenly widened his eyes. He thought of the beetle. That thing is alive, and it's in the mansion. Magic, is it? If that's the case, he will play big this time. I thought that bug was not easy. Can continue to evolve. And as long as there is power, it seems that there is no bottleneck, and it can continue to change. If this is the case, it makes sense. Most of the practitioners killed by had nothing to do with the royal family, are all unimportant people. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang regretted a bit. He had already said that he would kill him if he knew it. At the same time, he also thought of the pink meatball under Le Fengpo. When the sword blank is refined, he will go to Le Fengpo again to destroy the pink meatball. Pink ball of flesh, very similar to that beetle, is to absorb power and then continue to grow stronger. Is probably by one person. Scourge. As for the beetle, I am afraid that they have all evolved into the tribulation realm now, and that is not what he is going to worry about. Fortunately, it is not against his existence. Ran away and ran away. Even if it becomes a robbery, it is not invincible. If there are too many people to kill, they will be targeted by the super strong and beheaded. There is no need for him to worry about it. But the pink meatball hasn't really grown up yet, although trapped underground, but who knows if he will run out, it's better to destroy it. But he didn't know. That bug is terrible. There is no bottleneck. Infinite growth. Yugua. Miua Mountain Villa. Scarlet Swept. The original prosperous villa once claimed to have thousands of emperors and immortals. There are even more powerhouses in the robbery realm. Is a paradise for casual repairs. But now, the scattered flesh, and the breath that has not disappeared. The owner of Shanzhuang was even placed on a wall. Looking along the wall, the corpses are everywhere. Click! The cracking sound of bones sounded. A pedestrian monster trampled on the broken bones on the ground at will. The tail behind it was raised, and there was a sharp bone spur at the end of the tail. Bone spurs were being inserted into a corpse. A force followed the tail into the monster's body. The monster opened his hands in excitement. His eyes shrank, and his power was sublimating. Its power is now comparable to the Four Tribulations realm. Absorbed a number of experts in the Three Tribulations realm here, allowing him to successfully reach the Four Tribulations realm. Although it is not human, but it has great wisdom that humans don't have. A pair of wise eyes whirled steadily. The revolving robber realm powerhouses are almost all casual cultivators. There is no background. Was killed and no one cares about it. Guru! After a strange noise made from the monster's mouth, he suddenly turned his head and looked towards the sky. Then the breath became extremely restrained, exactly the same as Jian Wushuang. Also quickly disappeared in Miue Villa in the blinking. When the monster disappeared, a crack appeared in the sky. A woman wearing a high crown and golden robe walked out of the crack. She, very noble, glamorous, and peerless. Raising hands and feet is enough to make practitioners fearful. The female emperor of Yu Kingdom. The Lord of the Universe in the Five Tribulations realm. She came here, just glanced at the miserable condition below. Her expression was a little moved, not because she was pitying these casual practitioners, but worried. Since the daughter's residence was destroyed, within 3 days, the entire Yu country has lost 100 of them inexplicably. Emperor is countless. Among the 100 tribulation realms, half are the first tribulation realm, followed by the second tribulation realm. This place is the Three Tribulations realm. At this speed, it won't take long for it to threaten the Four Tribulations realm, so people are not worried. But as the Emperor of Vietnam, Empress Fengshun was worried. Only every time, when she felt the evil aura appeared, the aura disappeared without a trace as soon as she hurried over. Was able to escape her mind power range at this speed. Either the speed is the best in the world, and the strength is outstanding. If this is the case, why be afraid of her? The high probability is that there is a certain secret method that can hide oneself. This time, the Empress confirmed her own thoughts. Just arrived. Waved his hands. Countless red long sleeves flew out from behind, bombarding Miue Villa below. Was instantly destroyed within hundreds of millions of miles. Searching again, but still nothing, Feng Chen gave up, raised his hand to tear the space, and left the place. At the same time, in the crust of thousands of miles underground, the humanoid monster shrank into a ball. After feeling the terrifying breath of the Empress left, it opened its eyes again. Then left here at a very fast speed. Then go to find the next target. Although he has no bottleneck, he needs to avoid the strong when he is weak. In the first few days, he could be unscrupulous, but now that he has been targeted, he needs to be treated with care. Need to change a place. Yu country. It remembered. Waiting for the strength is enough. It wants to swallow the entire Yu country in its abdomen. Above Guyu time and space, on a miniature planet. The time and space of this place is completely separated from the time and space of Guyu. It's like an independent space-time. There is only such a planet. Who? This planet is only more than 10 miles in diameter, which is extremely small. The layout is also very simple. Above the planet, there is a strange house. Outside the house, it was full of grass, and there were a few narrow paths. The sunshine poured invisibly. This place is extremely warm. On the grass, a monkey plays wantonly, and the cry came from a fat man with blue skin. He has blue skin all over, but he is wearing a black robe, and he has 2 tentacles on his forehead. The fat blue man who was sleeping asleep was unremarkable, and there was not much breath on his body. His identity is not simple. Very few people know him. Every time you take a nap, it is counted by the epic. Very low-key. But at this time, there is a power that is calling him. The fat blue man touched his nose and woke up from his sleep. The force that pulled him made him unconsciously look at the Guyu time and space below. The secret realm of Wuhua, the source of power. Chapter 5776. Stone Country. Jian Wushuang. After dealing with the things from the Yu country, he didn't want to practice. Originally, he planned to go to the Kendo again and perfect the Starry Sky catalog to show the way to the future. The thing about that monster, I didn't have a trace of interest. Fortunately, time flies quickly, just a few days, and it changes in a flash. On this day, before dawn, Jian Wushuang came to a relatively remote alley in the East City alone, waiting for the star refinement. According to the address on the token, this is the place. Is a bit mysterious. Is not like those auctions he used to see with fanfare. This place is not only hidden, but also very quiet. A big person like Lianxing will come, and the treasures traded are all based on the mixed stone. The threshold is so high that one can imagine. The weakest is probably the Lord of the universe, and he is not an ordinary master of the universe. It is estimated that the weakest is equivalent to Wu Li. In Yu country, those are the ancestors of the top 10 families. Can be here, but he is an inconspicuous little person. After all, an auction that can be seen in star refining. I am afraid that there are many masters of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm, as well as powerhouses from the 7 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang is an emperor, not to mention. Can only honestly wait for the arrival of Lianxing. Waited not long. The bluestone ground in the alley suddenly leaked a hole, which shocked Jian Wushuang. I saw that after the bluestone slab disappeared, there was a stone step at the entrance of the dark cave. Just when Jian Wushuang was at a loss, a clear footstep came from below. Then Jian Wushuang saw an old lady with pale face and withered skin coming up from below. Inferring from the opponent's breath alone, he is at least a 4 tribulation realm powerhouse. Is not the Lord of the universe, it's just a robbery. The strength is not strong, but the appearance is too scary. Jie, this distinguished guest, please follow me. The old woman saw Jian Wushuang with her hands in her sleeves. The corners of her mouth did not move, but she could make a sound. Jian Wushuang was taken aback for a moment, and then he wanted to report the name of Lianxing. But when I think about it, the entrance to such a mysterious auction is underground. I am afraid it is also to hide the identity. Did not speak either. Honestly followed the old woman into the underground, all the way down the bluestone steps. Left for a long time. The speed of the key, too, is not slow. Is not ordinary step by step. Is one step at a time, from top to bottom. Jian Wushuang at least stepped down 1,000,000 steps. This place is at least 10 feet away from the ground. Such a deep place. Jian Wushuang did not expect that someone build a palace here. When he entered, there were already many people sitting in the hall. When he entered the main hall, the bluestone steps of the gods disappeared. The whole hall is more like suspended in midair. Can't feel the fluctuation of the surrounding space. Is like this place, it's normal without the Stone King. Jian Wushuang didn't think about it. Since he has been here for so long, he waited honestly. An old woman took him to a place that was considered to be the front of the throne, and then left. Told him before leaving that the auction would be held before dawn. This made Jian Wushuang a little confused. They were all underground, so they didn't know if it was dawn. When he first asked this question, he saw a crystal ball on the case in front of the throne. 90% on the top is black, and 10% is white. Represents the time outside at this time. It's so magical. Jian Wushuang stroked it lightly. The material was special, and he didn't feel how it was refined. Nianli looked around. A strong breath made him breathless. Half of the strong are the masters of the universe. The other half is Sanjie, the Lord of the universe. Most of them are in the 5 tribulations realm. Is the top powerhouse in Vietnam. There are also several masters of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. As for the diaspora realm, the weakest is the 5 tribulations realm. This threshold can be said to be very high. Is just these strong men, he doesn't know any of them. Is a little boring sitting down. Just when he wanted to close his eyes and waited for the auction to begin. A familiar breath came from a distance. Then many strong people in the hall began to speak. Brother Tonga, Tonga Sword Fairy, Li Changsheng. Jian Wushuang also followed his gaze. The person here is just the Tongha sword fairy with whom he has an Li Changsheng. He didn't come alone, he took one with him. Is his granddaughter, Li Ming'er. Seeing the other person walking towards him, Jin Wushuang quickly got up and said respectfully, Tongha's senior. Wushuang nephew is here too. Tong Merge is not too surprised. He thinks Jin Wushuang has this strength and background. See this kind of auction. Not to mention, Jin Wushuang's background is really not small, although not as exaggerated as strength. But in the entire Guma continent, that's the #1 person. The royal family's Cheng Glongquai, son-in-law, and the guarantee of the daughter of the newly promoted Seven Tribulation Realm Universe Lord. Plus now, I got acquainted with the first cast master of the ancient wood continent to refine the stars. Know the strong, that is one of the best. The strong around saw Tongha Jinxian actually chatting with a junior, and they all thought about it. Wushuang. Could it be that Jin Wushuang of the first emperor of Yu Kingdom? Someone frowned. A member of the Stone royal family. Sure does matter, although not big. But the movement is not small. At the beginning, there were strong people in Shurgwa who were not convinced and wanted to go to Yuegwa to find a place. Was finally stopped by a Stone country's Seven Tribulations realm. But now that Jin Wushuang came to Shurgwa, I still feel a little uncomfortable. The Taoist couple who snatched Tianjiao from the Stone King clan is still so blatant. But this is an auction after all. They don't dare to go too far. They can only remember it in their hearts. The auctions here are in Shurgwa, and even the ancient wood continent, are all top-notch. There are a lot of powerhouses in the Seven Tribulation realm. Sometimes, even the master of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm will see it. The operator behind is extremely mysterious. According to rumors, it was opened by the flame gods. But it has not been recognized. Is still a mystery for the owner of this place. Jin Wushuang didn't pay attention to these, but he had no choice but to treat those unfriendly gazes as if he hadn't seen it. Fortunately, Tongha Jinxian sat next to him, and the two of them chatted together. Are mainly some strong people in the chat hall. Of course, both of them are privately transmitted. From Tongha Jinxian, Jin Wushuang also has a clear understanding of the current powerhouses in the Stone Kingdom. After knowing that he was going to see the sacred meeting, Tongha Sword Immortal did not hide it, and said a lot about his position and future opponents. Stunt. Jin Wushuang's position is definitely to help the female emperor of the Yu Kingdom become the ancient wood saint. Of course, this is only a superficial partnership, and the biggest benefit is to open Wanlu. Chapter 5777. It's just that I can't say. No one would believe it. He is an emperor plus a half-step 4 Tribulations realm of the universe lord, trying to open Wanlu in vain. This is not a joke. I thought everyone was the original master of Yukoki. Although helping the empress to win the position of saint, it is just a cover. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Jin Wushuang also wanted to know more about some of the strong men in the holy meeting. It is said that the place where the holy meeting is held is an independent space. Wanlu is among them. He and Wu Li opened Wanlu. If they were besieged, the first time they found them were the strong men who participated in the holy meeting. Are all masters of the universe. Although the emperor also has it, the role of the emperor in the holy meeting is very small. It's just an auxiliary role. In terms of combat power, they are still the masters of the universe. I learned from Tongha Jinxian. There are only 3 strong men in the position of the gladiatorial saints who are going to participate in the holy meeting in Shurgwa this time. Are the masters of the 5 Tribulations realm universe. After Jin Wushuang heard about it, he was secretly surprised. This is only the master of the female universe. Would be able to gather 3 5 Tribulations realm. Then the 5 Tribulations universe master within the entire Stone Kingdom's power would have at least 2 digits. In the entire Yu country, there is only 1 female emperor. This gap is more than a huge difference. The strength of the 3 masters of the universe, 2 of them are at the pinnacle, and 1 of them is consummating, are all the best in this battle of Saint's qualifications. Belongs to several popular powerhouses who have won the Holy Throne. Although the Empress function is also among them, but the background is not good, and there are too few helpers. I am afraid that there are not a few masters of the universe who can get it, and the holy meeting will fall. A large number of strong men will fall in every holy meeting. If you win, there will be many benefits. The saint is stationed in the ancient wood school, and she will bring her own confidant to the strong. If Empress Fengchen becomes a candidate, then Jin Wushuang and Wu Li will not only get the resources and treasures in the holy meeting place, can also rub the light of the Empress and become the core of the ancient wood school. There will be more treasures. This is also why there are so many strong men who rush forward and embrace. The benefits of the holy meeting are too many. The glory of ancient wood continent, there is only this fig leaf left. Every year, in the holy meeting, there will be some strong people who come to the fore and are recruited by the Gumu faction. Like the Yunji Kingdom Lord, he and the Empress Fengchen also practiced in the ancient wood school, although each finally returned to his own power. If it is external, it represents the ancient wood school. Toma Jinxian was also a little envious when talking about the holy meeting. He is not from Guma continent. He is not qualified to participate. Jin Wushuang, with your strength, I believe you can control some battles. By then, you can't fight too far. Everything is based on your own. The female emperor of your country is not as high as your heart. This sentence Tongjian, the immortal, said very heavy. Jin Wushuang just nodded without answering. He doesn't know whether the Empress is high-spirited, but starting from herself, that's absolutely fine. He wouldn't be foolish to give his life to the Empress. Do your best. The most important thing is the chance within Wanlu. The opportunity in the holy meeting, he doesn't like it, is not very helpful. He actually doesn't lack treasures now. What he lacks is chance inheritance and some rare treasures. In the past, he was worried that the treasures were not enough. But now, his original promotion is almost complete. There are chess pieces on the Guantian chessboard, which can be swallowed casually. After became the Lord of the Universe, he was able to swallow the chess pieces of the font size. Within a short period of time, he was not short of original treasures. If you don't have enough, you can buy it. Anyway, Guyu time and space is dominated by divine power, and the treasures of the origin are very cheap. As for supernatural power, he is even more indispensable. There are Dongjun bones. At first, just feeling the breath can greatly increase the divine power. With the help of power, he swallowed all the aura on the surface, and his divine power reached 400,000. After he became the Lord of the Universe, he swallowed all the bones. Don't say much. Before the Seven Tribulations realm, he didn't lack the treasures of increased divine power. The sword blank he lacks now also has eyebrows. Before the holy meeting, it can be done. External things he is already saturated. The only thing missing is practice time. It has only been more than 10,000 years since it came to Guyu time and space. At this point, he didn't have time to practice. If it hadn't been some time ago, the divine power had made a huge breakthrough. His strength has not changed much. Before the holy meeting, he didn't have much time to practice. Even if time accelerates, nothing can be cultivated in that little time. Unconsciously, only a trace of white remained on the crystal ball on the note. Represents the outside world, which is about to dawn. Kujin Wushuang still didn't see Lianxing. Just when he thought the other party would not come, a noise came from the outside world. After that, the strong in the hall all silenced. Regardless of whether it is the master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm or the powerhouses in the Seven Tribulations realm, they all leaked a respectful look and looked outside the hall. The big shot comes. An old man with a simple dress and a ruddy complexion walked in from outside the hall with a smile on his face. After entering the hall, I didn't forget to say something. Finally caught up. As soon as these words came out, many people who slapped their beards and patted horses quickly said, "Senior Star Refining has come. It is an honor for me to wait." The person who came is the Lianxing. The reason why I came late is actually because of Jian Wushuang. In the past few days, he even went to the daytime and collected all the necessary materials. The rest is in this auction. He was originally qualified to exchange it directly, but it was not necessary. No one dared to him even when he came to the auction. Lianxing walked up to the foremost throne at will, and then settled down. After took a seat, The crystal ball on the note table completely lost its white luster. The auction will also officially begin. But at this moment, another person appeared outside the temple. The smell of the coming person is very weak. Compared with the strong in the temple, is like a baby. Although the breath is weak, the movement caused by entering the hall is not small. Fan Tianfeng. Jian Wushuang's eyes trembled. He thought Fan Tianfeng had already left. I didn't expect to come to the auction here. When everyone saw the first young master of the Stone Country, their expressions were all moved. The offspring of the strongest 8 tribulations in the ancient Wood Continent, and the most important offspring, will become the master of the Flame Kingdom in the future. Fan Tianfeng's identity is much higher than those of the Stone Kings. Otherwise, it won't be that big of face. Just a letter can make Lianxing help Jian Wushuang to refine the sword blade. On the high platform of the main hall, a phantom of a woman in red appeared. When he saw Fan Tianfeng, his brow furrowed. She is also a descendant of the Flame God. Compared with Fan Tianfeng, her status is much worse. The descendants of the Flame Gods, although not many, but the difference is still very big. Chapter 5778. Fan Tianfeng's position in the Flame Fuckingdom is second only to the Flame Deity. This status, even the current leader of Shirgua, must be treated politely. Fan Tianfeng walked into the hall, glanced around at random, and found a place to sit down. The momentum and attitude are both irresistible. Jian Wushuang looked a little envious. Can't help but sigh with emotion. I wish I had half of her chic. He was a little envious when he thought that the other party would go to the long river of time and space where the Qixin Temple was located. Reincarnation is really a skill. Obviously, he was not very successful in this regard. Don't know what happened to the others. Hui Qing was at the Guyu ruins, but told him that he must not go. Fan Tianfeng will not say anything. Where are the others? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. Maybe the others are also lucky. Under the operation of the supreme rules, they may all have a bright future. Wuzuo's talents are actually not bad. A little bit into some big forces, you can become a Tianjiao. The Lord of the Universe is not difficult. Just can't find it. His current reputation is only spread in Gomu Continent, and it does not affect the 9 heavens and 10 places. But it's coming soon. He is about to become famous for Guyu. As long as you open Wanlu, you will surely become famous. If the rest of the people are mixed up well, they can also go to seek refuge. He didn't know the others might not be as good as him. For example, Wuzuo was trapped in the secret realm of Wuhua at this time, and also encountered an unprecedented predicament. In this predicament, he also accidentally met a real big man. Dear friends, in Xiaofeng Jiwu, this auction will be hosted by me. The rules are the same as before. You can settle with mixed stones or treasures of the same value. If you encounter a treasure that you must win, you can also click the sky. Lights to bid. Sky Lantern? Jian Wushuang was a little confused when he heard it. Fortunately, Tonga Jinxian sat next to him. Learn the role of the Sky Lantern from the opponent. Once the Sky Lantern is on, his endless price increases. Only if no one makes any more quotes, it will stop. Is equivalent to saying that as long as you light the Sky Lantern, you don't need to increase the price yourself. Just watch others ask for the price, because every time he will be a price higher than others. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang thought to himself that a fool would light the Sky Lantern. Tongha Jianxian said leisurely at this time. When the old man saw it for the first time, he once lit a Sky Lantern. That treasure was of great use to me, and it was even an opportunity to break through the 7 tribulations realm. For that treasure, I have sold Shirgua's life for several epochs. Deal? Jian Wushuang was very surprised. No surprises. At first, I couldn't bring out so many treasures and mixed stones. In the end, it was the power of the Stone Country as a guarantor. I got the treasure, and then returned the favor and fought for the royal family of the Stone Country. Times, Thomas said very simply, but only he knew it, and he almost fell through the battle several times. And the master of the universe, he beheaded one. The Battle of Stone Kingdom is not a battle of Gomu Continent. is the competition for the secret realm of the outer domain. Outer universe, secret realms, many, but most of them are occupied by some big forces. There are only some extremely dangerous secret realms that can't be suppressed by even superpowers, and they are unowned, such as the Wuhua secret realm and the ancient moon ruins. No one dares to get involved in these secret realms. A super country like the Stone Kingdom has no meaning for civil wars. The ancient wood continent just has such a small amount of resources. The general battle is still an external struggle for the secret realm of the universe. Hearing the rumors about the secret realm, Jian Wushuang's heart moved. He knew a lot about Outland. The so-called Outland is a place beyond 9 days and 10 places. Where it is extremely dangerous, there are many natural secrets. The Lord of the Universe will go to explore. There are naturally many opportunities. If it weren't for Wu Li's plan, he would probably also go to Outland. But with Wu Li's plan, opening Wanlu is the best choice. Because the danger in Wanlu is relatively small. The danger of going to Outland is much greater. Even the Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm is in danger of falling. Wanlu Shimu is different. The danger is how he faces the strong in the ancient wood continent after he goes out. The inside is not that dangerous. At least there are no competitors. In Outland, some cosmic secret realms, but there are many old monsters. There are also many special lives. He is an emperor. Even if his strength is comparable to the Five Tribulations realm, it is extremely dangerous to go. Tong He's Sword Immortal smiled lightly and then said, "When you succeed in the Tao, you will know that the danger of Outland also represents chance." Jian Wushuang nodded in agreement. Behind every crisis is a great opportunity. Just as he is now, has a great enemy extinction, but also has the opportunity to master the time and space of reincarnation. Even the extinction is extremely longing. From the stars, looking for the Lord of Life. If he can defeat extinction, he can swallow the Lord of Death, palm reincarnation, and grasp time and space. It is possible to transcend the Lord of the Universe, just like those eternal existence. With confidence, we need that determination. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist. The auction also officially begins at this moment. Feng Jiwu, with a wave of his hand, a huge jade pillar appeared on the high platform in the main hall. At the top of the pillar, something is floating at this time. Dear friends, this treasure is the heaven-defying supreme treasure in the Wuhua secret realm, the Qingyan divine water. All the masters of the universe know that when the fifth supreme calamity is past, the origin universe will descend on the natural disaster Flame Mountain. With this treasure, this calamity is not called a robbery. After Feng Jiwu's introduction, many masters of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm looked sideways. The Lord of the Universe crossing the catastrophe is not just his own catastrophe. There is also the robbery of the universe. The original universe will also have a catastrophe. In general, one's own calamity can be foreseen, but he is not sure that he will not cross the calamity at all. But the supreme tribulation in the origin universe is different. Not only does it need to be strong, it also needs the origin of the universe to be strong. The origin of the universe can't be held, no matter how strong the divine power is. Guyu time and space divine power practitioners, most of their origins are not strong. So for them, their own calamity is not difficult. The highest calamity of the universe is the problem. This made Jian Wushuang think of Qishan. Qishan crosses the catastrophe failed, but the original universe is still there. Later evolved into Qi Shrine. The Qishan who cultivated the origin has fallen under his own calamity, and the origin universe has not been destroyed. Could have been specialized in becoming Sanjia, but it was necessary to give up the original universe. For the origin of the universe, Qishan would rather own the universe. Is also the number one ruthless person. Maybe the reason, I am afraid that is not the case. Jian Wushuang himself is different. The amount of calamity of oneself corresponds to the strength of divine power. His divine power is now faster than the original source. The supreme calamity in the original universe, although strong, is also strong, but Ji Dao evolved into a starry sky. The first universe is about to light up. Chapter 5779. Once the universe is successfully condensed, it will be a perfect universe of 10,000 black holes, with the origin of the starry sky. The supreme tribulation for Jian Wushuang is not so terrible. Takes care of both. Jian Wushuang is the catastrophe of these heavens and worlds. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. The first 5 calamities are as simple as drinking water for him. The difficulty is after the 6 tribulations realm. But there is always a way. No. Now there is a treasure that can break through the Lord of the 5 tribulations realm. In the future, there will be treasures of the 6 tribulations realm. Of course, although treasures have a great effect, you can't ignore themselves. Can't underestimate the supreme rule. Everything is changed. The first auction item is a heaven-defying treasure for the Lord of the 4 tribulations realm. For a time, many strong players made bids. Among them are the powerhouses of the 7 tribulations realm. If you don't use it yourself, you can also give it to younger generations. This kind of treasure is not much. Wuhua's secret realm, ordinary people can't enter. I rarely get out when I go in. This Qingyan divine water is still in the inner circle of Wuhua's secret realm. Without the strength of the master of the 6 tribulations realm, it would be impossible to get it. Some people may never encounter such a treasure in their lifetime. Naturally, I cherish it very much. There are no low prices for the treasures auction here. As long as the price is offered, it is probably the corresponding price of the treasure. But the scarcity of treasures can't be held up. Tonghe Jianxian, who was sitting next to Jian Wushuang, also called out the price at this time. 10,000 mixed stones. The last price was 7,000, and Tonghe Jianxian directly added 3,000 mixed stones. Many masters of the universe in the 4 tribulations realm fell into despair. As for the Lord of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm, he may not be worth 5,000 yuan stone. Although it is an era, the original universe guarantee can also breed a mixed stone. But who would hold the treasure and not use it? Buying treasures, secrets, and even maintaining one's original universe can't do without the Hunyuan stone. Ordinary Lord of the universe, it is already very good to be able to take out 5,000 mixed stones on his body. It takes 5,000 eras to condense. The Lord of the universe in the 4 tribulations realm also needs 500 eras. It's still a relatively long time. Seeing Tonghe Jiangxian's offer, Jian Wushuang asked curiously, "Senior, is this for the girl Minger?" Haha, that little girl still is Fan Xin. When he has enough, this treasure should be used, Tonghe said with a smile. Think about it too. Li Minger is Tonghe Jiangxian's only family member. The day when the heart is gone, it may be the time when the other party embarks on the path of cultivation. Tonghe Jianxian naturally has to prepare in advance. 6 Tribulation Realm Universe here is also a top character. But those crazy 4 Tribulation Realm Universe Masters have already begun to become sellers. I have 9,000 mixed stones, plus a cosmic treasure of the 5 Tribulations Realm. A cosmic master of the 4 Tribulations Realm sitting at the back made a loud bid. If you have the first one to sell treasures, you have the second. The value of the treasure of the universe is actually not too high. The most valuable thing is the original treasure that I nurtured. A treasure of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe. Worth 3,000 mixed stones is not bad. The subsequent asking price has been rising. Tonghe Jianxian also made several consecutive prices. In the end, he still didn't win. Was auctioned off by a crazy 4 Tribulations Universe Master. Which Cosmos Master is at the pinnacle of the 4 Tribulation Realm, and the time to cross the tribulation is less than 100 eras. During this period of time, I have been looking for the treasures of the robbery. Was also lucky and met Qingyan Shinshui here. Almost took out all of his worth and spent 90,000 mixed stones to win this Qingyan divine water. Just took the photo and left the scene in a hurry. Is not because I am afraid that others will stare at me, but because I am anxious to prepare for the catastrophe. Seeing the auction here, I walked through different channels. Jian Wushuang came in the alley, but the others came from all over the city. As long as the route appears different, the breath is hidden in the city, and no one can find yourself at all. This is also the reason why some people dare to spend all their worth. The first treasure is a lottery. The value is generally very high. The treasures to be auctioned next, although they are also very precious, are not as guarded as the first treasure, so the price is controlled by a few thousand. Jian Wushuang didn't even have thousands of mixed stones. He can only watch. The ninth auction item, a space crystallization. This material is the superb material for refining the supreme slab. Many of the people who have seen the auction are all casters, and at this time they have made bids. Cast gods, each of them is worth several times higher than their peers. Naturally, few laymen dared to compete. Only one side of the space crystallized, and the high price of 10,000 mixed stones was sold. Jian Wushuang's eyes are hot. This spatial crystal is condensed from the celestial bodies in the universe, which is very rare. It is the crystallization of everything, and it is also the hardest material in the universe. The value of one party is 10,000 mixed stones. Jian Wushuang carefully searched for the treasures of the Chen family. He who had never been able to see through also inspected it in the Stone Country workshop. It was a treasured treasure, but not too expensive. Moreover, the Chen family is a master of the universe, and the reserve of Hunyuan stone is almost useless. It is not enough for the master of the universe, for his own use. So he did not find a mixed stone. Next time, to do this kind of thing again, you need to take action against the masters of the universe. Sanjia, too poor. Every sabotage, before becoming sabotage, must have smashed all the treasures on the original universe. In the end, the sabotage failed, and naturally there was nothing. Are all poor ghosts, except for the casting god. Looking at those treasures, Jian Wushuang's eyes are hot, and it's no use. If no one bids again, then this space will crystallize. Before Feng Jiwu could finish her words, she was interrupted by an old voice. Is star-making the strongest casting in the ancient wood continent? Lianqing slowly raised two fingers and said, "He'll pay 20,000 yuan." As soon as these words came out, a Khonshu. Khan was quiet. No one dares to bid anymore. Even if it was a strong person in the Seven Tribulations realm, he shrank. As for the casting gods, almost everyone knows Lianqing, and it is even more important that Lianqing is the #1 casting in ancient wood continent, the ancestor of everyone who would go to grab materials from Lianqing. In fact, you can make a star at the beginning, and you can bid a price for a mixed stone, and no one will dare to follow it. Background, combat power, financial resources, is completely crushing others. Who dares to fight? The strong of the 8 tribulations realm came, and they might not be able to compete. The wealth of refining stars is not comparable to that of ordinary people. One person can be comparable to a superpower. The light are those puppets that Jian Wushuang encountered. The value is so great that none of them can be grasped by a powerhouse in the Seven Tribulations realm. Feng Jiwu, who presided over the auction, saw the quotation from the refining star, but his expression was very relaxed, and he immediately started the final bid. After 3 beeps, no one answered. The space crystallized and fell into the hands of Lianqing. Chapter 5780. The auction continues. As the space crystallizes, the next few treasures are also the materials of the refining device. Jian Wushuang had never heard of it before, so just watched it. Now he has no hope anymore. Can help him break through the treasure of the Lord of the Universe. Even if it has, the price will be very high. Can't afford it at all. The treasures he collected in the Chun family couldn't make it to the table at all. Is also the Source Rock Mountain. You can still see it. The other treasures have little attraction to the Lord of the Universe. The treasures of the universe he obtained in the Qin family, although there are several, are all at the level of the 3 tribulations. The only treasure in the 4 tribulations realm is still a treasure disclosed by the Qin family. He had already devoured the origin and ruined it. Even if it can be sold, the value is probably less than 100 mixed stones. The treasure of the universe. Those below the 5 tribulations realm are almost of no value. Of course, for the emperor, that value is great. But now that Jian Wushuang's strength increases, his vision will gradually grow, and he cannot stay in the Qi Temple period. At that time, he had little knowledge. Guyu time and space are different. the place where you go in and out, and the people you see and the people you turn to. That one has a head and a face. Whether it is in the country of Vietnam, or the country of daughters, or the current stone country, there are so many powerful people he knows. Next to him, Tongha's sword fairy, the lord of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. Although he is not a strong man in ancient Wood continent, he is also a man in this place. The master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm. His status and strength are almost equal to those in the Seven Tribulations realm. Needless to say, refining stars. The entire ancient Wood continent is almost unknown to everyone. When he comes into contact with these people, his knowledge and hearing will naturally increase. Also broadened his horizons. Is considered to be in contact with the circle of the Lord of the Universe in advance. Also knows a lot about the Lord of the Universe. From the subsequent treasure auctions, he learned a lot. For example, the treasures auction later, there are two other treasures that are very helpful for crossing the catastrophe. One piece is the aura of heaven condensed in the golden space. This treasure is actually quite tempting. Because of this treasure, it is extremely useful when breaking through to become the Lord of the Universe. Gene corresponds to the law of space. The aura of heaven condensed by the law of gold. That is the power that the Three Tribulations realm needs to master the universe. Can allow the Three Tribulation realm powerhouses to quickly master the universe. Unfortunately, this treasure was photographed by Fan Tianfeng at a very high price. Thousands of Hunyuan stones. Jian Wushuang simply can't afford it. When Fan Tianfeng shot this treasure, there was a high probability that he was ready to make a breakthrough. The opponent was also the origin of time and space for cultivation. Now specializes in divine power, but the foundation of the source has not fallen. The first three calamities are too simple for Fan Tianfeng now. So the treasures prepared are also the treasures needed to master the universe. Once a breakthrough, I am afraid that the highest calamity will soon fall. After quickly completing the first three calamities, he came to the Three Tribulations realm to directly control the universe. The first three calamities considered his own divine body, which was nothing to Fan Tianfeng, who was rich in wealth. Jian Wushuang is the same. Once it becomes the Tribulation realm, you can quickly cross the Tribulation realm, reach the Three Tribulation realm, and directly control the universe. After becomes the Lord of the Universe, the original universe will come to the highest calamity. The Supreme Tribulation is divided into 7 kinds. After mastering the time and space of the universe, there is a small catastrophe. For space, it is gold. Fourth Tribulation, wood the Fifth Tribulation, fire the Sixth Tribulation, water Seventh Calamity, earth the Eighth Tribulation, time Mahayana if the first 7 calamities are still talking about space. Then the 8th calamity is a dimensionality reduction blow for practitioners. Directly from space to time. This is good for the original practitioner. To the divine power practitioner, that's too much difference. That's why Guyu time and space got stuck in a lot of 7 tribulations. The reason why the 8 tribulations realm is so rare. That's why there are many practitioners who pursue the so-called one force to break the 10,000 Dharma. Break the supreme rule and become the deity with divine power. But no one can do it. Guyu time and space is precisely because of this there has been no eternal existence. Jian Wushuang himself was not very sure about this. My greatest confidence is my own path of time and space. S own divine power is also enough to deal with the divine Bodhi's calamity. The origin of the robbery is not difficult for him. This is the benefit of double repair. As long as he crosses the tribulation realm, he does not need to be suppressed when crossing the tribulation. The first 5 calamities can all pass easily. It is a bit difficult to become a robbery. The universe is formed, but he lacks the understanding of time. At this point, it's not enough to devour the source, but it still needs to be cultivated. At present, he can only go to see the original chess pieces on the Guantian chessboard. Comprehend from it. The speed is not slow anymore. The true meaning of time has been realized. It's just about getting started. As long as he is mastered, he can reach the robbery realm. I hope Wanlu will have the opportunity he needs. Jian Wushuang thought from the bottom of his heart. There is no chance at this auction. He didn't have enough mixed stones at all to buy those auxiliary treasures. Can only watch. Lianxing and Fan Tianfeng bought some treasures and materials at short intervals. His eyes are hot. After he becomes the Lord of the Universe, there may be no shortage of Hunyuan stone. Ordinary master of the Three Tribulations realm universe. One era can breed from 1 to 10. This has a lot to do with the origin of the universe. He is different. When he becomes the master of the universe, the foundation of the original universe is probably stronger than that of the same level. I don't know how much. And he can break through quickly and become the master of the Five Tribulations realm universe. According to Guyu Time and Space's Five Tribulations realm cosmos master, there are 100 mixed stones in one era. Based on his original background, 100-fold is not a problem. That is 10,000 mixed stones. 10,000 in an era. Seems to be a long time. But let alone the Lord of the Universe. He is the Emperor. It's normal to retreat for hundreds of thousands of epochs at a time. By then, his wealth will double. Is not so embarrassing now. A force of traction came from the auction table, causing Jian Wushuang's brows to wrinkle slightly. Then, the eye holes began to shrink. Feng Jiwu at this time once again took out an auction treasure. 9 Tribulations Tower, from the ancient moon ruins. Many people originally saw this 9-story tower and didn't care, but when they heard the ruins of Guyu, they all looked at it. The ancient moon ruins are the strongest secret realm in ancient moon time and space. It is rumored that the core area has the inheritance of the goddess. But no one can get into the core. Not even the inner wall can get in. Even in the periphery, the Lord of the Universe in the 6 Tribulations realm is required to be able to enter. That is to say, this treasure was brought out by at least a master of the universe in the 6 Tribulations realm. A treasure from the ancient moon ruins. The price will reach a very high number. The strong below the 6 Tribulations realm is basically useless. I pay 50,000. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood up directly. Chapter 5781. The breath leaking out of his body is an ancient 7 Tribulations realm power. Although it is scattered robbery, but the strength is still there. Jian Wushuang looked at it for a moment and said in secret, "These people don't even know the use of the Tower of 9 Tribulations. So dare you make an offer?" At the same time, a cosmic master of the 6 Tribulations realm also spoke. "I give out 180,000 sky. 180,000 mixed stones. This price. It is already the highest price at the auction. 180,000 mixed stones. Sure enough, he is still the Lord of the Universe, rich in wealth. The strength of Sanjia has declined severely, and there is no origin universe condensed Hunyuan stone. Fighting for the price, you can't fight for the Lord of the Universe." After the price reached 180,000, it fell into a short period of calm. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to ask Tongha Jianxian, "Senior Tongha, what special role does this pagoda of 9 Tribulations have?" "Thanks, Tusk, Jian Wushuang. The first time you have seen this kind of auction, you may not know, but no one knows what the treasures from the ancient moon ruins are. In fact, no one knows what they are. If you want to realize it quickly, if you really figure it out, you won't be able to sell it. The worst treasures from the ancient moon ruins are the treasures of the 7 Tribulations realm universe, and even the treasures of the innate universe." Tongha Jianxian, he tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne, but his gaze had been staring at the pagoda of 9 Tribulations, and he was also considering whether to make a move. The treasures flowing out of the ancient moon ruins are extremely mysterious. It is almost a special treasure. Few people will put it up for auction. Even if I can't figure it out, I don't want to spread it to the outside world. Otherwise, if someone else has mastered it and finds that he has a blood loss, he can't be off. The Tower of 9 Tribulations, which can be auctioned off, is probably the person behind it, who is in dire need of the Hunyuan stone. Hearing Tongha Jiangxian's explanation, Jian Wushuang looked at the Tower of 9 Tribulations again. If this is the case, he may not be very tempted. For Ji Bao, he is not in short supply. It is enough to have beast soldiers. With enough cards in his own hands, the treasure sometimes becomes a burden. But when the pagoda of 9 Tribulations appeared in the main hall, the Guantian chess and his source moved. The two seemed to have a certain connection. This made Jin Wushuang had to think about whether he should buy the Tower of Nine Tribulations. Guantian chessboard, that is the treasure of time and space, and can resonate with the treasure of time and space, and the value of the Tower of Nine Tribulations has already doubled. The most important thing is that the Guantian chessboard is the treasure left to him by Mr. Schwani. Maybe this Nine Tribulations pagoda is also connected with Teacher Xianyi. This had to let him take a risk once. Of course, it's not for him to grab it. Instead, buy it by yourself. Hunyuan Stone. He didn't. But he has the life force for which all Sanji is crazy. Can transform everything into life. Only he can do it. The life force of the Emperor level, as long as it is refined, can help those scattered robbers to restore the divine body. It's time for him to do it again. It just can't be taken out blatantly. He has to plan carefully. Yes. Jin Wushuang's mouth raised, and the clone in the origin universe took out a finger that was loose from Dong Jun's bones. Originally, he was reluctant, but he couldn't help it. He's going to gamble once. In case this Nine Tribulations pagoda is also related to Teacher Schwani, if he doesn't fight now and falls into the hands of other people, he will never have a chance to cry. A piece of Dong Jun's finger. It is of great value in itself. Just this finger, even if it is for those strong in the Six Tribulations realm, to absorb it. Both are able to increase the divine power of about 100,000. This is a real improvement. The powerhouse of the Six Tribulations realm, even if it is Sand Tribulation, has a divine power of about 700,000. An increase of 100,000 is 800,000. A full level has been raised and the combat power has doubled several times. At auction, it is enough to sell 200,000 mixed stones. Of course, this 200,000 is far from enough. This finger may be able to compete for the powerhouses of the Six Tribulations realm, and the power of life can make the powers of the Seven Tribulations realm, and even Star refining himself, can make a move. It's just the power of life, which can't be taken on the bright side. Wow! The power of all things began to condense, and then transformed into the power of life. The life force of the Emperor rank once again condensed and transformed, reaching the level of the Tribulation realm. Repeatedly inject the condensed life force into this finger. The auction in the hall is still going on. The price of the Tower of Nine Tribulations has reached 300,000. The bid now is the Master of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm, as well as the powerhouses in the Seven Tribulations realm. Other people are no longer eligible to compete. It's not that financial resources can't keep up, but ambition can't keep up. The Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm is fighting. It is for the future tribulation. The powerhouses in the Seven Tribulation realm fight for their own strength, as well as to maintain their status and family. What is the dispersal of the Six Tribulations realm? There is power and family. It is not a superpower. Even if the power of the Nine Tribulations pagoda is against the sky, it will be a hot potato when you get it. So there is no need to fight. Struggle. It's better to delay a little longer. Jin Wushuang's forehead violent blue veins. The whole person was a little stiff. This is considered a side effect. Forcibly and quickly transform the life force still has a backlash against itself. Unlike Fuego's resuscitation in the first place, there is no rush or slowness. Now he is too anxious, even more anxious than when he was fighting. He has to condense the life force that makes the Seven Tribulation realm dispersal powerhouse tempted. Otherwise, the value is not high if it is taken out. With Dong Jun's bones as the host, the powerful life force converged. It will take about the same time a stick of incense, but now there are fewer and fewer strong bidders. Some of the strong players of the Pinnacle forces stopped their bids. On the Stone King's side at this time, there were 460,000 mixed stones. Brother Shirshio, you should prepare for crossing the tribulation. It's better to give the Nine Tribulations Tower to the old man. 500,000. After speaking, the old man who spoke quoted a price that surpassed the Stone Royal family. 500,000 mixed yuan stone. The Seven Tribulations realm requires 50 epochs. The key is that the royal family of Yu has no master of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm. It would take hundreds of epochs to let Shuxiu condense by herself. This is already a sky-high price. Shuxiu knocked on the armrest of the throne, not hesitating, but contacting several ancestors of the royal family to discuss the value of the Tower of Nine Tribulations. Bid now is no longer a choice for one person. Behind him, there are strong men in the royal family. Shuxiu was on the verge of being overwhelmed, and he needed a lot of Hunyuan stone, so he didn't need to spend a lot of money to buy a treasure that he didn't know what its purpose was. But the royal family is rich. Now he represents the royal family. As long as those ancestors are willing to pay, winning is never a problem. This is Stone Country, the first super kingdom of the 16 kingdoms. This financial strength is still another. Click. The sound of finger tapping on the stone seat sounded. Shuxiu received the order from the ancestor, and she felt confident in her heart. Chapter 5782. Seeing which old man bidding, he said leisurely, "Brother Lianqing, when you are old, don't take this risk anymore. 800,000. Shuxiu raised the price directly to the highest price. Raised a full 300,000 mixed stones. The Seven Tribulation Realm powerhouse, Lianqing's face is not very good. He is not a strong man in Goma continent, but from Heiqian, also the ancestor of a party. There is the Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm in the family. If you take down the Tower of Nine Tribulations, even if you don't use it, you can still use it for the family's Master of the Universe. But I really want to fight." He can't compete with the Stone Royal family. Originally, he thought it was Shuxiu who was arguing, but now that Shuxiu offered the same price as if he didn't want money, he understood that the Stone King family had taken the shot. Can't compete. Then don't smash your kid in your own hands. Lianqing sneered, then closed his eyes. I gave up. Feng Jiwu, who presided over the auction, also understood that no one would bid for the strong in the temple. The Stone Kings are bound to win. No one will please. As for the malicious offer, that would offend people. In fact, Star Refining can also compete. Have the financial resources. The Stone Country has great cause and many people. A large group of the strong have to feed. Star Refining is different. He bears one. As for the group of apprentices, not only did they not need to support her, but they also had to honor her. Moreover, the income of the Zhu Shunfang opened is even more terrifying. The key doesn't need him to make a move to refine the treasure. Apprentice is enough. Those disciples can only get 30% of the Hunyuan stone. Everything else went into the hands of Star Refining. In this way, there are countless people rushing forward and wanting to come in. However, looking at the look of the Star Refiner, there is no intention to make a move. Maybe not interested in this treasure. In fact, Star Refining had once madly collected dozens of strange treasures from the ancient moon ruins, but none of them were useful. According to his disassembly, some strange treasures were found, all of which were ornaments. It's useless. Later, he didn't hold on anymore, so he didn't bid this time. There is actually one person in the hall who was able to bid. Moreover, after bidding, the Stone King clan must weigh whether he wants to fight or not. That is Fan Tianfeng. She has the ability to fight for her current position. But now Fan Tianfeng is not interested in these. The important thing is to break through the Master of the Universe, then return to Qi Temple. She has reached the point where she doesn't care about the treasure. Taoist Shuxiu offered a price of 800,000. If there are no other Taoists, the Nine Tribulations Pagoda will be. Before Feng Jiwu finished speaking, Jian Wushuang changed his arm and motioned to wait. He wants to bid. I have a treasure and want to mortgage it for auction. Jian Wushuang said directly. Seeing Jian Wushuang's bid, many people were taken aback. Even most people don't know Jian Wushuang, the Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm, able to see through the realm of Jian Wushuang, frowned when he discovered that he was just an emperor. There are two emperors in the hall. If Fan Tianfeng bids, it's normal. Jian Wushuang, an imperial emperor, even dared to bid. It was true that many people were taken aback. Even Tonghe Jianxian, next to him, didn't expect Jian Wushuang to return the price. Lianqing stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise. secretly guessing in his heart that Jian Wushuang would not sell the treasure that boosted his supernatural power. He knew that Jian Wushuang had beasts and gods. The value of that treasure is indeed not small. At least it is the treasure of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm. But this way, some are too risky. An emperor? Go to auction Qibao. This is not necessary. Either it is silly, either it is related to the Tower of Nine Tribulations. Could it be? Fan Tianfeng looked at Jian Wushuang. She is the person who knows Jian Wushuang best in the hall. It is also from Qishan Temple. Fan Tianfeng had to admire Jian Wushuang's strength. Even if she has countless resources to practice, she is not Jian Wushuang's opponent. At this time, Jian Wushuang quoted, "I am afraid he really saw the doorway of the Pagoda of Nine Tribulations." Shirxiu saw that it was an emperor who was vying with him, and his eyes turned to speculate about Jian Wushuang's background and the powerhouse behind it. He didn't believe that an emperor could see the speciality of the Pagoda of Nine Tribulations. At this time, the strong man of the Shirwan clan also informed Shirxiu of Jian Wushuang's identity. Shirxiu knew that it was still related to her grandson and became even more interested in Jian Wushuang. Just a little investigation. Then I learned of the strong men Jian Wushuang had made friends with. Yunji, the newly promoted master of the Seven Tribulation Realm universe, Tonghe Sword Immortal, the master of the universe of the Six Tribulations realm living in stone, star refining, the #1 casting master of Guma Continent. I didn't know if I asked. Shirxiu was shocked when I asked. Jian Wushuang, a son-in-law of Yu Guozhua, actually made friends with these superpowers at the same time. In fact, this is really the case. Because of the relationship between the country of Vietnam, Jian Wushuang first made friends with the Lord Yunji. Then through Yunji Kingdom Lord, I got to know Tonghe Sword Immortal. Because they are both practicing kendo, the relationship between the two has also improved. As for making stars, I have to thank Fan Tianfeng, but it also has his own efforts. If it weren't for the strength to defy the sky, it would be optimistic to get the star refiner. Lianxing would not recommend him to see this kind of auction. Before becoming the son-in-law of the Yu Kingdom, Jian Wushuang first slapped the Shirwa Tianjiao Shirjiu. Not only luck, the most important thing is strength. Strength is strong, everything is smooth. The parties waited up, and Shirxiu started contacting the ancestors of the royal family. The others were guessing whether Jian Wushuang had seen anything. Tonghe Sword Immortal and Lianxing were also very surprised. Although I know it's not easy to ask. Of course, the premise is that Jian Wushuang's mortgage auction can buy the Tower of Nine Tribulations. Daoist, can you take out the treasure you pledged for inspection? Feng Jiwu knew that Jian Wushuang was recommended by Lianxing, so naturally he would not neglect. Jian Wushuang took out a piece of his finger with his backhand and said, "This is natural." As he said, he threw his finger over. When Dong Jun's finger appeared, the powerful force also began to go outside. Ordinary strong people can only see that this finger contains a lot of divine power. Thought it was a finger of some mighty person. But according to the divine power above, many people feel that although the value of this finger is extraordinary, it is still a bit whimsical to want to crush the 800,000 sacred stone of a stone show. At this moment, Jian Wushuang really looked like a whimsical look and deliberately said to the sword fairy Tonghe next to him, "Senior, I found this finger in the void of Outland. It's worth millions is not a problem, right?" This Tonghe Jianxian didn't want to hit Jian Wushuang and didn't know how to export for a while. He is the lord of the universe and is not sensitive to the power of life. I haven't found a lot of life force in the fingers. However, those who are strong in sabotage have already felt the vigorous vitality in their fingers. After Feng Jiwu took the finger, Nianli dived in and started testing. Chapter 5783. Her own strength is not very good, but it is really difficult to check the strange thing. Otherwise, he will not host the auction. What a pure life force, Feng Jiwu said in surprise. This time, the masters of the universe were stunned. The force of life. Extremely wood. The power of life only found in the willows. The power of life most needed to disperse the robbery. Jian Wushuang also put on an expression of surprise and asked inconceivably, "There is still life force in this finger?" Fellow Taoist is not in the tribulation realm and may not be very sensitive to life. There is indeed the power of life in this finger, which is covered by divine power. It is difficult to see even the Lord of the universe. Feng Zhu slowly explained from the bottom of his heart. But he was a little jealous of this lucky kid. This is the force of life, the power that can make Sanji crazy. For example, which one of the 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse who had previously competed for the Tower of 9 Tribulations Lianxing, he has completely lost interest in the Tower of 9 Tribulations. With life force, all treasures are rubbish. What is the most important thing for Sanji? Increased strength? Totally impossible. It is fortunate not to fall. One buying the most precious treasures, going to trespass, is not just to be able to buy treasures that can sustain life force to maintain combat power. In the face of the purest force of life, sustaining life is nothing. This is an increase in life. Life increases, you can return to the peak period. Divine power naturally skyrocketed. Bailey, no harm. There was already a robbery who couldn't help it, and said excitedly, "Feng Jiwu, why don't you take out the life force from that finger? Or let me wait for the bid." Lianxing sneered and said domineeringly, "It's not necessary. I bought 1,000,000 yuan stone and bought it with this finger." 1,000,000. At this time, Sanjie in the 6 Tribulations realm was also agitated. 1,000,000 is actually not much. If there are not enough mixed stones, all the treasures that are not needed are sold. Even selling the treasures needed is not a problem. I gave out 600,000 mixed yuan stones, plus a treasure of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm. The person who offered the price was a powerhouse in the 6 Tribulations realm. All the treasures of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm were taken out. It seems that he has taken out his key treasures as mortgage, which is indeed crazy. But this is just the beginning. Next, the looting powerhouse kept quoting, "It soared in an instant, 2,000,000 mixed stones." Although Jian Wushuang knew from the bottom of his heart, after taking it out, it would cause frenzied competition. But I did not expect the bid to be so high. Is this 2,000,000 mixed stones? Shi Xiu, who originally competed for the Tower of 9 Tribulations, had all quoted at this time, and they were overwhelming the audience. Obviously received news from the strong within the royal family. The force of life. It's about the combat power and life and death of Sanjie. Naturally, we have to fight for it. Don't forget, the wealth of the big family is under control. Just like the royal family of Sherwa. Among the masters of the universe, Shi Xiu is the strongest. But it was just the 6 Tribulations realm. Can't carry the banner at all. Still need the 7 Tribulations realm, and even the ancestors of the 8 Tribulations realm to suppress all parties. So this life force must be obtained. In every auction, as long as the vitality appears, someone will light the sky lantern. It is inevitable. Strong people below the 6 Tribulations realm are not qualified to make an offer. Soon it will be the 7 Tribulation realm, frantically snatching with all forces. Jian Wushuang himself did not expect that the vitality he had just injected was so valuable. Also frightened. Fortunately, some people believe the reason for his compilation. Tongha's Sword Immortal said with envy, "Jian Wushuang, your luck is really good. The divine power contained in this finger is of great value, and the internal life force can help the strong of the 8 Tribulations realm, and it is of infinite value. But I didn't find it." Jian Wushuang pretended to be silly, and he also had a good hand, pretending to know nothing, and also to ask about the power of life. I really want to doubt Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that these people also suspect that Jian Wushuang has obtained a treasure trove of a certain mighty person. Never thought that Jian Wushuang would master the power of life. At present, count some people in Qixin Temple. There are no more than 5 people who know his vitality. Several members of the giant tribe should have taken an oath, not counted. The rest is the true spirit of Qi Temple. The enemy is extinct. The last one in Guyu time and space. Bobby. These 3. There are 2 of them, both from the stars. There is another person who is not human. It's just the true spirit condensed in Qixin's original universe. Each is not general. like the super powerhouse of Guyu time and space. Even in the Eight Tribulations realm, he couldn't believe that someone would master the power of life. However, he can only do this kind of thing once. If you take out the power of life again, I am afraid that everyone will recognize that he has obtained the super secret storage. At that time, he was a moving treasure house, and it is estimated that a super existence would come to suppress him. Then search for the soul and get more life force. Naturally, Jin Wushuang would not do this kind of thing again. The first time was an adventure. The second time, it was to look for death. Even if he had a second soul, he didn't dare to make waves like this. The second soul has a miniature reincarnation. Be regarded as the whole card left when fighting against the dead in the future. A Khonshu, calm after winning, he took the opportunity to reincarnate. Lost, the second soul ran away. Of course, he does not want to lose. The treasures on the deity are too important. The original starry sky of Jidao evolution can be said to be the only one. I want to talk about the divine body. He couldn't bear the loss of the treasure alone. There are no beasts and gods, and there is no sky-viewing chessboard. Then his combat power will be greatly reduced. If it weren't because of the power of the blood, there was also the increase in divine power given by Bobby D. He is now at most 100,000 supernatural powers. There is no increase in the beast gods, that is, the emperor comparable to the robbery realm. Without the enlightenment of Guantian chessboard, he broke through to the Lord of the universe, and he didn't know when it was going to happen. So he can't lose, nor can he take risks in Guyu time and space. Can only play stupid hard. Whether others believe it or not, he already believes it anyway. There are already 3 million mixed stones. Jian Wushuang glared at Shuangkong. His joy was beyond words. From the bottom of his heart, Jian Wushuang was still looking at Lianxing secretly. This ancient Wood Continent's #1 Forge God Master is also a powerful saboteur. Although there is not much lack of vitality, but facing such a pure life force, he should also be tempted. If the opponent also enters the market, he can make a little bit more. Just when he was expecting it, Shirshio stretched out his hand and said calmly, Shirshio, will light the sky lantern once today. Everyone continue. Say this as soon as possible. Many people in the hall were silent. I lit the sky lantern. Naturally, there is no need to bid again. It is already the highest price by default. It doesn't make sense for them to come out. Unless the Stone Royal family went bankrupt. They can buy this life force. So no one dares to bid anymore. Jian Wushuang was a little speechless. Wouldn't it just drive down the price? Chapter 5784. At the same time, I also look forward to someone daring to fight with the Stone Royal family. Unfortunately, no one said anything this time. Refining stars also doesn't mean to bid. Just when Jian Wushuang felt that there was no hope, a voice broke the silent hall. He'll give out 10 million yuan sure. Jian Wushuang knows the person who quoted. Fan Tianfeng. After the price was reported, he took a look at Jian Wushuang. Fan Tianfeng's quotation made the strong in the palace stunned. Outsiders know that the flame and the stone country are almost tied together. Unexpectedly, he got on the bar. Shirshio's face is also a bit ugly. 10 million mixed stones. He can't even get it out by himself. Some powerful royal families in the Yu Kingdom were also a little puzzled and a little angry at Fan Tianfeng's offer. The descendants of the flame gods, although they are not unique and special beings, will also have the calamity and the supreme calamity. But the whole clan is also a powerful sabotage in the Seven Tribulations realm. Most of the strong under the flame gods are disciples. The strong among the descendants are few. He is also not very optimistic. The only Seven Tribulation realm powerhouse, although he failed to cross the tribulation, but with the help of the flame god, his strength has been maintained at the peak. There is no need for Fan Tianfeng to compete for life force here. Feng Jiwu was also a little embarrassed at this time, and she was even more jealous of Fan Tianfeng. 10 million yuan stone. That is already the worth of the Lord of the Six Tribulations realm universe. If the sky lantern is not extinguished, it is endless. After Fan Tianfeng reported 10 million, Xiao remained motionless. It just passed the matter of this place to the royal family. 10 million yuan stone is indeed a huge wealth for an individual, but for a royal family that has existed for endless years, this is nothing. It was mainly Fan Tianfeng's quotation, which was aimed at the royal family. An emperor, just ants. But behind her is the flame god, which has to make them take it seriously. Now who doesn't know, the flame god is the #1 powerhouse in ancient Wood Continent. Shenmu King is almost dying of old age. The ancestor of Shurguo was not much different. Only the flame gods can live forever. Because it is a special life. There is no amount of calamity. But there is no original universe. Is the purest divine power practitioner. There are advantages, there are disadvantages. The flame gods have no origin universe, and their understanding is poor. The 8 Tribulations realm is basically the limit. In terms of combat power, it's okay to crush and disperse the robbery. If he really had to meet the Lord of the Universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, he was basically ravaged by others. The Master of the Universe of the 8 Tribulations realm can bring the original universe into the body of the gods. Only the 8 Tribulations realm can do this. Basically, it is to fight with a dojo. The strength is almost a qualitative change. This is also the terrifying aspect of the Master of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. Jian Wushuang was different from the Lord of the ordinary universe. Even if he was in the 3 Tribulations realm, as long as he condensed the universe, he could be included in the gods. In other words, it is in the stars. This is also a great advantage of Ji Dao. The speciality of the 8 Tribulations realm has created a huge power with the 8 Tribulations realm and a deep heritage. This is also the kingdom of Shur, which can become the capital of the first kingdom of God among the 16 kingdoms. Even the Gumu faction was overwhelmed. This is because of the flame god. Now that Fan Tianfeng doesn't give Shurguo the face, Shurguo really can't help it. No one knows what Fan Tianfeng thinks. Several 7 Tribulation realm ancestors in the Stone King clan were a little restless. If the flame gods need this life force, they naturally dare not fight. But I didn't say hello beforehand. Now Shurguo has been put on the fire and is in a dilemma. Jian Wushuang didn't know what Fan Tianfeng was doing. He never expected that Fan Tianfeng would help him this time. Fan Tianfeng sat on the throne. His face was still, and he didn't care about the views of the Stone royal family. This time, she was indeed helping Jian Wushuang. Not because of her relationship with Jian Wushuang. On the contrary, it was because she felt that this feeling of being superior was wonderful. Just raising his hand can make an emperor like Jian Wushuang crazy about it. Millions of mixed stones. At the same time, they're not afraid of the Stone Kings. Thanks to Jian Wushuang coming out to mix, talking about background, not strength. Fan Tianfeng looked at Jian Wushuang and sneered in his heart. Jian Wushuang nodded excitedly, if he knew what Fan Tianfeng thought. Estimated to vomit blood. Madman. Xiao's expression remained the same, but from the bottom of her heart, she was disgusted with this practice. He is the Lord of the universe, the hope of the Stone Kingdom, and he is not very dependent on the flame gods. It's not like the few robbers in the royal family. It can be said that the flame is the head of the horse. If the flame really wants this life force, I'm afraid a few old guys of the royal family will offer it with both hands. Thinking of this, Xiao secretly made up his mind. Must become the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm, even the 8 Tribulations realm. Reshape the glory of Shurguo. There is no need to rely on a special life. Although Feng Jiwu on the stage was embarrassed, she was also very dissatisfied with Fan Tianfeng's actions. But she was originally the descendant of the flame gods, and the superiority of the descendants of the gods made her feel this matter. Calm is not too much. What are the Stone Kings? Without the flame gods, the current daughter country can crush the Stone Country, let alone transcend Guma School. The rest of the strong in the temple all have ghosts in their hearts. I was also speculating whether this time the malicious offer of the young master of the kingdom of God was a signal that the flame god and the kingdom of stone were separated. Most of them are still jokes. The weakening of the stone country is good for everyone. Naturally enjoy it. I even want to see Fan Tianfeng continue to quote. Jian Wushuang felt that it was almost enough. 10 million, he was satisfied. Not only can you buy the Tower of Nine Tribulations, you can also participate in subsequent auctions. When it comes to the Lord of the Universe, he can't even use it up. After a stick of incense was silent in the hall. Fan Tianfeng is not increasing the fare. The fingers containing the power of life fell into Shi Xiu's hands. And Shi Xiu paid 10 million yuan for the mixed stone. 10 million, although they are all mixed stones from the royal family. But Shi Xiu is a member of the royal family. Still a little distressed. He crossed the seventh calamity, and the mixed yuan stone he prepared was only 20 million. This time it cost 10 million. At the bottom of my heart, there is still some dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Fan Tianfeng did not increase the price. Otherwise, he would really vomit blood. Shi Xiu got the treasure. Jian Wushuang received tens of millions of mixed stones. Excitement is not a pretense. He really didn't expect that this life force could be sold for this price. This has exceeded the value of life force itself. To blame, it is the strange stone show that has to order some sky lanterns. Millions of mixed stones were spent in vain. The life force auction is over. The asking price of the Tower of Nine Tribulations continued. This time Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, pretending to be a nouveau riche, and directly offered 3 million. Chapter 5785. Let everyone shut their mouths. Shi Xiu also did not bid. Compared with the Tower of Nine Tribulations, the power of life is more real. If you buy it back, it's a decoration, but it won't be a big loss. Many people think Jian Wushuang is crazy now. An emperor has no idea about Hunyuan stone. The shot is 3 million. Maybe the Hunyuan stone was too easy. Jian Wushuang really didn't think there was anything wrong with this price. It has something to do with teacher Xianyi, let alone 3 million. That is 30 million. He also has to take it down. Maybe this Tower of Nine Tribulations is not a weak view of the chessboard. The key to this Tower of Nine Tribulations carries the word Nine Tribulations. It happens to be another 9 floors. It's enough to make people think about it. After the photo was taken, Jian Wushuang was directly included in the origin universe. No mustard seeds were added. Just a little worried. Want to confirm the resonance from the Guantian chessboard more quickly. It's just that there are too many people now. It's not easy to explore directly. It's never too late to study after going out. Now that there are still 7 million mixed stones left in his hand, there may be a treasure suitable for him next, and he can fight for it. Below the 7 Tribulations realm, almost no one can dispute him. It's a pity that he doesn't use most of the auction items next. All were bought by the Lord of the Universe. He can't be too high profile. Even though he has a huge amount of money, he can't buy everything. Such a waste. This Hunyuan stone is of great help to the origin universe. He can also keep some to deal with the Lord who stepped into the universe later, to stabilize his universe. So I didn't bid much later. There were several bids in the middle. Otherwise, it will appear that he is special to the Tower of Nine Tribulations. Only a few bids and no treasures were photographed. Soon, the auction was coming to an end. Feng Jiwu also announced the 3 finale treasures of this auction. 3 treasures come out together, divided into A, B, C. The final treasure comes with a reserve price. The treasure with the code name A has the highest reserve price, a full 1 million mixed stones. You know, this auction, if it weren't for the power of life and the Tower of Nine Tribulations, it would be difficult to sell a price of more than 1 million. The key is the reserve price. The first piece is a treasure of a font size. House Suicide Note. This is a treasure of innate origin. It is the most important treasure when crossing the 7th calamity. Once you have this treasure, you will have at least 10% more hope when you cross the 7th calamity. Corresponds to the supreme tribulation. The 7th highest calamity, the calamity of the origin universe, is the law of water. The origin of the soil is needed to deal with it. This thick soil, Suicide Note, is the key treasure. This treasure comes out. It immediately caused a sensation. In the hall, There are several masters of the universe of the Six Tribulations realm, and the background is unusual. The price began to soar instantly. Soon it reached 5 million. Although crazy, but the robbers can only watch. So I set my sights on the second treasure. Type C. The Great Desolate Prisoner Tianji. 7 Tribulation Realm Peak Secret Method. The base price is 800,000 mixed stones. It is the pinnacle and unique knowledge created by the master of the universe of the 7 Tribulations realm. There is only one chance to learn. After learning, the jade slips storing the secret method will be broken. The emergence of this secret technique has caused a lot of competition for the Lord of the 5 Tribulations realm universe at that time. The base price of 800,000 mixed yuan stone. The Lord of the universe in the 5 Tribulations realm, gritted his teeth, can also fight. The 7 Tribulation realm scattered robbers felt a little bit of tears looking at Kong. The Lord of the universe in the 6 Tribulations realm is competing for the Ho-Tu Sui. Not interested in this secret method. If oneself survives the 7th calamity, you have become the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm, so why bother to learn the secrets of others? Just create it yourself. Jin Wushuang was not interested in this secret method. He doesn't need it himself. Divine power increase as beasts and gods. Kendo has a starry sky catalog waiting for him to create his own pinnacle secret method. It is necessary to learn from others. The Tongha Sword Immortal next to him is competing for the Hoda's suicide note. And it seems that even his most precious treasure was taken out as a mortgage. Now the first price has exceeded 10 million. And it's still rising. The Lord of the 7 Tribulations realm universe. That was already the top powerhouse of Guyu time and space. Whether it's a casual repair or a big force, all are competing. If you become the master of the 7 Tribulations realm universe, you will be able to open up the 7-star sect. If a great power has a 7 Tribulation realm universe master, it can instantly rise to the top power. The master of the universe with the 7 Tribulations realm can also open up a territory on a grand scale. Let the family and the sect develop rapidly. The power of the master of the universe with the 7 Tribulations realm will hardly be destroyed. Because in his dojo, the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm has the power of the 8 Tribulations realm. As long as it doesn't provoke the master of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, it is invincible. In Guyu time and space, the Lord of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, almost every divine dragon had not seen the end. Most of them have left Guyu time and space. It takes a lot of luck to anger in 8 Tribulations realm. So in the entire Guyu time and space, the Lord of the 7 Tribulations realm universe was almost undefeated. Therefore, the masters of the universe of the 6 Tribulations realm, faced with Ho-Tu's suicide note, were all excited and could not wait to fight for their lives. The several masters of the 6 Tribulations realm universe lighted the sky lanterns, overwhelming all the worth. If the treasure is gone, you can go to the secret realm again and fight for it. However, there will not be a few copies of this thick earth suicide note in one era. Must get. Everyone, it's too much. Shirshio's eyes were also bloodshot. The current price has exceeded 20 million mixed stones. So much, so that the second secret method has been auctioned off. There is still a stalemate here. As soon as Shirshio spoke, there was a master of the universe of the 6 Tribulations realm, mockingly said, "Why, the Stone Country has a great cause, and he still cares about this. If it weren't for this place to be an auction, the masters of the 6 Tribulations realm universe would probably be able to fight. This treasure can be auctioned. The person who gets it is highly likely to be the master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations realm. Otherwise, it will never be put up for auction. Anyone who is powerful will be left to the younger generation." Shirshio knew that this time she was going to be serious, and she was not talking nonsense. The sky lantern was also lit. Only this time when the sky lantern was lit, no one gave him face. The price was directly driven up to 50 million mixed stones. In the end, Shirshio, a member of the Stone Royal family, won the thick soil suicide note with 50 million yuan of mixed stones. If the Lord of the 6 Tribulations realm universe were to condense, it would take 50,000 epochs of time. There will be consumption in the middle. Still need to practice. You have to buy some precious divine treasures to enhance your divine power. If you want to store 50 million mixed stones, the difficulty is too high. 50 million is an astronomical figure for the Lord of the Universe in the Seven Tribulations realm. Shi Xiu, who had already reached the Six Tribulations realm to perfection, really needed this treasure. If it can succeed in crossing the robbery, Sure State is the master of the universe of the Seven Tribulations realm. There is no need to skip relying on the flame gods. Chapter 5786. Moreover, the value of the master of the Seven Tribulations realm cosmos is far more than 50 million yuan stone. In addition to the increase in combat power, there is also the opportunity to attack the Eight Tribulations realm. Presumably, most of the strong value this opportunity more. Sanjia, the strong, are even more envious. This is why the top 10 Seven Tribulation realm powerhouses back then went to besiege Emperor Bobby. Isn't it just for the first line of life? With the end of the thick soil, suicide note. This auction is also about to end. Now there is a treasure left. The base price is 500,000 yuan mixed stone. The treasure of the acquired universe. Although it is not an innate treasure of the universe, but this treasure of the acquired universe. It was refined by using the essence and blood of a special being in the Seven Tribulations realm. The value is also high. The upper limit is also in the Eight Tribulations realm. But the current mighty power is only around the Five Tribulations realm. It takes 500,000 supernatural powers to be able to move. It can be regarded as the second most precious treasure that is more suitable for the Lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe. In addition to the natal treasures, some other treasures can also be cultivated. This treasure is very good. At least the upper limit is high. Valiant is also very powerful. The comparison is made by using a special life in the Seven Tribulations realm. Of course, it is incomparable with the beasts. This treasure of the acquired universe only used the essence and blood of that special life. Jian Wushuang's Beast God weapon used to complete innate Beast God. In terms of origin, it is much stronger than the potential of the acquired treasure. So Jian Wushuang was not interested in the last treasure. Ancient Temple Jade Pot. Feng Zhu introduced it on the high platform. The powerhouse below, the master of the universe in the Six Tribulations realm, does not need, and there is no need to cultivate the supreme treasure to increase combat power. It is better to prepare for the impact of the seventh calamity. The Lord of the Universe in the Five Tribulations realm is different. Their demand for combat power is still great. The crisis of the Six Tribulations realm is far less terrible than the Seven Tribulations realm. Therefore, we must improve our combat power and go to war. This ancient temple jade pot is very suitable for the Lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe. In the hall, there are already many strong men who have begun to leave. Almost all of the powerhouses in the Seven Tribulation realm left the scene. The Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm has also gone a lot. The fight for the last treasure was a fight between the Five Tribulations realm and the Four Tribulations realm of the Master of the Universe. There is nothing good about it. Lianqing also got up and left at this time. However, before leaving, he spoke to Jian Wushuang. "Boy, this treasure is very suitable for you. It's best to take a picture." Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Suitable for him? Ancient temple jade pot. Although the refined materials are very special, they're the treasures of the acquired universe. But for him as an emperor, it may not be suitable. The biggest function of this jade pot is to store its own divine power. When fighting the strong, release the divine power that has long been condensed inside. Does not consume its own divine power. It is a one-time treasure that can be used repeatedly. The stored divine power is limited, and every time it is released, it needs to be refilled. Ordinary divine power practitioners will naturally get full marks when added. But Jian Wushuang is no ordinary person. It is indeed suitable to think so. It's just that the asking price now exceeds 1 million. Jian Wushuang didn't really want to waste so many Hunyuan stones to buy a chicken rib. If this ancient temple jade pot can store its origin, he will definitely buy it. The intention is at the source, not at the divine power. In the future, there is a high probability that it will not be too biased towards divine power. So he is not like being distracted to nurture this treasure. There are beast soldiers and generals. His treasures are almost all the treasures of divine power. There is no need to buy this jade pot again. However, he did not rush to refute Lianxing. Instead, Transmit asked, "Senior, what is so special about this jade pot?" Jin Wushuang is not stupid either. Naturally, refining the stars says it has a big effect. So simply ask the other party to translate what is a big effect for him. If you move him, go and buy it again. Nothing to say and no loss. It's a matter of blood earning. Putting it on others, star refining will not be wasted. When Lianxing heard Jian Wushuang's doubts, he didn't conceal it and said his own opinions. There is a special place about this ancient jade pot, which was not mentioned by Feng Jiwu, because Feng Jiwu said it didn't mean it. That is the power of the ancient temple jade pot, which is related to the origin. In fact, the origin of this ancient jade pot is the strongest. The stronger the source, the more the stored divine power is against the sky. Lianxing knows that Jian Wushuang's origin is far beyond ordinary people. That's why it is recommended. Guyu time and space is a time and space dominated by divine power. Therefore, Feng Jiwu did not give much introduction to the origin. Telling these people is of little use, because this is not the key. But this has a much greater effect on Jian Wushuang. This also gave him the need to shoot. 800,000. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his hand and offered his own price. Directly caused the strong in the hall to sink his face instantly. A Stone King clan's 5 Tribulations Realm Universe Master even got up and said angrily, "Jian Wushuang, you are a little emperor. Don't think that you can compete with me if you have a mixed element stone. Don't be careful. Lost my life." The master of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe is still Shi Xiu's disciple. It is also a core member of the royal family. Naturally, I knew about him and Shi Jiu. In addition, he was maliciously quoted by Fan Tianfeng before, and he dared not retaliate against Fan Tianfeng, and he did not dare to take the opportunity to teach him this gainer. It's just that Jian Wushuang now is really worthy of the Lord of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe. Fighting is definitely not an opponent, but the opponent wanted to rely on his strength and tyranny, so he was overwhelmed. That is also impossible. At the moment he got up, looked obliquely, weighed the mustard seeds in his hand, and said, "This fellow Taoist, if you think there is a problem with your bid, you can continue to bid. Why bother with me? Or say you can't get it. Out of 8 million mixed stones?" Little monarch dared to speak wildly. If it weren't for luck and the power of life, where did you get so many mixed stones? Jian Wushuang sneered and sat back on the throne. He just said lightly, "Don't forget that power of life, but your royal family bought it. If you don't want it, you can return it." As soon as these words came out, the Lord of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe turned red. That power of life was indeed bought by the royal family, and now it may be in the hands of several ancestors. Such pure life force would even be dedicated to the first ancestor in the royal family, powerful in the 8 Tribulations realm. However, Jian Wushuang knew the power of life he had condensed best. That power of life. Do more to help the Lord of the 7 Tribulations Realm Universe. The 8 Tribulations Realm is not used at all. He condensed the purest life force. For those 7 Tribulations Realm powerhouses, it was the desert meeting the oasis. But for the 8 Tribulations Realm, it's just a drop in the bucket. Useless. At the beginning, the Taoist could help 6 Tribulations Realm. The Emperor is now helping the 7 Tribulations Realm. Chapter 5787. When he reaches the Lord of the Universe, he may be able to condense the power to restore the vitality of the 8 Tribulations Realm powerhouse. This power is far more terrifying than it is now. The master of the 5 Tribulations Realm Universe in Shi Kingdom knew that Jian Wushuang could not be frightened by wasting his tongue. So he simply turned and left. A treasure for your own use. Then you have to pay for it yourself? At this time, the family is unreliable. If everyone let the family take care of it, it's already dilapidated, unless it is the top figure in the family. Only the strength of the family will be cultivated. Not everyone is like Fan Tianfeng. Jian Wushuang was quite curious. What exactly did the flame like about Fan Tianfeng? Actually treated like this, entering the ancient moon time and space, but more than 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Let the flame establish such a position for Fan Tianfeng. This woman is not simple. 100 and 800,000 mixed yuan stone took down the ancient temple jade pot. The auction also officially ended. Before leaving, Jian Wushuang nodded at Fan Tianfeng. He didn't speak, but he was grateful. If there is a chance before leaving Shi country, see Fan Tianfeng again. Tell as much as you can about what you know. Can't look at each other to die. From Guyu time and space, go to Qi Temple. I don't know how many epochs and how many time and space are needed. During this period of time, Fan Tianfeng was able to become the Lord of the universe. Even with a few seven tribulations realm powerhouses, there are still the law bodies of the flame gods. He also felt that there was no possibility of defeating extinction. Extinction is like his destiny. No one can beat him except him. Follow the stone stairs and leave the auction below. Jian Wushuang appeared in some other courtyard in Nanxing. After coming out, what surprised him was that Lianxing was actually waiting for him. It seems that you bought the ancient temple. Lianxing nodded with relief. Jian Wushuang quickly thanked him. Thank you, senior, for your advice. This treasure is based on the eyes of seniors. Lips are worthless. At this time, I'm really sorry for the other party if I don't go flattering. Lianxing waved his hand and said casually, no matter the little things, let me go. The materials have been collected, and you can start refining the god-level sword blanks. Jian Wushuang nodded. The two left together. This time, go directly to the core of the 9th layer. Purgatory world. The temperature is so high that it can melt the universe. Jian Wushuang relied on the beast gods to explode with 500,000 supernatural powers to be able to resist. The flow rate here is very slow. 1 year outside, here is 10,000 years. Refining Xing continued. It takes 30,000 years to refine a god-level sword blank. You can resist it. This is just the beginning. Jian Wushuang's determined eyes remained unchanged. He can eat hard, to be 10,000 times the flow rate. He didn't notice it. It also shows that the space here is extremely firm. Fusion with time. Instead of those simple formations he set up. Although the flow rate is high, it is not stable. In this place, it is necessary to ensure the stability of the space. Refining stars also cost a huge price. This time Jian Wushuang was anxious and wanted to refine his sword blanks here. Let's start. Refining the stars manipulated the flames and began to fuse materials. This step is the easiest. All materials are fused, not melted into liquid like everything else. Jian Wushuang was also the first time to observe such a superb method. I was surprised to see it. All the materials are finally transformed into the original aura floating in the sky. That is invisible. Lianxing also began to pay full attention and shouted, "Gather." The breath was reversed and began to shrink inwardly. From this point alone, Jian Wushuang could see the mystery in the space, and it was vividly reflected. The introverted and contracted breath is constantly being suppressed. The force of air pressure started to break the space. The power of power is beyond ordinary people's imagination. The sword blank of the gods. How could it be so simple? Some techniques behind. Jian Wushuang, who was watching, even took a cold breath. Originally, he still held that he might be able to become a Tianjiao with the refining device. Now it seems that he has no chance. 10,000 years ago, he almost watched. For thousands of years, Lianxing repeatedly compressed and restrained his breath. Finally formed a scarlet gas. Already had the shape of a sword. Jian Wushuang. After connecting it, within 10,000 years, the power of mind will not be broken, otherwise all previous efforts will be lost. With a stroke of the finger of Lianxing, the red sword shadow floated towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't move, but his thought power rushed out of his body. condensing a pair of huge palms with thought power, holding the sword energy. Jian Wushuang instantly felt that his thought power was fading faster. Is this a test of will? It's a bit. Too much pediatrics. What? What? Jian Wushuang broke out, directly exerting eternal changes. Here, the divine power is to deal with the temperature contained in the flame. The power of mind depends on the strength of the source. The power of the blue starry sky surrounds. Let Jian Wushuang reach the peak state. The power of mind is strengthened again. Liangxing's eyes flickered, and he whispered, "Is this your confidence?" What he is optimistic about Jian Wushuang is that unstoppable confidence. Has absolute self-confidence, and also has absolute strength of the same level. That is the absolute powerhouse of the future. Resistant, as long as the power of mind is washed away for 10,000 years, it will be half done. Lian Xing reminded him from the side. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, just holding the sword energy like this. With his stubborn expression, all admired him. That requires a lot of perseverance and will, and only Jian Wushuang knows the bitterness of it. This is why Xing wanted to persuade him in the first place. This kind of torture can't be resisted by everyone, and the powerhouse of the Eight Tribulations realm naturally doesn't care. But Jian Wushuang is just an emperor. An emperor? Why does he have to fight like this? No one knows. Some people may not understand why the fate of a time and space will fall on an emperor, this kind of sorrow. But Jian Wushuang never lost his confidence because of this, and never complained, even if the true spirit used him as a bait. He regards this injustice of fate as his own calamity. He will use himself to be stronger than his peers to cover up the responsibility he shouldn't bear. 10,000 years. In a flash of smoke, under the washing of Nian Li, that sword aura already overlapped with him. The effect has arrived. Refining stars is not nonsense. Move Jian Qi from Jian Wu's hands to the next. Then he took out an ordinary divine sword with a scabbard. It seems ordinary, but this magic sword is forged with the hardest time and space crystallization of time and space. Nothing can be destroyed below the Seven Tribulations realm. Of course, it is not invincible. It can't destroy the Excalibur itself, but it can also destroy its internal origin. And the internal origin is Jian Wushuang's sword energy that has been washed away for 10,000 years. Sword Qi entered its sheath, and power erupted. However, Jian Qi and Jian Wushuang overlap, but they do not overlap with this divine sword. This requires the means of refining stars. Blend the two together. It will be 70% successful. The rest is how Jian Wushuang recognizes the master. At that time, Jian Wushuang's origin was needed to suppress the Excalibur. The time required to refine the stars is very short. Chapter 5788. Within a few years, he merged the divine sword with the sword Qi. It is equivalent to let the ordinary swords have their origins. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. God-level sword blank immediately succeeded. This divine sword will follow him throughout his life. There was another muffled noise. In the sky, blood fell. The sword blank is complete. You need to refine the rest by yourself. Lianxing also showed a trace of exhaustion. In the past, he hadn't been so tired for refining the slabs of the gods. This time was a bit special. Jian Wushuang's Jian Wushuang was so powerful for some reason. It almost overturned. This also made him curious about the origin of Jian Wushuang. How to practice to have such a powerful source? He has also heard that the practice methods in other time and space are different from those in Guyu time and space. My heart also faintly guessed that Jian Wushuang should have obtained other time and space methods. But I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to come from a long river of time and space. When the pressure came to Jian Wushuang again, this time, he will use both hands to connect the divine sword. Because this time the Excalibur has a sword body. The moment he held the divine sword, his Tao heart began to tremble. A powerful force directly impacted the depths of his soul. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, but he held it steady. The final step of the God-level sword blank. Inject your own origin. Suppress the origin of the Excalibur. It's a process of acknowledgement, but I don't know how many people have fallen in this step. At the same time, there are also benefits. The stronger the origin of the Excalibur. Jian Wushuang held the divine sword. One's own origin is to start injecting. The origin of the starry sky entered instantly. In Jian Wushuang's mind, Wang Ming felt a piece of it. A huge catalog of the starry sky spread out. In the starry sky, the divine sword turned into 9 handles. There are 5 handles forming a long river of time and space. There are also 4 handles, which are inlaid in the starry sky. It will make my starry sky catalog resonate. Jian Wushuang himself did not expect to have an unexpected surprise. Originally, he still needed the pinnacle secret method he kept creating. There was a prototype in an instant. The current sword blank does not seem to have entered the origin of the divine sword. But the sword blank entered his starry sky origin, standing on top of the stars. There are 4 sword shadows inlaid in the starry sky. He can't move, but he could copy the 5 divine swords in the long river of time and space below. These 5 sword shadows were constantly devouring the origin of his starry sky at this time. It is a pity that the source of absorption is just sprinkling water for him. Negligible. I thought it would be more difficult. It now seems that it is not as difficult as the difficulty of mind-washing. It's not hard for him at all. Even let him use this opportunity to create his own star catalog. Originally a picture of the starry sky catalog. Now I want to describe the first sword. Life, the essence of all things condensed. Jian Wushuang fell into enlightenment. Began to study carefully. This sword is the same as when he just created the starry sky catalog. It's not for killing the enemy. Everything in life. It's just embedded in the starry sky. It hasn't really fallen. His starry sky catalog, although invincible with a sword. But I haven't really seen blood. They all freeze the strong in the painting. Finally, use other means to kill. Life is the greatest essence of this sword. With the previous background, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and muttered silently. The first sword is a life and a new beginning. The first sword end. Begin to comprehend the second sword. At least he can comprehend the 5 sword cheese now. In the starry sky catalog, 5 sword moves are drawn. The first sword, life. The second sword, let it die. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, a black mist appeared on the center of his eyebrows. It seems to destroy the upper body. Suddenly, he had a completely new understanding of the power of death. This also depends on the second soul of Qixin. Although the distance is far away, the second soul has been in retreat, unable to withdraw. But some mysteries have been absorbed into the deity. This second sword was formed like this. Life. The two are in conflict with each other. It seems to be incompatible, but they complement each other. And the power caused by the rebellion of the two is at least hundreds of times stronger than a single sword. The power of the first sword and the second sword is actually the same. It's just a different function. The first sword of life, good at restraining powerful enemies. The second sword killed the enemy without authorization. After Jian Wushuang familiarized himself with the principles contained in the first 2 swords, he began to calligraphy and painting the third sword, reincarnation. I create life and walk with death. The mark on his forehead began to change and finally condensed into 2 identical fishes. One black and one white. Yin and yang killing. Reincarnation sword success. Although it was created, but it's much harder to use it because the load is too big. He can barely use the first sword. The second sword won't work. Even if the 2 powers are the same, they can't be used. Unless you reach the Lord of the universe. I have the origin of the universe. As for the third sword, according to his estimation, the origin must reach the power of 100,000 black holes before it can be used. Now his origin, let alone supporting reincarnation. Even death can't support it. Only after the universe is perfectly formed can more power be created in it. UU reading www. Akanshu. Comments just that now that he expresses the meaning of painting, all of his brain is welling up in his heart. Constantly improve my starry sky catalog. This feeling is wonderful. Unconsciously created such a pinnacle secret method. The first sword was born from life. The second sword goes with death. The third sword, yin and yang, are one, sending the ants into reincarnation. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied. He looked at his starry sky catalog, dropped his sword again, and said to himself, time and space. His origin is the orthodox way of time and space. Although the starry sky is condensed, before becoming a starry sky, he must at least reach the point of mastering time and space. This is impossible to jump. The fourth sword was formed instantly. Countless fragments, sword shadows, growth, kendo, memories. All the scenes keep going backwards. Jian Wushuang seemed to shuttle his timeline. Finally returned to reality. Time and space success. 5 swords in the star catalog. Comprehend the 4 sword chi among them. It's still the last one. From the beginning, he had a goal. The last sword is the reincarnation of time and space. This is also the foreshadowing of the previous life. 9 sword chi. Enter the starry sky. 4 sword auras are embedded in the starry sky, and he cannot comprehend them. Only when you reach a higher level can you comprehend it. The 5 sword auras depicted in the starry sky catalog now are enough for him to move vertically and horizontally in the Lord of the universe. The first sword of life can be used as an emperor. When he had no clear goal before, his might was enough to slay a powerful person in the 3 tribulations realm. Now the enlightenment is complete. Power also soared. With the origin of the emperor, I am afraid that he will be able to blast the 4 tribulations realm powerhouse. You know, his previous combat power relied entirely on beasts and divine weapons and eternal changes. Instead, he forgot the strongest kendo. Chapter 5789. Now reorganize the kendo, creating a complete starry sky, 5 swords. It is also normal for combat power to soar directly. If it weren't for his divine power to change because of the power of blood, his current combat power is probably kendo. It's just that this change will be normal after reaching the Lord of the universe. The basic divine power of 400,000 is nothing in the Lord of the universe. The strong man in the 4 tribulations realm has a basic divine power of 400,000. In the future, you have to rely on kendo. Jidao condenses all things into one, which is the source of kendo. Jian Wushuang's lifestyle is also kendo, and only the whole cards of kendo can make him feel at ease. With 5 swords, the Lord of the universe is invincible. Just when his 5th sword came together, the whole source began to tremble. Even the stars are shaking. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Backed quickly, but for a second thought, this is his origin starry sky. Where can he retreat? Immediately, I began to use my mind to investigate my origin, wanting to see where the problem occurred. Only after he went deep did he find out. The 4 inlaid sword auras in the starry sky are actually constantly devouring the origin of the starry sky. Jian Qi changed from dark red to light blue. Look back at the universe that is about to be lit. In the catalog of the starry sky in the universe, the 5 swords he created by his comprehension turned blue. This is the power of the stars that swallowed him. The origin of the sword blank has also evolved into the origin of the starry sky. At this moment, in the outside world, Lian Xing was staring at Jian Wushuang incredulously. He found that the god-ranked sword blank he had just refined was transforming. It seems that because of Jian Wushuang's origin, a certain advancement has taken place. The legend is true. Treasures above the gods can really be created. Lian Xing's mouth grew wide, and he didn't expect that one of his kind deeds would be able to refine his life's peak. At this moment, everything is worth it. The pinnacle of the caste god, although only for a moment. It was because of Jian Wushuang's origin. But this is enough. Speaking out, he refined this divine sword after all. After being surprised, he began to meditate, and finally shook his head and muttered to himself, "No matter what you achieve in the future, You will eventually have a cause and effect with me today. Now he sees Jian Wushuang. There is no upper limit, because it has exceeded his cognition. No matter what, he couldn't see through Jian Wushuang's background. That's why Jian Wushuang's achievements have no upper limit. Anyway, cause and effect were formed. The stronger Jian Wushuang, the better. In this way, he can also be touched. It also saves face to speak out. In the starry sky, the origin is still trembling. 9 sword auras are still being swallowed. The 4 sword auras were embedded in the starry sky, swallowing even more powerfully. Jian Wushuang was going crazy. The origin of the starry sky is his pie for the future. There can be no mistakes. Can only bite the bullet and break into the starry sky, standing under the magnificent 4 swords. Instead, he became extremely small. If the first 5 swords can let him cross the master of the universe, then these 4 swords has surpassed the Lord of the universe. Jian Wushuang looked at the 6th sword aura, fell from the top, carefully observed, and finally muttered to himself. With this sword technique, it can be an enemy in ancient times. If it is a certain day, the 6th sword can be used. The 3 eternal existences of the 9 great space-times he dared to fight. This is not arrogance, but confidence. The 6th sword is too powerful. As for the 3 swords behind, he couldn't even make enlightenment. In other words, I can't understand it, and it keeps getting stronger. Swallowing a large amount of starry sky power, Jian Wushuang felt a little uneasy in his heart, as if a child had done something bad, worried about being seen by an adult. The more he thought about it, the more Jian Wushuang felt that in the depths of the starry sky, there was a huge eye staring at him. Perhaps that is not an illusion. Jian Wushuang looked at the depths of the starry sky, and at the same time, the depths of the starry sky were also watching him. Outside time and space, within the source, in the stars, a huge pupil opened his pupil in the starry sky and looked at the long river of time and space flowing towards the end. With just a glance, he looked through time and space. After seeing Jian Wushuang, he closed his eyes again. When this huge eye closed, Jian Wushuang in the source also lost the sense of oppression he had just now and let out a sigh of relief. At this time, he found that Yuan was not trembling anymore, and he was calm again. The 4 sword auras had turned dark blue. It seems to have swallowed enough. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang actually squeezed a cold sweat. After returning to the universe, he lit up. A blue sword floated in front of him. Blue scabbard, ice blue blade. A slaughter came to my heart. Peerless weapon. Jian Wushuang put away the blade. The divine sword returned to its sheath, causing a roar of the blue dragon. Look at the lines on the scabbard again. Jian Wushuang frowned. Originally, there were only simple lines on the scabbard, but now there is an extra eye. Looks extremely scary. The eyes are huge and lifelike. In the eyes, there is this figure. The figure stood on top of Tsongshan, with his back facing him. Can't see the face clearly. Is it condensed because of the power of the stars? Jian Wushuang was puzzled, and there was no way to verify it. Might not know about it. Can only let go of this idea. The sword blank is finished. This time I came to Shurgua to complete it. Holding the scabbard in one hand, Jian Wushuang left his original starry sky. Seeing Jian Wushuang return to consciousness, Xingxing knew that Jian Wushuang had succeeded. This time he did not have any accidents. Jian Wushuang saw the other party with a calm expression on his face. He thought that the level was not that difficult. So he said, "Senior, the divine sword is done. Not bad. Let me see how this sword blank is." Lianxing reached out his hand and took the magic sword. When he wanted to draw the sword, he felt a chill in his heart and found that he could not activate the magic sword. It was a little embarrassing and shocked for a while. It was stronger than he expected, and he couldn't pull it out. There was a high probability that only the master of the divine sword could pull it out. But in front of a junior, even his own refining sword blank was pulled out. It was impossible to tell the truth. So I found a set of rhetoric for myself, and also told Jian Wushuang, "This is the treasure of your life. You must draw the sword. This is the rule. Even if I refine it, you can't draw it out." As he said, He handed the hilt to Jian Wushuang and motioned Jian Wushuang to pull it out and let him observe it. Jian Wushuang really believed it and said quickly and politely, "This sword is made by seniors. Seniors don't have to be polite." But seeing the other party insisted, he began to respect Star, making from the bottom of his heart. No Loss is the #1 casting master of the ancient Wood continent. Not only is he invincible, but his demeanor is probably also a large group of 7 Tribulation realms. Think of those 7 Tribulations realm powerhouses who have taken refuge in Emperor Bobby, and then look at refining Stars. It's a huge difference. Cha! The Excalibur is out of its sheath, and the ice blue blade makes people fearful. "Senior, please." After Jian Wushuang pulled out the divine sword, he held the hilt with one hand, the tip of the sword pointed down, and handed it to Lianxing. Chapter 5790. Looking at the surface of the divine sword, Lianxing swallowed for a while, his face filled with smiles. The pinnacle of work. How can I not be excited? There was some sweat on the palm of his hand. In order to avoid staining the hilt of the sword, he rubbed his hand against his body. This kind of little detail was remembered by Jian Wushuang, and he secretly said, "Pay attention to people." But the next moment, when he said that the hilt of the sword was handed to Lianxing's hand and let go, Lianxing fell directly from midair to the ground at the fastest speed. The ice blue divine sword floated above the flames. No matter how hard he tried to refine the stars, he couldn't pick up the divine sword. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback, and he landed quickly and came to Lianxing's side carrying. "Senior, are you all right?" "Ahem." Lianxing quickly let go, then turned around and carried Jian Wushuang, clenched his fist and coughed twice on his mouth, and said, "It's a small thing, but I didn't expect this sword to be special. You can put it away quickly." Jian Wushuang also felt that this was a problem with Excalibur. With the scabbard, Xingxing could easily follow it, but after being pulled out, it was in Xingxing's hands, but it couldn't be picked up. He picked up the hilt of the sword casually, guessing in his heart, it should be the reason for the hilt. Only recognize the power of the stars, so outsiders can't pull it out. Thinking about it this way, when refining Xing had just held the hilt, he was finally asked to draw the sword, which is probably also fooling him. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang was a little bit dumbfounded. After returning the divine sword to its sheath, he carried it behind his back. The kendo of the starry sky comes from the kendo of Nie Yuan. He had laughed at the other side before, carrying a broken sword on his back. Now he has inherited this point from Nie Yuan, carrying the Excalibur. The sword does not leave. In order to overcome the embarrassment just now, Jian Wushuang said sincerely, "Senior Star Refining, this sword does not yet have a name. The younger generation is shallow. It is better to give a name to the senior. Since you are so interested, the old man will break the rules and give you one." Star Refining is still very happy. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang asked him to nominate. If it's someone else, he might not feel that way yet. It's just that the treasures refined this time are not ordinary, especially the icy blue sword blade that makes people feel chilly. Definitely surpassed the previous rank treasure. Much stronger than the treasures of the acquired universe he refined. It is also his honor to name this treasure. So, Xingxing thought about it very seriously for a while. Then his eyes lit up and thought of a name. Millions of Tribulation. The meaning is immortal. Just call it Myriad Tribulation Sword. Lianxing said. Jian Wushuang said silently, "Sword of 10,000 Tribulations." When he was at Daojun, he had a sword skill, that is 1,000 calamities. It's just that at that time, I didn't understand the robbery realm. Now it sounds like this name is really pleasing to his ears after he became the Lord of the Universe. Thank you, Senior, for giving the name. Jian Wushuang was quite satisfied. Originally, he felt that the name was useless, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Lianxing smiled lightly and said, "Well, since the magic weapon has been completed, I will not keep you. I believe we will meet again soon. Holy Assembly. The holy meeting is coming." Knowing that Jian Wushuang was going to participate in the holy meeting, Lianxing did not keep him. Compare just got the sword blank. You also need to be familiar with and create your own kendo secrets. He still didn't know that Jian Wushuang had created a perfect universe secret method. It's just that the strength is weak now, and it can't be used. Jian Wushuang also knew that Xingxing was for his sake, although the peak secret method of kendo had already been created. But regarding the secret method of super eternal change, we still can't give up. We must perfect it as much as possible, so that he can directly use it after he becomes the master of the universe. And he still has 2 secret treasures on his body now, and he hasn't studied it yet. Tower of 9 Tribulations, and the Ancient Temple. Now there is only 1 or 2 years left before the congregation. Go to Guma school in advance. So the time left for Jian Wushuang was less than a year. He also needs the flow of time to comprehend. Otherwise, the time is really not enough. Bid farewell to Star Refining. Originally planned to meet again with Fan Tianfeng to have a detailed discussion. Even one day is enough. But when he called Fan Tianfeng, the other party was already in retreat. This is to hit the robbery realm. Can't get out in a short time. He could only use the token given to them by the real spirit to remind Fan Tianfeng. The strength of extinction is not superficial. The horror of death is far from simple. Some things are too thorough, but others don't believe them. Still have to be cryptic. At least ask the other person to think. Consider what he said. This will make memory long. Don't take people with you. It ended up all in one pot. Instead, let the strength of extinction go one step further. Top 10 powerhouses in Qi Temple. Originally, she was only optimistic about Huiqing. But now Jian Wushuang is unwilling to give up any of them. Maybe their fate is not bad. All have the means to solve the extinction. For example, Wu Zhuo. At this time, Wu Zhuo, who was deeply trapped in the mysterious realm of Wuhua, was spotted by a real big man. Not malicious. Wu Zhuo, who came to Guyu time and space, was the one who had the slowest increase in strength among the current 10. Compared with Fan Tianfeng's early luck is still a bit worse. No matter how bad it is, there is no shortage of opportunities for cultivation. That is, Jian Wushuang's strength has grown too fast, and every opportunity is just right. Only then will his strength skyrocket rapidly. In fact, Wu Zhuo had improved fast enough now, but compared with Jian Wushuang, it was not so obvious. But this time, it was watched by a big man. His outbreak period has also arrived. Everyone is fighting. Huiqing did not give up in the core area of the ancient moon ruins. There are Jin Wuyang, Tongtian Buddha, and the ancient superpowers Dongsheng and Wanyan in the primitive universe. These people have a lot of opportunities. They are extremely confident in the future. Fan Tianfeng is the first to return to Qi Temple. Depart from Stone King capital. He did not take the teleportation array. There is no teleportation array established between the kingdoms. After all, they're all considered hostile relationships. Establish a teleportation array. Isn't this a chance for the other party to steal home? So Jian Wushuang can only fly. Fortunately, his speed is fast enough. At the same time, it can also be transmitted through the teleportation array between some small cities. It only takes about a month to return to Vietnam. Before leaving Shirgua, he once again came to Lufengpo, then dived directly into the ground. He left the country mark at the beginning. According to the marks, he quickly reached the hole that was previously punched, all the way down. But when he came to a small space, but found nothing inside, it seems that there is no pink mass at all. This made him extremely shocked. Could it be that it ran out too? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. Look around. A cold sweat behind his back. Jian Wushuang frowned, thinking of the monster. They are really a group. Chapter 5791. If so, his letting go twice was a serious sin. It's not that he made a fuss, but it is these 2 monsters. Both are amazing. I don't know who their creator is. Now that he can't find it, he can only return to Vietnam first. After returning to the country of Yu, I went to Wu Mansion first, where I learned about the destruction of his mansion. After asking again, he had already determined that it was made by the beetle monster. That blood pool, I am afraid it has been swallowed. Wu Ligong was about to discuss with him about the sacred meeting, but Jian Wushuang hurriedly said goodbye. For him, there is nothing to discuss. There are some things, no matter how good they are before the eyes, it is useless. Now his strength is strong enough. Wu Li, an ally, is also a bit out of date. Not a threat, but not a qualified teammate. After leaving Wu Mansion, he returned to a restored Princess Mansion. Just after entering the mansion, he saw an elder Mu Chun. Prince Mukin. He just entered the mansion, and the other party was about to leave, so he ran into it. After seeing Jian Wushuang, Elder Mu Chun smiled and said quickly, "Wushuang's sage nephew, you can count as coming back. The holy meeting is coming, and I will set off for the Guma sect in 3 months. It is best not to leave you in these days. Country. Only 3 months are left. It is indeed a bit hasty." Fortunately, his catalog of the starry sky has already created the secrets of the universe. There are only 2 secret treasures left. There is nothing to explore. Using time to speed up is too late. After exchanging a few words with Elder Mu Chun, he sent the opponent into Xianhu, looking at the opponent's disappearing sight. Jian Wushuang's eyes changed. There are also some doubts in my heart. When Wu Li met him, he also talked a lot about the monster. Elder Mu Chun didn't mention a word. This made him feel that the royal family must have known something and deliberately suppressed this matter. Thinking of this, he was going to ask the nominal wife, Jin Shin. Unfortunately, the other party is in retreat. When Elder Mu Chun came just now, I'm afraid he had a closed door. If he couldn't find out, he wasn't insisting. Randomly called a maid and asked him to take him back to the room. Now that the palace is rebuilt, he is really unfamiliar. After 7 turns and 8 turns, the maid took him to a secluded courtyard. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied with it. The layout of the courtyard was very suitable for him, so that he threw out tens of thousands of universe crystals, which one he would give to him. Maid, seeing so many cosmic crystals, the maid hurriedly bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Lord Ma. Okay, nothing is wrong with you. Let's go down." Jian Wushuang waved his hand, arranged the next barrier, and then entered the small courtyard. Entering the small courtyard room, he took out a cave treasure, a small cicada pupa, entered it, and the cicada pupa lay on the tabletop. As if there was no one in the room, it was calm. In the cave world, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on a green grass, with 2 treasures in front of him. Tower of 9 Tribulations, Ancient Temple Pot. The former is related to Guantian chessboard, and he is most looking forward to it. The latter's role is not small. Can play an extra hole card. Call! Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and took the lead in picking up the ancient temple pot. After playing with it in his hand, Nianli entered the ancient temple pot, and in just an hour, he became familiar with the usage of the treasure. The next step is to refine the ancient temple pot. This may take a long time. He must slow down the flow of time. It is 1,000,000 times slower than the normal flow rate outside. This is convenient to maintain. Can also practice wholeheartedly. After doing all this, he used the origin of the starry sky to refine the ancient temple pot. Although this ancient temple pot is only the treasure of the acquired universe, the pressure of refining is not small. Fortunately, his origin is strong enough. It took several years to successfully refine the ancient temple pot. The rest is to store divine power. If he wants to store the most powerful divine power, he has to raise the divine power to the strongest. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang put the jade pot on the ground and stood up. At the moment he got up, a pair of black armor spread out from the flesh and then made a crackling sound, instantly enveloping his whole body, and then disappeared on the flesh again. Only Jian Wushuang knew that Jiang Jia entered the divine body in the flesh. At this moment, he also had enough confidence. 5 times. At this moment, the beast soldiers turned crazily, and the dark red divine power instantly wrapped his whole body. Divine power also jumped from 400,000 times to 600,000 times. For times the power of the beast can be increased to 600,000. Now 5 times the power of the beast god. At least 650,000 times the divine power. It has reached the standard of combat power for the Lord of the 5 Tribulations realm. The threshold for the powerhouses of the 5 Tribulations realm is 500,000, and the peak is 600,000. But the Lord of the Universe in the Five Tribulations realm would be much stronger at the peak. For example, which Empress function? Her supernatural power is probably more than 600,000. It even reached 800,000. Because Jian Wushuang had seen the female emperor's angry eyes at the beginning, that sense of oppression was much stronger than the ordinary Six Tribulation realm's dispersal tribulation. This is why the other party has the confidence to compete for the position of the saint. After all, he was the arrogant of the same age as the Yunji Lord. The Lord Yunji is now the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm universe. The female emperor is so competitive, how can her strength be poor? Even if he was the Lord of the Universe in the Five Tribulations realm, his combat power was not average, and it was far from comparable to the same level. The explosion of the Lord of the Universe is far from being comparable to those of scattered calamities. Now Jian Wushuang's combat power can beat most of the Five Tribulations realm Sankaku, but the Lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe is not very sure. But he got this ancient temple pot. It's really against the Lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe. It's really hard to say who is the one who will kill him. Erupt with all strength. Pour the divine power and the gods into the ancient temple pot. If it is an ordinary divine power practitioner, it may take a long time. But Jian Wushuang has the power of everything. The power of all things can not only be transformed into life, but also the essence of divine power. He has 650,000 supernatural powers, and can inject up to 450,000 at a time. No matter how much, it will hurt the origin. After pouring divine power into the ancient temple pot, his divine body instantly felt emptiness. A force of nothingness made him almost fall. The eyes were dim and dim. Hastily used the power of all things to quickly replenish his divine power. Although the power of all things is almost infinite, it takes time for a stick of incense to fill the huge vacancy. This is already fast. If it is an ordinary divine power practitioner, even use the universe crystal and mixed element stone, these treasures that supplement divine power. It also takes a long time. After returning to the peak, he once again poured his divine power into the ancient temple pot. Chapter 5792. Still 450,000 supernatural powers. Calculating, the two injections into the ancient temple pot should have 900,000 supernatural powers. Unfortunately, divine power is not calculated in this way. When the base divine power is 10,000, the treasures needed to upgrade to 100,000 divine power are not equal to the treasures needed to increase the 100,000 basic divine power to 200,000 divine powers. 450,000 supernatural power injections. In the current ancient temple pot, there are only 500,000 supernatural powers. It's just an increase of 50,000. Not only because of the superposition of divine power. The bigger one is that although the ancient temple pot itself stores divine power, after it can be injected into it, a lot of divine power is transformed into the origin of the ancient temple pot and used to maintain the power of the ancient temple pot. In this regard, Jian Wushuang was calm. If it's a big deal, inject it a few more times. It takes only a few days at most. The third time, it increased to 520,000. The fourth time, 530,000. Starting from the fifth time, it only increased by a few thousand each time. After 100 times, only dozens of supernatural powers were injected each time. Now, 700,000 supernatural powers are stored in the ancient temple pot. It is already very difficult to increase. But this is enough. With 700,000 divine powers, most of the Five Tribulations realm universe masters are very difficult to resist. Only the Emperor Fengtian's Five Tribulations realm was able to resist, and it was enough to deal with the general Five Tribulations realm Cosmos Master. This is not his only whole card. There is no need to pursue the limit too much. When his basic divine power increases again, he can still increase this upper limit. If it weren't for his origin, this ancient temple pot might have stored his ultimate divine power, at most once in the hands of an ordinary divine power practitioner. When fighting the strong, if there is an extra limit attack, that winning rate can be doubled. Don't underestimate it. After carefully sealing the ancient temple pot, Jin Wushuang was in his body. If you encounter a crisis, you only need to summon the ancient temple pot to release the inner supernatural power and directly kill the opponent. Simple and rude. Jin Wushuang likes it very much. There are not so many requirements, this is the best. Like a beast weapon, although powerful, it has high demands on itself. As for the Guantian chessboard, this is even more true. He hasn't mastered it thoroughly yet. In the beginning, I was comprehending the chess pieces on the chessboard and later mastered the origin of the chess pieces and talked about swallowing all the internal origins. Let one's own source be better perfected and also be able to break through quickly. This alone had greatly benefited Jin Wushuang at that time. After controlling the origin with ease, he began to refine the origin and revive the chess pieces. You can get a good helper. It's just that for now, the chess pieces he has recovered can no longer keep up with him. It is useless. After awakening Jiang Jia later, he re-emphasized the Guantian chessboard. General armor not only can guard his divine body without breaking, but it can also resist the attack of divine power, weakening 99% of it. This is the most heaven-defying treasure at the moment. However, he always felt that Guantian chess had not yet been developed to the extreme. There must be other uses. It's just that his strength is not enough, so there is no trigger. The Guantian chessboard now resonated with the Tower of Nine Tribulations, which made him think that he might be able to start from the Tower of Nine Tribulations and uncover the true effect of the chessboard of Guantian. At the same time, I have to see if the Nine Tribulations Pagoda has a conspiracy relationship with Teacher Shinny. If there is a connection, he will make a lot of money. Dragging the small tower with one hand, Jin Wushuang couldn't feel it special. Begin to use the power of mind to explore the Tower of the Nine Tribulations. Jin Wushuang frowned and realized that things seemed different from what he expected. There was resonance. But after his thought power entered the Pagoda of Nine Tribulations, he found that there was nothing inside the small pagoda. Not even the source. Look at the material is a treasure above the eternal treasure. But there is no source inside, and there is no power. Not as good as the eternal treasure. It's very similar to those rumors. According to rumors, the ancient moon ruins often floated out of the treasure, but the strong who picked up the treasure could not use it at all. After falling into the hands of several people, it was finally identified as a decoration. So at the beginning, many people were lucky enough to use this treasure to take a gamble. If the bet is right, it is a great treasure. At least it is the treasure of the innate universe. Even stronger. However, in the ancient moon time, there was no record of the treasure of time and space. The high probability is weaker than the treasure of time and space. But this is also worth fighting for those strong. Because back then, the Guyue sect leader had accidentally sneaked into the inner circle of the Guyue ruins and obtained an incredible treasure. All the way to the impact becoming the Eight Tribulations realm complete. It's a pity that in the end it failed to cross the catastrophe, and even without leaving the physical power, he died and died. That era was short, but it was also extremely glorious. At that time, the Guyue sect leader had played in other time and space, overcoming the 9 masters of the universe who had completed the 8 tribulations realm. They also beheaded 6 of them. In one fell swoop, Guyue time and space was brought to an unclimbable height. At the beginning, everyone thought that if those eternal existences did not exist, Guyue hierarch was invincible. Many people are also looking forward to the success of the Guyue leader and the 9th calamity. Unfortunately, in the end it failed. The time is short. From growing up to the peak Guyue leader, only lived 100,000 epochs. This time is very short for some 7 tribulations realm, but it was the life of a legendary powerhouse. Jin Wushuang thought of Hui Qing. Hui Qing is in the ancient moon ruins. I don't know what's going on now. What was the reason for reminding him not to go? Danger? Everyone knows the danger of the ancient moon ruins. The inner circle couldn't be entered, and the master of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm and even the 8 tribulations realm had just wandered around the periphery. Just some dangers in the periphery can make the lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe fall. But there are also many treasures. Danger and receipt are equal. there are still a lot of powerhouses who are going to explore. It has always been a legend that the legendary leader entered the inner circle of the ancient moon ruins when he was weak. Relying on strength, it seems impossible to enter at all. For this, Jian Wushuang was somewhat disdainful. If you can't get in by strength, it's your own rubbish. Supernatural power. You must have the confidence to break through all laws with one force. Fearless. The war is endless. At this point, he still admired the Broly. It's a pity that the other party cultivates and changes Tao. If he follows the line of divine power, I am afraid that he will not weaken Tao. Things are impermanent, just like him now. Faced with this treasure circulated from the ancient moon ruins, he was helpless. But the feeling of resonance has never disappeared. Jian Wushuang didn't believe in evil, and this time he released his origin to explore. But after one circle, he still couldn't enter the Tower of Nine Tribulations. At this time, he thought of it. Maybe he needs to take out the Guantian chessboard. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to take out the Guantian chessboard directly from the source. On a misty chessboard, there is a small tower floating in the upper part. Chapter 57-93. After the two overlapped, Jian Wushuang used his mind to explore again. But when his thought power touched the Tower of Nine Tribulations, a violent breath shook him back directly. The divine bodies are beginning to fall apart. Cooked a lot of injury. Although injured, Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. The stronger the better. This also shows that his guess is true. This Nine Tribulations tower really has a certain connection with the Guantian chessboard, and the breath of the two is converging. The gathered breath continued to rise to the point that it floated in the sky of the cave world. A magnificent bridge appeared. Jian Wushuang looked up at the huge bridge, which was a shocking force. With his gaze jumping, Jian Wushuang was stunned when he looked behind the bridge. Vaguely, he saw a huge 9-story tower with perseverance behind the bridge. This time, I don't need to use mental strength to get in. You can enter directly by walking. After recovering from the injury, he began to walk carefully toward the Tower of Nine Tribulations. All these seemed to be false, and the faces of the Guantian chessboard and the Tower of Nine Tribulations have already overlapped. That atmosphere was created by the breath of these two treasures. But Jian Wushuang was willing to take a look. Step by step, he walked across the bridge and came to the bottom of the Tower of Nine Tribulations. I looked up and couldn't see the top of the tower, towering into the sky. Sure enough, it's not ordinary. Its power is not weak. Guantian chessboard. Jian Wushuang exclaimed in his heart. In the time and space of Guyu, the treasure of time and space has never appeared. Could it be that the ornaments that have been circulated are the treasures of time and space? Jian Wushuang shook his head unconsciously. Really want to be so. At that time, the empty treasure will become Chinese cabbage. Here is the long river of time and space, not in the depths of the stars. If it is said that there are many time and space treasures in the starry sky, he believes. Since coming to Guyu time and space, he has understood. The so-called 9 great time and space is actually the upstream time and space. Because it is close to the stars, the overall strength is much stronger than the midstream and downstream. But on inheritance and treasure, not necessarily. The inheritance of Qi Temple is more suitable for him. Moreover, there is a treasure of time and space in Qishan Temple. Although it was the broken god, it was left over. But after all, unlike Guyu Shikong, none of them was born. Nine Tribulations Tower. It is the first one. Also let the outsider Jian Wushuang get it. Under the tower, a huge golden gate blocked Jian Wushuang's path. With one hand out of the palm, an aura burst out, directly blasting on the golden gate. The golden giant door also opened. Everything is going smoothly made Jian Wushuang a little flustered, but bite the bullet and walked in. Inside the Nine Tribulations pagoda, there was a strange aura spreading out. Unconsciously, it's like going into it. Taking a step, Jian Wushuang felt an unprecedented ease at the moment he entered the tower, and even his mood improved. The kind of feeling that makes people completely relaxed. The combat power has been improved a bit. Clenching fists with both hands, a little breath exploded, all feeling different. I moved my body at will and became more flexible. At this time, he began to observe the surroundings. Inside the tower, it was unusually empty. The color is monotonous. In the center, there is this white beam of light. When I walked in, I found that it was natural light coming from Shangfen. There is nothing special. At present, it seems that the environment of the Tower of Nine Tribulations is somewhat special. There is no other use. But he was not in a hurry. It was the same when I got the Guantian chessboard. The stronger the treasure, the more difficult it is to figure out. He just thought so, but was slapped in the face by reality. In the white beam of light, a figure suddenly appeared, frightening Jian Wushuang. Seeing the figure, he quickly backed away. His right hand reacted quickly, and he directly held the hilt behind the sword, responding to the figure in the beam of light at any time. "Welcome to the Tower of Nine Tribulations." A stiff voice came from the silhouette of the light beam. More and more real figures. Also let Jian Wushuang see the other side's appearance clearly. Wearing a very fancy mask, white temples, and special clothes. Dressed like never seen before. The Pagoda of Nine Tribulations comes from the ancient moon ruins, and it may be the earliest practitioner of the ancient moon time and space. "It's normal if I haven't seen it before," Jian Wushuang comforted himself. The stiff voice made him feel more like a puppet, so he didn't speak politely and asked loudly, "Your Excellency, is it the spirit of the instrument or the cultivator who is sealed in the tower?" "Neither." The strangely dressed masked man shook his head. Jian Wushuang's eyes changed slightly, and he felt that the person in front of him was really a living person. But speaking, he was very stiff, just like a puppet. "Then why are you here?" "Nothing. It's still in the Pagoda of Nine Tribulations." Could it be that the true master of the Tower of Nine Tribulations? It's really possible. When the masked man heard it, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he slowly walked out of the beam of light and said calmly, "I'm just waiting for someone here. The person you were talking about, isn't it me?" Jian Wushuang was a little less confident when he said this. Because the Tower of Nine Tribulations and the Guantian chessboard resonated, he felt that it was a treasure left to him by teacher Xianyi. Now it seems that it is not very similar. It may also be the Guantian chessboard. When encountering a treasure of the same level, there will be resonance. It is because he wants to be crooked. In any case, he earned the Pagoda of Nine Tribulations. "It's you, but it's not you." The masked man is like a riddler set in the mist. Jian Wushuang directly said, "Can you just speak directly? Wait for someone to beat me." The masked man replied lightly, causing Jian Wushuang to almost laugh. The reason why he can talk to each other so easily, it's because he can see the opponent's strength, which doesn't seem very good. Although I don't know whether it is a person or a ghost, it has a smell of supernatural power. It's just that this supernatural power is very weak. Only about 200,000. If he blows the air, he can kill the opponent. Then you are waiting for the person you are waiting for today. Jian Wushuang slammed, shot out in an instant, punched out, and hit the masked man's door directly. This punch, the explosive power, at least 400,000. It is equal to his basic supernatural power. Solve a masked man with 200,000 supernatural powers. That's too simple. Boom! A huge burst of fists broke through the eardrum. Thinking that the opponent can be easily solved, but found that the masked person has long since disappeared. Jian Wushuang was stunned as soon as his thought power moved. The other party was actually behind him and still turned his back to him. Behind his hands, it was very relaxed. That divine power was still 200,000 without any change. "How is this possible?" Jian Wushuang said in surprise. "Your divine power is very weak. How can you avoid my attack?" His punch just now was not only an explosion of divine power, but also an explosion of speed. Even the Lord of the Universe can't escape a punch. The other party actually avoided. Really? It's not that simple. Originally, he thought that the Tower of Nine Tribulations should be the same as most treasures, divided into 9 layers. Each layer has a guardian, and you can obtain treasures by defeating one. He sees most of this kind of roads. Chapter 5794. Unfortunately, this time he guessed wrong. The 9-story tower of the 9 tribulations is good. However, the strength of the guardian in this tower is a bit hard to understand. If relying on strength to avoid his attack, he still has some clues. The other party is like a ghost. Go back and attack again. A series of attacks could not hit the opponent at all. Be careful. The masked man's voice suddenly became severe, and when Jian Wushuang attacked, he avoided again. This time he not only avoided the attack, but also hit Jian Wushuang's head with his backhand and knocked hard. Jian Wushuang's eyes went black, and he almost fainted. He was not injured. Neither his origin nor his divine power had changed, but the moment he had just had an indescribable pain. Just like an adult hitting a child. Jian Wushuang held the back of his head, turned his head to look at the masked man who had hidden far away, and was completely angry. What a shame! What? Clenching fists with both hands, the red breath erupted from the body. What? The power of the beast broke out directly. With twice the power of the beast god, the divine power also came to 500,000. At this moment, he began to take it seriously. He didn't do it directly, but even crossed his arms, and figures began to appear behind him. Origin clone. The breath of each clone is the same, but the combat power is different. It's just that the combat power is different, others can't see it. He didn't believe that the other party could break this. Just fight here. There will always be a clone to meet each other. Although the combat power of the clone is much worse. But the opponent with a mask of 200,000 supernatural powers is still very relaxed. Thanks, Tusk, you better not be touched by me. Jian Wushuang sneered. Several figures began to flicker. It was left by the afterimage, and the real body had already arrived in front of the opponent. 74 clones immediately surrounded the masked man. Surround the opponent and shoot together. But Jian Wushuang's deity stared at the opponent. He wanted to see how the other party avoided it. Then take the opportunity to sneak over. Avoid the 74 clones, but also pay attention to his deity. Can't avoid it at all. The space here is very small. There is not enough room for Shenfa to display. But the next moment he was dumbfounded. The clone is perfect almost every shot, but the masked man quickly dodges with an incomprehensible body technique. Of all the clones, none of them can touch each other. And when he was watching from a distance, he had the illusion of shrinking into an inch. This place seems to have become wider. His crowded tactics are no longer feasible. Only the deity can sneak attack. 500,000 divine power. This is the threshold of the 5 tribulations realm, coupled with a sneak attack and siege. He didn't believe it. Gather the chi with both hands, condense into a group. Throw it directly, and use the burst of breath to cover his own deity, quickly approaching the opponent's back, and a hand knife stabbed out. It was clearly hit, but Jian Wushuang couldn't laugh. Huh! The back shot in front of him shrank for a moment, and then disappeared. That is the afterimage left by Shenfa. Even if his eyes are bad, his hands can feel it hitting the air. Yes, I was able to keep up with my afterimage so soon, but you still have your whole cards. Let's use it together. The masked man yawned with his hands behind his back. After Jian Wushuang heard it, he became even more angry, especially when you see the yawn. Obviously look down on him. When has he been so angry? And the opponent's strength is obviously much weaker than him. There is a kind, don't hide. Jian Wushuang was obviously a little lost. He had just said it and regretted it. The masked man came to him again, and in an incredible way. Jian Wushuang blasted a punch and hit the air. Before he could attack again, he felt a twisted sensation in his abdomen, which made the whole person convulse. The masked man really made a move this time. Not only did he shoot, but he also hit him by the way. Dodging his punch, the other party returned a punch and hit Jian Wushuang in the abdomen. Cold sweat appeared on the painful Jian Wushuang's forehead. Outrageous! But he didn't believe it. The power of 500,000 is not enough. That's 600,000. He hasn't lost the same level, and the key opponent's strength is not at the same level as him. How can I lose to the other side? A thing that a person is not a ghost or a ghost. For times the power of the beast god, directly increased by 200,000 divine power. The power of the whole body reached 600,000. It can be regarded as a small pinnacle of him. Shot again, but was still avoided. But this time, he didn't use the clone or sneak attack, so he hit the opponent's afterimage. The masked people are also somewhat different, exclaiming, "You still hide your strength, so what else can you use earlier? You don't have much time." Time is running out? Jian Wushuang frowned. He doesn't want to do a senseless offense anymore. The power of the beast also disappeared instantly. The other party said that the time is almost up. What does it mean? It's impossible. If you can't beat the opponent, you will have to kill him. Yes, I will only give you half an hour. If you don't beat me, you will have to wait a year before you come again. The time here is calculated according to the normal flow rate you show. The flow rate of time is useless. The masked man did not forget to explain the flow rate of time. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Chance to challenge once a year. In just 1 year, how can he improve? Even in the outside world, he can accelerate time, but he cannot improve much. Besides, a year later, it is already a holy meeting. He didn't have time to come back to the Tower of Nine Tribulations. The opponent is so weird, especially the opponent's dodge, if you can learn it. Then invincible. When the time comes, the Lord of the Universe in the Six Tribulations realm will not be afraid. I don't know what benefits will be gained by defeating the opponent. Of course, the best thing is to teach him this trick. He took the opportunity to ask, "You haven't said what is the advantage of defeating you, otherwise I will be in vain." You are right, defeating me is really a waste of work. As for the good, it is the achievement you made at the moment you defeated me. His face calmly replied. Jian Wushuang almost vomited blood. What is the achievement at the moment of defeating him? Is it possible that the opponent is the best in time and space? Defeating him, he will be invincible? It is ridiculous. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The masked man was very confident in himself. Jian Wushuang said coldly, "Try it, try it." After speaking, the breath on his body suddenly turned blue. Eternal change. The blue Jian Wushuang's combat power may not be as strong as the 600,000 divine power, because he is still an emperor. His origin has not changed much, and his promotion is not as exaggerated as his divine power. When he reaches the Lord of the Universe, he will still have the strongest origin. But there is a certain kind of self-confidence that makes him feel that the blue self is more confident. The key is that he can use the eternal thickening, which can increase the sword, so that he can use the Starry Sky catalog. He didn't believe that the other party could avoid his star catalog. Chapter 5795. The Sword of Life cannot be avoided, unless the other party is not a life. However, this is really possible. He doesn't look like a person at first glance. The power of the starry sky. The masked man commented, "This is a bit interesting." Jian Wushuang opened his mouth in surprise and said blankly, "You even know the power of the stars?" The power of the starry sky. Too little is known in the long river of time and space. What he had seen was also Nie Yuan who had used the power of the stars. This is the power that belongs to the starry sky. The other party even knows this. If you think about it, it's actually nothing. The Tower of Nine Tribulations is the same as the chessboard of Guantian, probably all spread from the stars. Knowing the power of the starry sky is also normal. You don't think that you are the only one who has the power of the starry sky. The masked man said, his body shape changed and his breath turned blue. And the arc is also flashing. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was not only shocked, but also felt the origin of the other party. Time is mixed in that equity source. Hurry up, you only have a stick of incense left. Jian Wushuang was not talking nonsense either, holding the hilt in his right hand, and directly drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations. Starry Sky Catalog. The first sword. As soon as the voice fell, a green breath burst into the monotonous hall. Life. He knew the moment he felt the origin of the other party. One sword. Life fall. That is death. Looks like a sword cut out. It's a double sword slippery cut. Life goes with death. At this moment, he really felt it. The feeling of the blade passing through the opponent's body. Song. Take the sword. All in one go. Slowly turn around. looked at the other person's gray figure, and said, "You lost. What sword technique did you use just now?" The masked man's stiff voice came. Jian Wushuang said calmly, "Starry Sky's swordsmanship." "You're lying." The masked man shook his head. He didn't think it was a Starry Sky swordsmanship. He originally came from the stars. How could he have never seen this kind of swordsmanship? It broke his freedom. "I have no reason to lie to you. This is the Starry Sky sword that I created. Perhaps it is not called the Starry Sky, but it is the Starry Sky I painted." Jian Wu had no expression on both sides. At the moment of victory, he didn't have much joy, because he seemed to really get a sense of comfort. This mood is very special. He is too late to taste. Disappeared. Maybe. The body of the masked man recovered again. When looking at Jian Wushuang, there was a strange color in his eyes. "You are the first practitioner who defeated me for the first time against me. No one of you were chosen." The masked man recognized Jian Wushuang's strength very much. Not only strength, but more importantly, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship made him admire him with admiration. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said, "Is there anyone else who came to the Nine Tribulations Pagoda before? It's too much. Not long ago, a celestial lady from your time and space came here, but she defeated my first-tier clone after tens of thousands of times." Jian Wushuang was startled when he heard it. It's not that it's too bad. Instead, he was stunned when he heard the word triumph. Not long ago, the other party's concept of time is too exaggerated. There have been hundreds of millions of epochs since the fall of the goddess. Tens of thousands of times. In other words, there are more than thousands of 8 tribulation realm universe masters born and fallen. What a long time this is. In the opponent's mouth, it was not long ago. Could the goddess have not fallen yet? This is also a possibility. When he entered this place, he was intercepted by a goddess. It was Hui Qing who blocked the opponent. And Hui Qing also fell into the ancient moon ruins. That's where the goddess fell. This has always been a mystery. Now there is a chance to ask the other party about the goddess. But the other party's answer made him dumbfounded. The goddess has indeed fallen, but her spirit is still in this world. It is beyond reincarnation. Beyond reincarnation, that also represents eternity. How could it fall after the eternal existence? Jian Wushuang slurped his head and became increasingly confused. When he wants to ask each other, the masked man took off his mask. A delicate face appeared before his eyes. Difficult to distinguish between male and female. His face is pale. He has white hair on top of his head with a high crown. Behind him, there is this huge ring, much wider than his body. "From now on, you can call me Weiss." As soon as the voice fell, a scepter fell into Li Si's hands. The original source and divine aura of the opponent's body had disappeared. Jian Wushuang looked at each other now, as if he was looking at the air. If it weren't for having a pair of eyes, you wouldn't be able to feel the other person's existence by just thinking. When he faced the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, the other party did not deliberately hide, and he would feel a breath like the sun. But facing Li Si, Jian Wushuang didn't notice anything. This is very strange. Either the other party deliberately suppressed his breath, or his strength surpassed him too much. Weiss, Jian Wushuang said silently, and then asked, "Now you can talk about the usefulness of this pagoda of 9 tribulations." Li Si covered his mouth and smiled and said, "Of course I can tell. I will be your master in the future, and you can tell you everything you want to know." "Master?" Jian Wushuang was surprised. "You want to be my master?" Unexpectedly, refining a treasure, there is such a strange thing. Also apprentice. But what he cares most is the pagoda of 9 tribulations, whether it has anything to do with Teacher Xuani. Can resonate with the Guantian chessboard because it is the reason of the treasure of time and space, or because of the Teacher Xuani. Now the other party jumped out and asked him to apprentice. Jian Wushuang, who made him, was a little at a loss. But when he thinks that even a goddess has rushed tens of thousands of times to pass, he can pass it once, and a sense of satisfaction arises spontaneously. It seems that apprenticeship does not suffer. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and was about to kneel down to apprentice, but was stopped by Weiss. "You don't need to salute like this. In my world, The master-disciple relationship is just a tool. Weiss' words were very straightforward, making Jian Wushuang not know how to answer for a while. Upon seeing this, Weiss continued and said, "You will understand later, there is also this small tower. It is not called 9. Halfway through the conversation, Weiss seemed to have thought of something, and finally shook his head, and said calmly, "You call it the Tower of 9 Tribulations. You said that the goddess also rushed through. Why did he fall, and you are still alive?" Jian Wushuang looked at the other party so straightforwardly, but he was not restrained. After hearing this, Weiss looked stunned, then tapped Jian Wushuang's head with his scepter and said dissatisfied, "I am a god. How can I die?" She covered her mouth and smiled after she said it. According to common sense, the goddess should also be his disciple. No wonder it is just a tool. Chapter 5796. The disciple died, and he was still laughing. "Are you a god? Does eternal existence?" Jian Wushuang continued to ask. He never understood the concept of God. In the ordinary times, there are gods, but when you really reach that level, it's not a big deal to find gods. It can also be killed. At this time, I heard people claiming to be gods again. He really didn't understand. Wes covered his mouth and coughed twice, and said, "You mean the 3 from upstream time and space?" Eternal existence. It's actually a name for Jian Wushuang. For the 3 true pinnacle powerhouses, there is no complete name. It has anything called it. Yes, that's the 3 superpowers. Their strength should be the same as the original goddess. Jian Wushuang said excitedly. If so, Neva's strength would be hard to guess. Can teach a character like a goddess. You are wrong. The 3 you mentioned are also in the tribulation realm, and the goddess are also the same. These people have not yet escaped the shackles and are not gods, and I am the true of the entire time and space. Weiss finished speaking. His eyes looked there all a bit sharp. Jian Wushuang couldn't help taking a step backwards. The breath of an instant reminded him of the eye he saw from the starry sky. Too strong. It makes people unable to breathe. He understood the concept of God now. Weiss said that only he is a god, and the rest are still in the tribulation state. The probability of the original goddess is also the 9 tribulations realm. Above the 9 tribulations realm, there is a stronger existence. It's just that there is nothing in the long river of time and space. Since you are the only god, why are you in this small tower? Jian Wushuang said in doubt. The opponent is so strong. Why are they still trapped in the small tower? And also accept apprentices as tools. This doesn't make sense. The Tower of 9 Tribulations, it's not as simple as you think. I am entrusted by others here, and I can't tell you this. Weiss' answer made Jian Wushuang think of Teacher Xuani. Then he asked, "Is it an old man named Xian Yi, entrusted by others?" Weiss just shook his head without answering. Jian Wushuang was a little speechless. The other party who is guilty is God. Don't know anything, but it seems that it has nothing to do with Teacher Xian. But how should the resonance from the Guantian chessboard be explained? According to Weiss, the Guantian chessboard does not belong to time and space, but a treasure in the starry sky. The Tower of 9 Tribulations is also a treasure in the starry sky. The two are not of the same level, but come from the same place. That's why there was some resonance, and finally opened the pagoda of 9 tribulations. Jian Wushuang was not very satisfied with this explanation. He is not interested in Weiss. To be precise, Weiss' tone was too loud. The strong road he wants to go. But I have not forgotten my original intention. Walking in time and space, looking for Teacher Xuani, but also to find his own way. Rather than being guided by God. Seeing Jian Wushuang's silence, Weiss talked about the pagoda of 9 tribulations. Jian Wushuang, you will be my disciple from now on, but you can't reveal my identity, and I won't care about your life or death, but I will teach you the most powerful secret method in time and space, and you will reward me. Become the strongest in this time and space. Weiss said his purpose. Jian Wushuang was not surprised when he heard it. Become the strongest in this time and space. This can't be said that the other party's tone is loud, but that he has just witnessed the strength of the other party. To be honest, I am not interested. Jin Wushuang shook his head. He has now created a catalog of the starry sky, and when he is the Lord of the universe, he will be able to create even more powerful super-eternal changes. There is no shortage of powerful secrets at all. He always doubted the identity of the other party. I don't want to forge cause and effect with people anymore. You have to pay it back when you come out. The first person in time and space, how easy it is. If the opponent is just a true spirit, he may be tempted because he cannot be restrained. But the other party is a he can't see through. How to cooperate? Not sure. Weiss seemed to see through Jin Wushuang. The scepter tapped the ground lightly, and the surrounding scenes instantly changed. Jin Wushuang, how much do you know about time and space? How much do you know about the stars? Wes said, raising his hand to evoke an arc. That is Jin Wushuang's lifeline. At the same time, it is also the timeline of Jin Wushuang. You came from the mundane and traveled through many material realms. Then you entered a strange universe. Let me see what you have experienced. The timeline that even the true spirit of Qi Temple could not see was extremely simple in the eyes of Weiss. Jin Wushuang was also taken aback. I looked up and saw my life from weak to strong. Weiss looked at Jin Wushuang about divine power universe, nodded and said, no wonder your strength is so strong. It's kind of interesting. It seems that your spiritual path has been changed by someone. You should not touch this time and space. It's a pity that I can't find him. Otherwise, he will be punished. Change the time? Jin Wushuang was taken aback. Then I thought of my future self. The future self has failed in harmony. He originally thought that he had succeeded in harmony with his strength now, but he did not expect that someone had changed his timeline. And that person is not at this time. It's not Teacher Xuanyi. He already had the answer in his heart. Calm, but he couldn't believe it. And the words of Weiss. He dared to speak out the punishment. That shows that you are in the same realm with Teacher Xuanyi. Sky. Weiss smiled and stared at Jin Wushuang and said, don't be surprised. Time and space are transmitted from the starry sky. There is nothing impossible. Your timeline is now in my hands, and no one can change it anymore. Who is the one who changed it? Why doesn't this time exist? Jin Wushuang seized the opportunity to ask what the secret was in his body. He is nothing. In the present time and space, he doesn't exist at all. Perhaps, as he said, he will see you in the future. See you in the future. When is the future? Jin Wushuang was silent. There is a sorrow in my heart. Now his goal is to kill the life, and his future goal is to find Teacher Xuanyi. What about after that? In the future, he may be lonely, lost the meaning of practice. And depressed. Wes stepped forward, patted Jin Wushuang's shoulder lightly, and said, you don't have to be sad. The road to the future is very long, and the world you see is actually outlined, so you don't have to be nostalgic. No, it is a world of flesh and blood. You high gods don't understand at all. Jin Wushuang shook his head. From the mundane to the present, he feels too much. Even if the Taoist heart is perfect, it will retain a trace of respect for the secular. God, I don't understand, because God does not come from a weaker age. When the other party spoke, Jin Wushuang guessed it. Tower of 9 tribulations. It seems that I have to add another sum to myself. Being strong is not the goal. The purpose is to pursue a powerful process. That is the meaning of existence. Chapter 5797. Hum. The loud horn sounded. On this day, the strong from all sides of Vietnam gathered in the royal capital. Holy meeting. Advent. The female emperor personally led the team, and the entire U country, including all forces, was divided into 2 factions. One faction is the royal family powerhouse, naturally the person of the empress. For example, Jin Wushuang and Wu Li, as well as the one whom Wu Li wooed. There are also some strong men of the Yu royal family. The other faction is the people of the 7-star sect. Elder Mu Chun is also included. The 7-star sect is actually a subsidiary sect of the 8-star sect. although it is from the Gumu faction on the bright side. But the sacred meeting will still help the strong in the country, but it is vying for a good ranking. If it is normal, I am afraid there will be nothing. But this time, the holy meeting, the female emperor is determined. The strong people who can see this holy meeting are all super beings of the same level. For strong emperors, 2 royal families. Naturally, Jin Wushuang and his wife. The other 2 are from Qinjianmen. Lord of the Universe. 24. The Lord of the Universe in the 5 Tribulations realm is the only female emperor who needs all-out assistance this time. There are 4 Masters of the Universe in the 4 Tribulation realm. 2 royal families, 1 King Yanzong, and the Patriarch of the 2nd family of the Yu Kingdom, the Li Patriarch, also went out in person. The remaining Masters of the Universe are all the pinnacles of the 3 Tribulations realm, powerhouses from major families and 2 major forces. Today is their day of departure. Jian Wushuang also happened to have left the Tower of 9 Tribulations today. Outside the Imperial Palace, as a cold voice sounded, all the powerhouses boarded the battle boats that had already been prepared. Set off. The strong men who participated in the sacred congregation boarded a war boat alone. On both sides of the warship, there are 2 larger warships. The riders in Shangfen were all family elders and Tianjiao among the emperors. When the congregation opens, the strong people who participate in the congregation often don't have as many strong people watching it. Just like this time, there are tens of thousands of strong people watching the holy meeting. However, there are only dozens of strong men from Vietnam participating in the holy meeting. After boarding the warboat, Jian Wushuang, Elder Mu Chun, and Wu Li sat in front of a case. The 3 chatted. Princess Jin Chun, rarely quiet, sat silently. Jian Wushuang knew what she was thinking. It's nothing more than thinking of Sergio. This time was a chance for the 2 to meet. Jian Wushuang is not interested in this at all. Leaving Vietnam today, he might not come back. When the time comes, he and Wu Li will have to run away. Before Wu Li left, the core members of the family had been arranged. Jian Wushuang had nothing to worry about, just thinking about where he would go in the future. At the same time, he was also reminiscing about the things in the pagoda of 9 Tribulations. After Apprentice Weiss, he successfully entered the pagoda of 9 Tribulations for the 2nd time, began to challenge the 2nd clone of Weiss. It is a pity that it is not an opponent at all. There is too much gap, and it can only stay in the 1st level of practice. There is nothing special about practicing in the pagoda of 9 Tribulations. Mainly when practicing the secret method that Weiss taught him, the practice is very smooth. Only in the pagoda of 9 Tribulations can we practice the secret method that Weiss teaches him. And it's the deity who goes to practice. Freedom to work hard. Jian Wushuang recalled the free limit that Weiss had displayed and sighed in his heart for its power. It is extremely difficult to practice. Just getting started, he can't do it now. This is an extremely long span. According to Weiss calculations, he needs to go to the Lord of the Universe to get started. Fortunately, strong enough, he waited. As long as you get started, you have the hope of breaking through the 2nd floor of the pagoda of 9 Tribulations. Although it was very difficult to cultivate, it was powerful enough to make Jian Wushuang pay for it. Once he gets started, his combat power will soar rapidly. It's just that I can't help him now. It takes time to temper. On the way to the Gumu sect, Jian Wushuang did not practice either. He has reached the limit of Emperor in all aspects now. The original starry sky has lit up tens of thousands of black holes. It's just a matter of condensing into a physical universe. He also asked Weiss about the original universe. According to what the other party said, 10,000 black holes are already complete. There is no pressure at all to become the master of the universe. Just wanting to cross the threshold of the robbery still has to make a lot of effort. Only by becoming a catastrophe can you control the universe. What Jian Wushuang lacks now is the opportunity of the robbery realm. The holy meeting is also coming. His time is running out. In silence, Wu Li's eyes changed and the sound transmission said, "Jian Wushuang, do you have something on your mind?" He was stunned for a moment and then looked at Wu Ligong about to speak, only to realize that it was the sound transmission just now. "Nothing. The sacred meeting is about to begin. What can be on your mind?" Jian Wushuang answered through voice transmission. Mindful. Too much. It's just that this is not the time to think about this. He can no longer think about the ones that are not. Face the reality. There will be many five tribulations realm universe masters in this sacred meeting, all of whom are much stronger than Jian Wushuang. Still have to make good preparations. The details of Wu Li's plan have not yet been informed to him, and all these need to be negotiated. It's just that this place is not a place to talk about things. The two of them could only press and leave it alone, and smiled with Elder Mu Chan about the holy meeting. The purpose of this holy meeting report is very clear. Just for the saint candidate. All they have to do is to assist the Empress function to become a candidate for the saint. As long as you become a candidate, the rest will leave their business alone. At that time, it was also the time for Jian Wushuang and Wu Li to implement their plans. The saint of the ancient wood school that needs to resonate with Wan Lushenmu. No one can help the Empress at this point. The 16 kingdoms, as well as the forces in some secret realms on the ancient wood continent, the masters of the five tribulations realm universe, there are at least several hundred. Only less than 100 are able to compete for the position of the saint. Among these 100 people, there are only a handful of consummation masters of the five tribulations realm. There are only 4 candidates. For candidates, fight for the position of the saint. This is the final battle. It has nothing to do with Jian Wushuang and the others. But taking this opportunity to sneak into the willows secretly, the relationship will be great. Not only will this congregation fail this time, it will also offend all parties. These are still trivial matters. I really went in, and when I came out, the things I had to face were terrible. The siege of countless strong men is not only as simple as robbing treasures. They will also investigate how they entered Wanlu. Akanshu. Calm, this is the most important. Wu Li said, you can enter if you have the power of life. He didn't believe it at the time, and now it seems that he is indeed unreliable. Certainly a unique method is needed. He didn't know this, but Wu Li knew it. It's just that he is not easy to inquire. He could also see that Wu Li was not that simple. Fortunately, during this period of time, his combat power has improved by leaps and bounds, and Wu Li is definitely not his opponent even in the half-step 4 tribulations realm. Not afraid of what the other party will do. I was afraid that the other party would use him and finally entered Wanlu by himself. This is what he has to worry about. Chapter 5798. Just as a few people were chatting, Empress Fengshun came to the hall of Zhangzhou. Everyone silenced and turned to look at the Empress. The Empress Fengshun glanced at the crowd, took her seat at the top, gently pressed her hand, and said calmly, you don't have to be restrained. This king has just received the evaluation criteria of this holy meeting. You can take it and watch it. Prepare in my heart. Half an hour later, we will discuss the tactics of this holy meeting. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, and several light beams flew towards the hands of the powerful. A scroll is wrapped in the beam. After unfolding, there are not only texts on the top, but also a demonstration of human shadows. Jian Wushuang, who looked at him, frowned. Ancient Wood Church. Assess the world, infinite world, a big world southwest of Wanlu. The interior is extremely wide, much larger than the Stone Country. The new chapter of the Moon-Old Girlfriend of Hades evaluation criteria. The first 4 teams reach the finish line. It is victory. So simple, Jian Wushuang blurted out. As soon as this remark came out, many people who heard it rolled their eyes. Elder Mu Chun came out at this time and explained, Wushuang, you can't look at the surface in everything. You may not have heard of this infinite world. There are even the beasts of the 7 tribulations realm inside. And since the Gu Mu sect has set this rule, I'm afraid there will be many dangers along the way. Don't be careless. But what's the point of doing this? This sentence was a monologue in Jian Wushuang's heart. Did not say it. Wu Li saw it and added, the danger along the way is just one point. Is more chance. Moreover, according to the character of the Gu Mu school, not all the rules are shown to us this time. There must be other things. The rules need to be informed after we arrive. Otherwise, if we know in advance, someone may prepare in advance. This remark made Jian Wushuang some recognition, spanning the entire infinite world. The important thing is the process. It certainly won't be that simple. Jian Wushuang also started to look forward to it. Emperor, Lord of the Universe. Although the road is the same, the encounter is different. That's why there are places for emperors. Jian Wushuang had known this for a long time. Otherwise, let the emperor go. It is to die. The three great war boats lined up side by side and soon left the territory of Vietnam. The female emperor was also, at this time, beginning to explain the Gomu school. Everyone listened carefully. Before entering the infinite world, we will be divided into 5 teams. After entering, we must gather at the 7th starting point as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we will lose to other forces at the starting point. In order to cooperate with each other, you will divide the team by yourself. No pop-up window in mainland. As soon as the female emperor's voice fell, everyone began to look at each other. On Jian Wushuang's side, the team has taken shape. Headed by Elder Mu Chun, Wu Li, Jiahu, Jian Wushuang, and Jin Shen. 2 emperors. 3.5-step 4 tribulation realm of the universe masters. Except for Jiahu, the others are familiar with Jian Wushuang. Which 9 Tigers was a half-step 4 tribulation realm powerhouse that Wu Li wooed, and his strength was not weak. The rest will solve it by themselves. The female emperor is naturally the lord of the 4 tribulations realm universe with the 2 royal clans. The rest was divided into 5 teams. Elder Mu Chun led one. The Li family leads one. A young prince from the Vietnamese royal family leads one. Jin's latest chapter's Qin Jianmin leads a team. The last is a team united by small families. The superficial tactics are just superficial division of labor. The real tactics may not be known until they enter the infinite world. They don't know much about the infinite world, but the Empress must know more. Jian Wushuang also learned a lot about the infinite world from other populations. Start and end. According to what Jian Wushuang knew, at first they would be transported to the periphery of the infinite world at will, and they would need to set off on their own to the starting point of Hueha, and finally set off together. Then it's the end. Reaching the end means reaching the end of the infinite world. I'm really not a foodie. The latest chapter was already very close to Wanlushimu. Only the top 4 teams are eligible to go to the periphery of Wanlushimu. In other words, Jian Wushuang and Wu Li must help the female emperor win the top 4 position. Wu Li also glanced at Jian Wushuang at this time and nodded secretly. But there was a sneer in his heart. It was not Wu Li's voice, but a voice that existed in Wu Li's body for a long time. That was the chance existence of Wu Li becoming the Lord of the universe. When that voice sounded, Wu Li's expression remained unchanged, but from the bottom of his heart he said, "Teacher, is the end of the infinite world still far away from Wanlu?" It's not far away. Even if your female emperor of your kingdom can't become the top 4, I can take you to the periphery of Wanlu. Mysterious voice sounded in Wu Li's heart. The latest chapter of the time against the current Wu Li frowned, and then said, "Then this Jian Wushuang naturally killed chickens to get eggs." The war boat was faltering, and within a month, the 16 kingdoms came out of the grass. Further forward, there is boundless chaos. That is an unexplored world. The Guma school is among them. Before the distant age of the goddess, the entire ancient wood continent is chaotic. It was Shimu King who led the strong and opened up the ancient wood sect Holy Land. Eventually evolved the 16 kingdoms of grass. And the major secrets. At this time, the 16 kingdoms, as well as the teams from the major secret realms, came one after another. The immortal legend has no pop-up window. There is a momentum of 1,000 immortals coming to the dynasty. Shurgua's team is the largest. 100 masters of the universe have come. There are 3 masters of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm. There is also a daughter country. Although the Lord Yunji became the 7 tribulations realm, the daughter country would not be so arrogant that he would not participate in the holy meeting. There were also 2 5 tribulations realm universe masters coming. In the major eras, the daughter country has taken the position of the saints several times. This time I also have great confidence. Since Jian Wushuang had been to the daughter country, he had some understanding of the powerhouses in the daughter country. As far as he knows, this time the daughter country dispatched Gemini, two masters of the universe in the half-step 6 tribulations realm. The strength is only slightly weaker than Feng Chun. It is the hot spot of this holy meeting. The 16 kingdoms, the eternal kingdom has been destroyed. Only 15 countries remain. You country can't even enter the top 10. But it doesn't mean that the masters of the non-trivial universe of all forces are stronger than the female emperor. On the contrary, the strength of the empress Feng Chun can be ranked in the top 5 among the 16 countries. In this sacred assembly, among the hundreds of 5 tribulation realm cosmos masters, all can rank in the top 10. The specific number can be ranked. This needs to be verified in battle. Jin Wushuang was also evaluating his position. He doesn't care about the position of the saint, but he must help the empress win the top 4. This is the bottom line. With his current combat power, he can indeed control the general battle situation. But if you have to deal with the masters of the universe in the half-step 6 tribulations realm, there is not much confidence. The strongest trump card, Star Catalog, he can master the 2 swords of life and death. It was already comparable to the Lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe. However, the Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm has strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 5799. The powerful can burst out 800,000 supernatural powers. The weak can also explode 600,000 supernatural powers. It's all his extreme combat power. Fortunately, he was just an emperor on the surface, and no one would care about him by then. Once you make a move, you must take advantage of it and attack the vitals. On the deck of the warboat, the well-divided teams are all gathered together. Watch the scene in the chaotic airflow. The thunder flashes one after another, and the world seems to be gestating something. This is the wonder of everything. Jin Wushuang is quite familiar with this. The rest are in awe in their hearts. There are still 3 days away from the Gumma school. I still have something to prepare for my practice. I want to chat with you. Zhu finished speaking, clasped his fists, and left. Jin Wushuang looked at the other side's back, to a place where there was no doubt. Brother Wu Li, the strength of this person is not easy. Elder Mu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He could see that the strong man named Nine Tigers possessed extremely strong divine power in his body. Once it breaks out, I am afraid it can rise to 400,000 supernatural powers. This is the pinnacle of the Lord of the 3 tribulations realm universe. No matter how high it is the strongest of the 4 tribulations realm. Wu Li said calmly, the strength of Brother Nine Tigers is indeed good. I once intercepted and killed a secret realm Tianjiao with him outside the territory, and that Tianjiao was still the Lord of the 4 tribulations realm universe. No wonder. Mu Chen nodded. Jin Wushuang's face was dark, and things like intercepting Tianjiao could all be said. And looking at Mu Chen's expression, there was no surprise. I'm afraid these 2 people did not do anything less. Of course, they all regard Jin Wushuang as their own, so there is nothing to hide. Unparalleled nephew. This time we enter the infinite world. We must be cautious of those strong in the secret realm. These people are very crazy. They are basically enemies of the 16 nations. They do not have a better training environment, so they have always been the grassy 16 kingdoms are eagerly watching. Elder Mu Chun reminded from the side. Jin Wushuang didn't speak, but just nodded. The other party's cheeks are too thick, and he has nothing to say. Most of the powerhouses in the secret realm were driven out of the 16 kingdoms. That's why it is hostile. As for the counterattack of the 16 nations, that would be somewhat impossible. The background of the 16 kingdoms is too strong. The battle power of the Lord of the universe may be fairly equal on both sides. However, those who rob the strong must be the more powerful 16 kingdoms. The strong in the secret realm hasn't experienced too many times, and the foundation can't be compared with the 16 kingdoms, such as the 7-star sect. Among the 16 kingdoms, there are dozens of 7-star sections. However, there are no more than 10 7-star sects in the secret realm. This is the bottom line. And there has never been an 8 Tribulations realm powerhouse in the secret realm. These are incomparable. Jian Wushuang showed no mercy to these people, but he would not be hostile to them for no reason. This is to cause trouble for myself. But he could see the sense of superiority in the eyes of Elder Mu Chun and Wu Li. Is to disdain the strong in the secret territory. 3 days. Several people stood on the deck, and for a long time saw some war boats drifting by. All forces have gathered, about to arrive at Guma's school. Jian Wushuang also felt a long, ancient breath in his heart. That is the breath that never appeared in Shigua. Wow! The high bow of the warship broke through the chaotic air current. The surrounding area is no longer covered by the yellow atmosphere. Instead, it is full of greenery. What appeared before their eyes was a huge green world. The sky is blue and the ground is green. Very fresh. If you don't know people, you think this place is a paradise. It is not. This place is very close to the Guma school. It is a buffer zone facing the chaotic air current. On the seemingly plain grass, a huge pink behemoth suddenly sprang up. The body of this giant beast is extremely large, as long as thousands of miles. Countless sharp teeth keep spinning. After looking up at the war boat in the sky, he rushed underneath again. On the grass, only a few deep holes were left, and calm was restored again. Jian Wushuang was not surprised by this. These desolate beasts, with a high probability, ran out of the chaotic airflow. They would haunt here at best, and further on were the trump cards of the Ancient Wood School. No matter how powerful, touching the Ancient Wood faction is death. Unknowingly, tens of thousands of war boats gathered in the sky in all directions, covering the sky and the sun. For a time, the black mist rolled. It's not like Wan Xian came to the kingdom, but like the devil's army oppressing the realm. If someone said that the Gumu sect was a demon power, Jian Wushuang would believe it. Across countless spaces, Jian Wushuang saw an outline. The outline of a fangs and claws. The eyes of the beast turned, and Jian Wushuang saw a magnificent scene between his eyebrows. It is a huge tree branch spanning several worlds. It is comparable to the size of a country. The Guma school is located above. Rumor has it that this branch fell off from Wanlu. On this branch, whether it is to cultivate divine power or to disperse and protect one's divine power, it has a great effect. On the war boat, many people came to the Gumu faction for the first time. All were shocked. Just as Jian Wushuang wanted to turn his head to talk to Elder Mu Chun and the others about this matter with the branches, he found that Princess Jean Chun, who was standing next to him, was looking at the opposite position. The brows were still frowning. Following her gaze, Jian Wushuang saw several familiar figures on the bow of the warship with the flag of the Menhir Kingdom. In an inconspicuous position, there are also these emperors. Shurjiao, and beside Shurjiao, there was a young girl wearing a fiery red armor. Look at the clothes and the mark on the eyebrows. It should be a person from the Flame Kingdom. I really don't know this, but he could see that Jean Chun was very concerned about it. Don't look, him still panting. Jian Wushuang Yin and Yang let out a strange cry. Jean Chun blinked and said, "Sometimes I think if you and I are really in one mind, maybe I will really forget him. Then you should think about him." Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes. Elder Mu Chun and Wu Li were a little embarrassed. But neither of them spoke, yet Wu Li knew Jian Wushuang. This time the two must run away. Elder Mu Chun didn't know. He thought the two were just bickering between husband and wife. "Thanks, Tusk. Don't forget, you still owe me a favor," Jean Chun reminded. Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, "I haven't forgotten. If you want to use that favor, let me kill the descendant of the flame god. You can also discuss it." Back in the daughter country, the Lord Yunji helped him give him a token of the sword Immortal Tongha, which was naturally a great favor. It's just this kind of grace. I want him to return it to Jean Chun. If the other party really has any special needs, he doesn't mind a shot. After all, it will be difficult to see each other again in the future. I owe a lot of favors, and I can pay it back sooner. Chapter 5800. Jean Chun heard his speculation. took a deep breath, and decided to return to the cabin. She had been able to calmly communicate with Jian Wushuang a long time ago, but she found that Jian Wushuang had less and less taken her seriously. Looking at Jin Chen's exquisite back, Jian Wushuang sighed. Elder Mu Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't care too much about Wushuang's nephew. Jin Chun, a girl who has been spoiled since childhood, will get better." "I didn't mean that." Jian Wushuang shook his head. He didn't feel any dissatisfaction with Jin Chen's approach. On the contrary, he still wanted to quickly repay the favor debt. After the sacred meeting, the entire country of Yu will be implicated by him. If the Empress can become a saint, it will be easy. If you can't become a saint, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do in the future. Jian Wushuang was still a little guilty about this. Unlike Wu Li, even the family can shrink or even give up. Unfortunately, his purpose in Gu Yu's time has never been to gain a firm foothold. What he has to do is to become the Lord of the Universe at an extremely fast speed, then go to find other people in 9 days and 10 places. Huiking's location is already known, but you can't go in a hurry. Fan Tianfeng was ready to return to Qi Temple in advance, and he couldn't rely on it anymore. Can only go to other people. Wu's had a good relationship with him, and he didn't know where the other party was. There are Jin Wuyang, Tontian Buddha, Dongsheng, and Wan Yin. As for the others, if they can meet them, they can help. These people were all brought by him from Kashindian. The original intention of Jin Ling was to send him out alone. One is optimistic about Jian Wushuang. Secondly, it is because of Jian Wushuang's fetters with Meisheng. Since you can't beat it, then avoid its edge first. Na Qingxiang finally left the top 10 inheritors at one time. Some of these people may have selfish motives. There is even a gap between Jian Wushuang and Jian Wushuang. But since they have been brought to Gu Yu time and space, they must be brought back in their entirety. In Huiqing, even in the ancient moon ruins, they will tell the other party to rescue them. Tower of 9 Tribulations. It is his greatest confidence now. With the teachings of Weiss, as long as you practice the free extreme Yi Gong to the realm of great achievement, he is basically invincible. What is the ancient moon ruins? That's just a place where the goddess sits. According to Weiss, the goddess is also his disciple. How could Jian Wushuang lose to a dead man? Go back alive. Kill life. Take back everything that belongs to the original universe. He will avenge the old man's sheep's hatred. Jian Wushuang stood at the bow of the ship. His eyes looked like giants. Guma School is getting closer and closer. Countless war boats suddenly stopped. In the sky in front of them, barriers appeared. That is the formation of the Guma School. Wow! In the huge screen, a figure was revealed, and then his figure was revealed. A strong man in the 7 Tribulations realm. He is also the head of the contemporary Guma School. It's a coincidence. Jian Wushuang also knew each other. This 7 Tribulation realm powerhouse, who seemed to be from the ancient Wood School, actually took refuge in Emperor Babish sect. I don't know if Bobby D will come. Maybe I missed a chance here. Dear friends, please receive the magic weapon and follow me into the ancient Wood Holy Land. The war boat disappeared into the sky instantly. Countless figures stood densely in the void. There are also several 7 Tribulation realm powerhouses. They were all scattered robbers, so naturally they couldn't see the holy meeting. They just came to watch. The master head teacher actually greeted me personally. It really made me wait for my face. Several 7 Tribulations realms stepped forward and exchanged a few words with the head teacher of the Gumu sect. They all set off and entered the ancient Wood Holy Land. The scenes are the same on both sides of the barrier, but the breath has undergone earth-shaking changes. Jian Wushuang, who entered it, felt a steady flow of life force in the branches. This branch comes from Wanlu. Nature contains great vitality. If it can be taken out, the value will be immeasurable. Unfortunately, I can't get it. If it can be taken out, Shimu Wangye will not always show weakness. Jian Wushuang was still a little interested in which ancient Shimu king, a strong king who once was in the 8 Tribulations realm, although the rumors are not strong. But during the peak period, it was definitely much stronger than the current principle of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. After all, it is one of the oldest beings. I just don't know if I will have this opportunity to meet this time. Following the head of the Guma school, they entered a circular coliseum. The seats around are enough to hold hundreds of millions of people. When they entered this place, they were also separated in an orderly manner. Those who enter the central clearing are all candidates who will see the holy meeting this time. Enough 10,000 people. 70% of them turn out to be forces from secret realms. Only 30% are strong in the 16 countries. The Guma school is impartial to both parties. This also shows that in the backbone of the fighting force, the current 16 kingdoms is far inferior to the strong in the secret realm. Otherwise, it will not be so much less. The two sides are also separated. The strong of the 16 countries stand on one side, and the strong on the secret realm stand on one side. Is this the beginning? Jian Wushuang was somewhat different, feeling a bit hasty. At least entertain them. Turning his head and looking at the seats around, he has indeed begun to entertain those who watch the strong. As for them, they stood stupidly in the central clearing, waiting for their deaths. The head of the ancient wood school and the contemporary saint seated side by side. Everyone, today the holy meeting is opened, and from this moment on, the rules will be known after you enter the infinite world. As soon as he raised his head, he issued countless tokens. It fell into the hands of the strong man who saw the holy meeting. Jian Wushuang also received a copy. This token is so useful that you can't lose it if you die. After everyone carefully collected them, they waited for the next arrangement. The contemporary saintess of Guma school is about to cross the seventh calamity at the peak of the six tribulations realm. The status is as high as Shirshio in Shir Kingdom. Once successfully crossing the robbery, they are all leaders of their respective forces. She leaned slightly, looked at the people below, and said with an icy voice, "The ancient wood sacred assembly now begins." Without saying a word, the surrounding barriers began to vibrate. Jian Wushuang stood there. His mind was filled with tremendous power, and his figure fell into the darkness unconsciously. Everyone in the field disappeared instantly, and then a piece of sky appeared in the blank field. Wungshu, calm the figure above shows everyone. For a time, many people stared at the figures they cared about. At the top of the viewing platform, there is a row of halls. Everyone sitting inside is a big man. The head teacher of the Guma school has also entered here. Now there are more than 10 seven tribulation realm powerhouses gathered here, but they are all scattered tribulation powerhouses. None of the masters of the universe in the seven tribulations realm came. There was not much at all. They're all cultivating. It's like Sanji, there is no need for cultivation, so they are so idle. The Lord of the Universe in the six tribulations realm has come a lot. Among them is the Tongha Sword Fairy, who Jian Wushuang is familiar with. Chapter 58:01. In the superpower of Shirgua Shirshio in the seven tribulations realm, there is also a star refiner known to Jian Wushuang. This is a big man, and in the entire hall, he is the highest status. Many people came forward to talk. Dear fellow Taoists, what do you think of the list of candidates this time? As soon as the head teacher of the Gu Mu sect raised his hand, a list floated in the air. The names of the 4 candidates also appeared above. The ancestor of the seven tribulations realm of Yu Kingdom, seeing that Feng Chun did not have the name of Feng Chun, looked a little ugly, but his strength and status were the bottom of these people, and he didn't say anything. It was a powerhouse from the seven tribulations realm of the Daughter Kingdom, and said, "I was out of the list just at the beginning. Isn't it a bit anxious? Haha, there will be some discrepancies in this list, but the final candidates are probably these 4. This is a candidate selected by the Gumu faction based on intelligence. The position of the saint must be from the ancient wood continent. That is the core of the future Gumu school. It must be cleared by the background. If the background is not clear, even if the strength is strong, the Gumu faction will deliberately make things difficult to leave. The currently filtered list. 3 of them are strong in the secret realm, and the strong in the 16 kingdoms are very dissatisfied. Of the 7 tribulation realm powerhouses here, only 3 came from the secret realm. 9 of them are all powerhouses of the 16 nations. The face of Guma School's palm teacher remained unchanged, and he had nothing to do with it. This list was decided based on all the supreme elders in the Guma sect. According to him, it is to suppress the 16 countries. Shergwa has been very arrogant recently. In addition, the Kingdom of the Daughters has also produced a universe lord of the 7 tribulations realm. If this continues, this Guma continent is not of the Guma school. It's what those countries say, forget it. This is never allowed. If you can't suppress it face to face, then use resources. In fact, everything depends on the strength. The list does not explain the problem. Lianxing said indifferently at this time. The powerhouses of the 16 nations naturally hold together. In addition to the powerhouses of the 16 kingdoms and the secret realm, there are also some foreign powerhouses here. These powerhouses just watched indifferently without making a sound. There will be infighting everywhere. Hearing Star Refining speak, several 7 Tribulations realm experts in the secret realm did not intend to refute. In fact, in terms of strength, the strong in the secret realm is more hopeful. Because this time, too many powerful people were dispatched in the secret realm. The Lord of the Universe in the 5 Tribulations realm is more than double that of the 16 kingdoms. How to compare? The final quota is a little more than the powerhouse of the secret realm. Senior Star Refining. Does it have a promising team? The saint of the Gu Mu sect looked at Refining Stars and asked curiously. She saw that Lianxing had been staring at the sky, probably because she was optimistic about the team of a certain country. For example, Shergwa. However, the strength of the 3-5 Tribulation Realm Universe Masters currently dispatched by Sher Kingdom was not outstanding in this conference. The combat power of a single body is not as good as Yugua. Hope it's much smaller. No, I'm just optimistic about someone. Lianxing shook his head and smiled. I heard that this time the Gumu sect has produced a lot of rare treasures in the Emperor's assessment. I wonder if there is such a thing? The head teacher of the Guma sect was stunned for a moment, and then replied, there is such a thing. After all, the Emperor is the hope for the future, and indeed he has taken out a lot of rare treasures that can make them quickly cross into the Tribulation realm. With that said, the bottom of my heart was shocking Lianxing's intelligence. This matter was decided only yesterday. You will know it today by refining the stars. I'm afraid that in the current Gumu school, someone has already started to stand in line. This is a terrible thing. The core of Gumu school. It's the elders who are too supreme. They are all qualified experts in the 7 Tribulations realm, and although they are all scattered, the power of the Ancient Wood sect is in the hands of these people. None of the head teachers of the Guma school are 2 elders. It is conceivable that it takes great credit to become the elders. And these elders did not jump out inexplicably. These powerhouses are the foundation left over from the accumulation of tens of thousands of times by the Gu Mu sect. If you continue to pursue it, these powerhouses will all come from 16 countries. This is a terrible thing. Don't look at the apparent suppression of the 16 nations, but once something goes wrong, something that has just been set here will be secretly passed back to the 16 nations. The strong in the secret realm. Want to stand up? How easy it is. The head teacher of the Guma school knew this well. But his heart is no longer on the Guma school. He is now Bobby's. Since learning that Dylan had cultivated the method created by Emperor Bobby and had reached the level of the 7 Tribulations, he couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. Maybe he can really break through again and become a strong person in the 8 Tribulations realm. Compared with the combat power of the 8 Tribulations realm, the headmaster of the Gumu school is a fart. Nothing counts. A half-dead 8 Tribulations realm can control the entire Guma sect. If he cultivates the method of Emperor Bobby and becomes a powerful person in the 8 Tribulations realm, he is only weaker than the Lord of the Universe and stronger than the Shinmu King. After chatting for a while, these super beings took their seats and began to watch the powerful men in the sky. Following the eyes of these people, I saw the scene in the sky. Tens of thousands of powerful people have entered the world of infinity. If you are lucky, you are the closest to the starting point, and those with bad luck have even directly entered some forbidden areas, fighting against those deserts. Among them, there is Jian Wushuang, the infinite world. The whole world is an undeveloped savage world. A grass is a towering giant tree. A grain of dust is a magnificent mountain. The luck of Jian Wushuang and others was so bad that they arrived at a forbidden area as soon as they entered. A special being of the Four Tribulations realm level is still being held here. This special life is silver in its entire body, and its flesh is like iron. The explosion of divine power is endless. A few people can only flee. Although Jian Wushuang had the strength to solve this barren beast, there was no need to reveal his strength too early. Now it has just begun. At least after the official starting point, it will not be too late to break out. And in the forbidden area, a Khonshu. There is no treasure apart from that special life on Calm, and fighting has no meaning. He is not nervous, but the rest are nervous. Brother Wu Li, you take Wushuang and Jinshin first. Brother Jiuhu and I are dragging this special life. After a stick of incense, we will reconcile in a canyon in the southeast, and then head to the beginning of the infinite world. As the team leader, Elder Muchen quickly arranged a tactical plan. Naturally, we must first save the two emperors, and then leave behind. If Jiuhu were to take the two emperors to go first, then he would not be relieved. He took the initiative to pull the 9 tigers to stay, and they broke off together. Wu Li glanced back and said, "Be careful. At my speed, you can get a distance without a stick of incense." Elder Muchen burst into a green arrogance. Chapter 58:02. The 9 tigers on the side didn't say much. He was a thug, and now when he didn't make a move, he roared and rushed directly. The silver giant, holding an ancient wooden foot, exploded with a sky-shaking aura. 2 half-step Four Tribulations realm masters of the universe. It is not too difficult to stop a special being from Four Tribulations realm. Special beings are not like the masters of the universe, but they are much stronger than those of the same rank. 2 half-step Four Tribulation realm cosmos masters are equivalent to 2 Four Tribulation realm dispersal tribulation, and the 2 join hands with each other to a special Four Tribulation realm being. You can fight, and you can escape. There are no 2 oil bottles, Jian Wushuang and Jinshin. There is no scruples. Boom! 9 tigers burst out with all their strength, and with a fist, he blasted the special life back millions of miles, then turned his head and said to Elder Muchen, "Let's go. It's been almost a stick of incense, and there is no need to fight anymore." Elder Muchen nodded and turned around to drive away. That special life has self-consciousness, and naturally will not let the prey escape, and immediately catches up with the explosive speed. Elder Muchen sneered. With one hand, the towering giant tree on the ground instantly turned into a sharp sword, and when he raised his hand, he rushed directly to the special life. The silver giant's face was savage, and he smashed the sharp blade with just one stop. "It's also difficult." Muchen frowned. His speed weakened slightly, and a huge purple vine appeared behind him, and then wrapped his whole body. When Jiuhu saw it, his eyes lit up. The next moment, Elder Muchen stopped his figure suddenly and reminded him, "You go to the Wu Lihui first, and I will hold it." "Okay." Jiuhu did not hesitate. His speed exploded again, and he disappeared into the sky in an instant, leaving Elder Muchen alone. Elder Muchen grinned, facing the silver giant rushing crazily. Only one hand withstood the opponent's impact. The purple vines on his body followed his palm and instantly spread to the silver giant. The vines continued to expand, directly enclosing the silver giant. It's a pity that the vine wraps Elder Muchen, and that is the battle armor. Wrapped in the silver giant, that is a deadly magic weapon. Let you beast look at what is the treasure of the acquired universe. Elder Muchen stretched out his hands, and then slammed together, and the silver giant was directly strangled and deformed. Elder Muchen clenched his fists with both hands, and the divine power on his body merged with the divine power of the vines, causing his divine power to skyrocket from about 400,000 to 450,000, which was already equal to this special life in the Four Tribulations realm. more powerful than many of the four scattered robbers. Ah! The terrifying red aura continued to erupt, and Elder Muchin yelled. After his divine power was completely stabilized, he rushed towards the bound silver giant, and his body was sunken with a punch, and his divine power continued to decline. One punch can hurt this special life. If you really fight to the death, I am afraid this special life is far from the opponent of Elder Muchin. At this time on the audience stage, because the assessment has not yet reached the starting point, the assessment is not officially started, so many strong people look a little listless. But seeing the sudden outbreak of Elder Muchin, one after another cheered up. Unexpectedly shocked Vines. This U Kingdom Muchin has reached the level of a real Four Tribulation realm powerhouse. It's not a loss from the royal family of you. If I can get this frightening Vine, I can also burst out of this kind of combat power. Many people showed envious expressions of the horrified Vines on Muchin, especially the strong in the secret realm. Their resources are scarce. At this time, I saw a strong man from the U royal family who had scary Vines, and I was very jealous. It's as now, but not necessarily in the future. There is a superpower in my giant sea secret realm near him. A strong man in the secret realm, Inyang Wei Dao. It caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the powers of the 16 countries. But dissatisfaction goes to dissatisfaction. The facts are true. In the battle, the Elder Muchin made a fierce and decisive move, and the silver giant he fought in defeat steadily. Divine power has dropped to about 400,000. If you really want to continue the fight, it is very likely that Muchin will be beheaded. This special life is not stupid. It can't take advantage of it, so it can only take the initiative to retreat. Had it not been for the task, Elder Muchin would not be willing to let him leave. A beast is a beast. Elder Muchin sneered and took the frightened Vines. Just about to turn around and leave, he found several breaths coming in his direction. Muchin looked shocked. With a breath, he is the master of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm. There are also two masters of the universe in the Three Tribulations realm. Divine power is around 350,000. The master of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm possesses 500,000 divine powers. Encounter is by no means an opponent. Go! Muchin first hit his breath, then burst out at the fastest speed, rushing to the meeting place. But he had just left, and the three breaths had already arrived. The breath gathered. 3 burly figures stood in the air. The headed one was wolf-headed, and the other 2 were almost the same, with the dense blue hair on their bodies, dancing with the wind. Thanks, it seems that he is a strong man in the U Kingdom. He has a frightening Vine. The wolf-head strong man headed by him is a strong man in the Four Tribulations realm. But he was very interested in the shock Vines on Muchin. Because of these treasures, there are almost no masters of the Four Tribulations realm universe in the secret realm. If he can get it, this holy meeting will not come in vain. The treasures of the holy meeting need to be robbed. Even if you enter the core of the infinite world, the chance of encountering treasures is very small. If you want it, you are the master of the Five Tribulations realm universe. That has to do with them, the Four Tribulations realm powerhouses. It is more reliable to grab the treasures of the other strong men. The fight in the holy meeting is disorderly. The forces behind it cannot be controlled at all. That's why these 3 powerhouses dare to chase after Elder Muchin and scrupulously catch him. Yes, the 3 breaths tore through the sky and soon caught up with Elder Muchin. Feeling the breath approaching, Elder Muchin had no choice but to stop his figure. At the same time, it was still transmitting to Jian Wushuang and others. A Khonshu, calm calculating his own combat power and the combat power of his companions. Can you cope? This time, they were really unlucky. First, I encountered a special life in the Four Tribulations realm, and now I encountered a strong man in the mysterious realm. If it is the powerhouse of the 16 nations, it's okay to say that if you can't see you with your head down, you won't make a move at this time. But it happened that he encountered the strong in the secret realm. And looking at the other person's appearance, my heart sank. Serious secret realm. After seeing the identity of the other party, Elder Mu Chun informed Wu Li of the news for the first time. Wu Li, who had already escaped from this place, led Jin Wushuang and the others to a valley and was still waiting for the arrival of Elder Mu Chun. End of this chapter. Chapter 58:03. Unexpectedly, but received a more difficult news. What to do? Wu Li fronut. Jin Wushuang also shook his head secretly after learning about it. Now is not the time to shoot. The base camp that hasn't reached the starting point. Take action now. Either handle it cleanly without revealing its strength, or give up Elder Mu Chun. After thinking about it, Elder Mu Chun was pretty good to him, so just giving up like this is really unreasonable. But their current encounter is not a real exploration of mystery. It's in the appraisal world of the sacred congregation. Countless pairs of eyes from the outside world are staring at it. The emperor must be saved. What are you still hesitating? Princess Jin Chun was a little anxious. Even if Jin Wushuang is an emperor, why are the two half-step Four Tribulation Realm Cosmos Masters still hesitating here? Wu Li heard the words and said embarrassingly, His Royal Highness, things are not that simple. The other party is a Wolf King in the secret realm of Sirius, the master of the universe of the Four Tribulations realm, with a divine power of up to 500,000. All of us together are not opponents, and the other party, not just one person. There are also two masters of the universe with 350,000 supernatural powers. They rush forward. Not only would they not be able to help Brother Mu Chun, but they would also distract Brother Mu Chun. Sanjiu is right. Jin Chun can't mess with this matter. Jin Wushuang also expressed comfort. Jihu is a thug. Naturally, he doesn't care. It's best not to go. The Princess Jin Chun didn't care about this. She directly took out the communication token and began to transmit the message to the Empress. Seeing this, several people quickly stopped. His Royal Highness, it's not that we don't want to save it. There is no need to trouble your Majesty, her old man. Wu Li could only relax when he saw this. He knew that Jin Wushuang's strength was not weak. His supernatural power was at least 400,000. There is also Jihu. His strength is more than 400,000. Coupled with himself, it is possible to fight. It's just that they're all gone. What about Princess Jinshin? All three have the same idea. Jin Wushuang broke the deadlock at this time and said, Why don't I go with Senior Jihu? Although my supernatural power is not good, I have confidence in speed. That's the only way. Wu Li was planning to take Jihu with him, but he didn't expect Jin Wushuang to take the initiative to stop it. The main reason why Jin Wushuang is so big is because he is afraid of delaying time. When the time comes, a few people will go together, and they may not know what will happen. It's better for him to take Jihu. Jin Wushuang's aura rose and said calmly, Senior Nine Tigers, let's go. Boom! The two rose directly into the sky and walked in the direction they had just arrived. After just a few breaths, he felt the huge movement in the sky ahead. The entire sky was torn apart, and in the dark cracks, the ground that was blown by the harsh wind changed color. Elder Mu Chun, here we are. Huh. Jin Wushuang and Nine Tigers arrived almost at the same time, directly blocking the two masters of the universe in the Three Tribulations realm. It's them? Jihu saw these three powerhouses, his eyes changed. Several powerhouses in the Sirius secret realm also recognized the Nine Tigers. Speaking of it, Nine Tigers also came from a secret realm, but they were not in Gumakonnet. He also knew these powerhouses in the Sirius secret realm. Looking at the wolf, I didn't expect you to come to see the holy meeting. Nine Tigers punched and directly blasted a master of the universe from the Three Tribulations realm, and then went to Elder Mu Chin's side and jointly resisted which one of the Four Tribulations realm. The strong, greedy wolf is the master of the universe in the Four Tribulations realm, with a full 500,000 divine power, and Ao Li Zukong shots are extremely cruel. Nine Tigers, you would actually seek refuge in your country. I really didn't expect it. Greedy Wolf replied coldly. Elder Mu Chin saw that the two sides knew each other and said, This fellow Taoist, who has not yet arrived at the base camp of departure, it is better for us to retreat separately and let the past go for nothing. At this time, you can fight without fighting. Otherwise, it is them who suffer. Ha, I didn't see the 9 tigers. If you said that, I might give you a face to the country, but now it's impossible. Greedy Wolf turned his head and ordered to the 2 men. You 2 drag Live the Kid with the sword and leave the rest to me. Although Jian Wushuang's breath erupted, others could only see that his divine power was not weak as the Lord of the 3 Tribulations realm universe. So Greed Wolf regarded him as the Lord of the universe, and didn't know that he was an emperor. When Elder Muchin saw this, he reminded, "Unparalleled nephew, if you lose, you can retreat first. These beasts can't threaten me." Then stop talking nonsense. Greedy Wolf stretched out his claws and attacked directly. 9 tigers and Elder Muchin shouted at the same time and greeted them together. In fact, the words of Elder Muchin just now were also kind. He is aware of Jian Wushuang's combat power. But Zhu didn't know. I just knew that Jian Wushuang might be the strongest emperor in Goma continent, comparable to the Lord of the universe. He was ready to rescue Jian Wushuang at any time. When fighting against Greedy Wolf, his eyes kept staring at Jian Wushuang's safety. Those are the 2 masters of the universe with 350,000 supernatural powers. Standing in the void, Jian Wushuang slowly raised his hand to hold the sword of myriad tribulations behind him. At this moment, the void was trembling. The battle group next to it all slowed down. Even if Elder Muchin knew that Jian Wushuang was very powerful, he couldn't help but marvel at this moment. 9 tigers and Greed Wolf were even stunned on the spot, forgetting that they were still fighting. It was really the moment Jian Wushuang drew his sword, the shock was too great. In the holy land of the Guma school, watching Jian Wushuang's several powerhouses, they were very calm. He was a little uncomfortable after refining the stars. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to use the sword of 10,000 tribulations so quickly. That is a sword blank that is stronger than a god-rank sword blank. To kill 2 werewolves with a supernatural power of about 350,000, still use the sword of myriad tribulations? Among the puppets that Jian Wushuang defeated at the beginning, the weakest were the puppets with 500,000 supernatural powers. Jian Wushuang could kill any cosmic master in the 4 tribulations realm at will. To deal with the 2 masters of the universe in the 3 tribulations realm, using the sword of 10,000 tribulations is indeed a little overkill. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. Myriad Tribulation's sword has not drunk blood yet. This is also an opportunity. 2 powerful men with 350,000 supernatural powers gave him the edge of the sword of myriad tribulations, which can be regarded as worthy of each other. In the trembling void, the 2 wolf-head powerhouses still don't know what kind of powerhouse they are facing. Thanks, Stinky Kid. One of them, a wolf-head strong man with red hair on his neck, suddenly shot a pair of sharp claws directly towards Jian Wushuang's face. At this moment, Jian Wushuang directly drew out the sword of 10,000 tribulations and slashed it casually. The whole void fell silent. The powerful werewolf with red hair didn't feel the power of the sword of myriad tribulations, so his eyes lost their color. Fall! Greedy Wolf's eyes changed drastically. Jian Wushuang's strength was stronger than he imagined. One sword killed a strong man with 350,000 supernatural powers. Chapter 5804. Even he can't do it. This time I was planning to the opponent's treasure, but one of my own fell away first. What kind of thing is it? The other master of the 3 tribulations realm universe hadn't reacted yet, standing still and didn't know what had happened. However, Jian Wushuang made a sword again. Greedy Wolf reacted this time. His body disappeared instantly. And then when he reached a companion, he had no time to pull him, so he could only kick his men out of the range of the sword with one kick. It's useless to just avoid it. What's more, how could Jian Wushuang's sword be so slow? Jianing turned around and still cut to the neck of the Lord of the 3 tribulations realm universe. Feng Ho with a sword. The gorgeous bloodline burst instantly. You, greedy wolf, was completely angry, ready to attack Jian Wushuang. Elder Mu Chun and Juhu also reacted, and went directly to Jian Wushuang's side, and the three of them faced Greed Wolf together. With 2 swords, 2 masters of the 3 Tribulations realm universe were beheaded, and it hasn't revealed the true power. This made Greedy Wolf a little bit unable to see Jian Wushuang. Mu Chen's divine power is more than 400,000, and Jiuhu is about the same. It's just that there is no special treasure like the horror vine. Now add Jian Wushuang. Greedy wolves didn't dare to fall in love with him even if he still had a backhand. Just like what Elder Mu Chen said, the true starting point has not yet been reached. Why is it so laborious? If you're lucky this time, Greedy Wolf snorted coldly, turned and left directly. Jian Wushuang and others naturally did not chase. Since then, the Serious Secret Realm has lost 2 powerhouses. But this loss is not too great. The cruelty is still to come. It's just a little trouble now. After solving the predicament, Elder Mu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Unparalleled nephew, your strength seems to have risen a lot. Mu Chen's eyes were a little envious. An emperor so powerful. As long as you become the realm of tribulation, you do not need to suppress the realm. You can cross the 3 tribulations and become the Lord of the universe. Even cross the 4 tribulations. In all ages, there is no shortage of such super talents. There are those who have crossed the 5 tribulations in a row, in which rumored emperor is not as good as Jian Wushuang compared to Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang's sacred meeting ends this time, he will get enough treasures to break through the robbery realm. It is time to witness a wave of history. Jian Wu's double-face color remained unchanged, and he said calmly, "Let's leave as soon as possible. This place is still some distance away from the starting point of the infinite world, so no more time can be wasted." The 3 walked towards the valley where Wu Li was. Calm here is also restored. Outside world, there are still many strong men watching this battle. It was discovered that Jian Wushuang had killed the 2-3 Tribulations Universe Masters in a straightforward manner, and both began investigating Jian Wushuang's identity. What? He is still an emperor? Many people can't help but exclaim. An emperor kills the 2 masters of the universe in seconds. This kind of thing is just like the legend. Today they actually let them see it with their own eyes. Our 16 kingdoms Tianjiao. Each is like this, just ask you if you are afraid. A robbery expert, deliberately stimulating those secret realm experts loudly. The strong from all sides were also divided into 2 groups. Only the strong of the Gumu school watched indifferently. They knew about Jian Wushuang's strength a long time ago, but he hasn't stretched out his olive branch to recruit Jian Wushuang. This time is an opportunity, of course, to wait for Jian Wushuang to come out alive. The edge of an infinite world. An entire mountain range has become a natural barrier for the infinite world. Jian Wushuang and others will make peace with Wu Li. He began to rush on his way, and now he has reached the edge of the mountain range. It is very close to the assembly place. On the way, they are equally unlucky. I have encountered a lot of desolate beasts at the Tribulation Realm level. Fortunately, they are not strong, with only 200,000 or 300,000 divine powers, and they can kill them at will. Just when the group of them was about to leave the mountain range, the token on Jin Chen's body changed. Special mission? Wu Li and Elder Mu Chen spoke in unison. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 in confusion, not knowing what had happened. At this time, Juhu on the side said, "It seems that our luck is better. I didn't expect to receive a special mission from the Gumu faction before reaching the depths of the infinite world. Unfortunately, it's just a special task for the Emperor, and I don't know what rewards will be." Elder Mu Chun is still a little regretful. If the Lord of the Universe receives the special task, it will make a lot of money. Wu Li hurriedly reminded Jin Chun, "His Royal Highness, look at the task of a few stars." 5. Jin Chun was also a little confused about this, and a little surprised why several people were so surprised. Hearing that it was 5 stars, several people were completely stunned. Wu Li couldn't restrain his excitement. This time we are really lucky. Even if it is the special mission of the Emperor, he can have 5 stars. The treasures obtained are absolutely extraordinary, and there is a possibility that there will be advanced plans. Advanced map, what is that? Jian Wushuang grasped the point and finally inserted a sentence. At this time, Elder Mu Qin told him and Jin Shun about some strange assessments in the holy meeting. The tokens issued to them were not used for voice transmission. The biggest use is to issue tasks. What is sent to the Emperor is the task of the Emperor, which can only be completed by the Emperor. Then the mission is divided into 6 stars in total. For the 6-star mission, there is only one in the entire assessment. The reward is also the biggest. Not only can you get some rare treasures, you can also get advanced maps. The advanced map represents the map route of the world they are in. The marked routes are generally safe routes. With a safe route, they can reach the end as quickly as possible. The 6-star special mission must explode the advanced map. For the 5-star special mission, there is only a 50% chance that the advanced map will be released. Tasks are also divided into types. Special tasks are released to individuals, and you can also bring your companions to explore together. Group quests, www.akanshu.com are generally randomly distributed to the strong in a certain area, and they can all receive quests. However, group tasks are too risky. There are at least thousands of strong people in a region. Thousands of people gathered together to fight together. That probability is too small. Special tasks, only known to them, are almost certain to be won. Since it's so important, it's better to inform. Princess Jin Shun was interrupted by Jian Wushuang next to her before she finished her words. No, since it is the special task of the Emperor, we can solve it by ourselves. It is useless to make your majesty. On the contrary, it will be stunned. Now your majesty and the others should have arrived at the assembly place. Where there are many people, if your majesty rushes out, it will definitely be. Being stared at is not worth the loss. Elder Mu Qin nodded and agreed. Wushuang's nephew is right. You must not inform your majesty. Since it is the special task of the Emperor, you and Wushuang should be able to complete it. Chapter 58:05. Ha, for Wushuang, it must be easy. Wu Li and Jiahu both smiled. 5 stars. It's very difficult. That's for other people. For Jian Wushuang, it was equal to no difficulty. Look at the detailed content of the mission. We must be fast, not to make people doubt it. Jin Shin took out the token, took a closer look, and replied, in the southwest, you can fly in about a quarter of an hour, and there will be more hints when you get there. That's it, the 5-star mission is really extraordinary. Set off, the 5 changed directions, originally heading north, now heading to the southwest, flying fast. At this time, there are not many teams in the mountains, and most of them have arrived at the assembly point. My hip flask can repair immortals without pop-up windows. Even the fast ones have entered the periphery of the infinite world. Jian Wushuang and the others were too bad luck. Otherwise, they would be able to set off early. It's just that they didn't expect that there is still a team, which is also very unlucky. Before entering the infinite world, the 2 masters of the universe have fallen. Nowadays, a lot of people are behind, only to reach the edge of the mountain range. Several figures also appeared in the sky near the mountains. One of them was a burly man with long hair on the temples. His eyes were like torches. He stared at the auras in front of him and said in surprise, "These auras. How do you move towards? Run in the opposite direction of the assembly location?" A blue-haired wolf leader in the team asked in surprise. So familiar. Is it a team from Vietnam? Your script is really good-looking, no pop-up window. Is that to make you lose the Vietnamese team of 2 wolf monarchs? The burly man said coldly. I don't think their strength is very good. It's time to reflect on the greedy wolf. Greedy wolf's eyes are blood red, not because of hatred for Yu Gua, but because of the words of a burly man who made him very uncomfortable. Although they are all powerhouses in the Serious Secret Realm. But the Serious Secret Realm has 2 5 Tribulations Realm Masters of the Universe, and both have seen this holy meeting. Both of them are also their masters. It's just that the people in his belt have fallen, and they happen to meet each other again, and they walked with each other. Kuei Lang, you should pay attention to their whereabouts. That direction is the southwest, not the direction of the assembly point. Now that many teams have assembled at the assembly point, they have started to set off. They are heading southwest at this time. They must be picking up. When it comes to the mission, we can come to a mantis to catch the cicada. Greedy Wolf is not as strong as Kuei Lang, but his brain is much more flexible than the opponent. Cannon Fodder just wants to cultivate immortals without pop-up windows. If Kuei Lang had encountered Jian Wushuang earlier, he would not retreat at all. He would definitely have to fight a battle. The other party is a famous lunatic. Few people dare to provoke him in the serious secret realm. Kuei Lang touched his temples and laughed. You are still useful. So what are we waiting for? Follow up. Wait a second. Follow up now. They are likely to leave if they are found. Greedy Wolf quickly stopped everyone. A group of 6 people. They were all Kuei Lang people, so they didn't listen to his persuasion at all. I'm fearful of hands and feet. Even if it's a special task, you must pay a price if you dare to kill my serious clan powerhouse. Kuei Lang, no matter how many, directly led people to chase him. Greedy Wolf cursed secretly in his heart. If it were not for the same clan, he would be like a strong man who joined forces with Yuegwa and killed Kuei Lang. Start with the latest chapter of 100 Years the Brain is Too Stupid. Such a thing must be straightforward. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang and the others were fast enough, and it would take time for Kuei Lang and others to catch up. At this time, Emperor Jian Wushuang and others had arrived at the mission location. Call. The cold wind howled. In the mountains in the southwest, there is snow all year round, and the temperature is extremely low. After a few people looked around, they didn't find anything, and they fell directly to the ground. Ding! Jean Chen's token changed again, and several people gathered around at the same time. Enter Snow Shadow Mountain. Everyone was taken aback. Snow Shadow Mountain? The mountains here stretch to nowhere. Where can I find them? World of Royal Beasts. Starting contract, just when they were at a loss, a strong wind rose suddenly. The wind and snow blew to everyone in an instant. Jian Wushuang raised his hand to block Han Xue, squinting to look forward. Where, he pointed out with his finger. Everyone looked at it together. It was the place where the wind and snow hit. A dark hole. I don't know when the word Shuang appeared above. Wu Shuang's sage nephew. You take Princess Jinchen to go. We are here to protect the law for you. Elder Mu Chun began to arrange some simple formations. In order to be in need, Jian Wushuang nodded. His divine power spread out and directly wrapped Princess Jinchen, rushing towards the entrance of Shuang Mountain. That wind and snow force is extremely powerful. Bayou of the past, no pop-up window, ordinary emperors can't get in. Just to enter Shuang Mountain, you need 200,000 divine power. Had it not been for his divine power to envelop Jin Shun, the opponent would have been blown out a long time ago. Go straight in? Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at Jin Shun and asked if he had any other explanations. Jin Shun didn't speak, but just nodded. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate either and led her directly into the dark hole. Just before he entered the entrance of the cave, he felt a dangerous breath coming from a distance. But at this time, he had reached the edge and he couldn't stop, so he could only send a message to Wu Li in a hurry to make them be careful. There are strong people approaching them. The task must be completed quickly. Back to the 90s as a dad's works catalog, he was really worried about Wu Li's fall. Without Wu Li, he couldn't even find Wan Lu, let alone go in. After pulling Jin Chun into the Shuang cave, the wildness disappeared. Ding! The token rang again. Kill the Snow Shadow Demon King. The content is simple and rude. Jian Wushuang is even more so. As soon as he entered the cave, he found several snow monsters, none of them weak. Both have a supernatural power of about 200,000. The average emperor really couldn't deal with it. But for Jian Wushuang, just the appearance of the sword aura could kill these snow monsters instantly. He didn't dare to drag the mud and water, leading Jin Chun to kill the snow monster all the way and enter the depths of Shuang Mountain. At this time, outside Shuang Mountain, Before Wu Li received Jian Wushuang's transmission, she frowned. Because he found someone rushing here, and more than one. There are 7 strong people. The weakest have 400,000 supernatural powers. Among them are 2 strong men with more than 500,000 supernatural powers. It must be the master of the universe in the 4 tribulations realm. When he received Jian Wushuang's transmission, he was stunned. It was not an accident to those strong. It was an accident to Jian Wushuang. The news that the strong came was informed by the existence in his body, but Jian Wushuang actually knew about it. This shocked him extremely. The existence in his body is incredible. Now he didn't have much time to think about it, and he quickly reminded Mu Chun and 9 tigers to prepare for battle. The next moment, a row of figures appeared above their heads. Legacy, Guilunk. It's over. People have entered a state of despair, and the enemy in front of them is far beyond their ability to contend. Chapter 58:06. Jihu took 2 steps back and was ready to escape. The master of the 2 great 4 tribulation realms universe. The cunning wolf has a supernatural power of 500,000. The mighty Kuelong has a supernatural power of 530,000. How do they fight? Hurry up and inform you the female emperor. Jihu shouted anxiously. The moment Elder Muchen saw this, he had already sent out the message. The empress quickly responded. The patriarch of the Leaf family, with 2 powerful 4 tribulation realms from the royal family, was able to come soon. They only need to withstand an hour. An hour. At this time, you can prepare funerals for them. Muchen knew this too, but there was no other way. Can only hold on. How long does it take? Wu Li frowned and asked. Elder Mu Chun did not speak. This time is too long, and it makes people desperate to say it. He has already begun to prepare for the funeral, that is, desperately blocking it. At the same time, pray that Jian Wushuang will encounter trouble in Shuiying Mountain and wait an hour before coming out. At that time, you will be able to bring the task rewards to the assembly location to reconcile with the Empress. This is the best plan. Just the 3 of them, it is impossible to block these people. Greedy Wolf glanced at the 3 people below and then saw Shuiying Cave. Without saying a word, he rushed directly to the cave. But as soon as he reached the entrance of the cave, the barrier was blocked. Can't get in? Greedy Wolf was a little surprised. The breath he felt at the beginning was only 4 people. Because Jin Chen's strength was too weak, Jian Wushuang wrapped her with divine power when he was on the way, so he was not discovered by Greed Wolf. The Greedy Wolf who had just arrived saw only 3 people. The kid with the sword is gone. He thought Jian Wushuang had gone in alone. If this is the case, then this place is the special task of the Lord of the Universe. According to common sense, they can all enter, but he can't get in now. I understood in an instant. No wonder they're waiting at the entrance of the cave. The kid carrying the sword is the Emperor. Greedy's eyes shrank, thinking of the rumor some time ago. A great emperor appeared in the Yu Kingdom, capable of bursting out of 200,000 divine powers. It now seems not only true, but also stronger than rumors. Mu Chun sneered and said, "You have discovered this. If this is the case, then you all have to die." Greedy Wolf shouted angrily and wanted to make a move. At this moment, Kuei Lang stood up and stopped Greed Wolf. "Don't worry, no matter who enters, the treasures I can't bring out will belong to Kuei Lang, and your prey will also belong to me. Who dares to intervene, don't blame me. You're welcome." Jihu was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Facing a strong man far surpassing himself, he has no confidence at all. Even if it was Kuei Lang alone, the 3 of them could not hold a stick of incense together. When Greedy Wolf heard it, he said angrily, "Kuei Lang, it's not time to play. Hurry up and solve them. They must have a helping hand to rush toward this side. Can't be careless." "If you are afraid, you can leave at any time," Kuei Lang said disdainfully. "Little Yu Kingdom is the lord of the 5 tribulations realm universe, and the remaining 4 tribulations realm cosmos lord is not as strong as me. How many do I kill?" The arrogant Kuei Lang didn't put Yu Guan in his eyes at all. Greedy Wolf alone helpless. In his heart, he secretly scolded the other party for his stupidity. Click. Kuei Lang, who moved his wrist for a while, said calmly, "You three will play with me first." Elder Mu Chun made a color toward Wu Li, and the two of them instantly understood. The two of them still have some whole cards, not to mention the secrets of Wu Li. As for Elder Mu Chin's trump card, the Horror Vine alone can raise his divine power to 450,000. Wu Li also had some backups, and he really wanted to take it out, even stronger than Elder Mu Chun. Two people together may not be able to resist an hour. The premise is that the greedy wolf will not end. As long as no one intervenes, they can resist. There are also 9 tigers, and the opponent's strength is also not tolerated. With 400,000 supernatural powers, make good use of it. The 3 still have hope of survival. It's just that they were afraid that Jian Wushuang would come out suddenly. And when the time came, the other party had no plans to play anymore, so they would be cut off directly. That would be troublesome. Now I just hope Jian Wushuang can slow down. Inside Snow Shadow Mountain, Jian Wushuang strangled the snow monster all the way, reaching the deepest point. He just wants to get out quickly now. The blood monsters encountered on the road are getting stronger and stronger. After reaching the deepest point, ordinary snow monsters already have a supernatural power of 250,000. And in the depths, the breath of the snow monster demon king had already appeared. The supernatural power is as high as 300,000. It's a pity that the other party was instantly shattered by Jian Qi before he saw his face. This way, Jin Chun was stunned. Those snow monsters, either side, she is not an opponent. But under the sword without hands, it is like an ant which can be slashed at will. Looking up at Jian Wushuang's stern face, Jin Chun also had a touch of emotion in his heart. It's not an emotional touch. It's the kind of worship for the strong. In the same order, no one dared to be called the arrogant before Jian Wushuang. No one has this qualification. Perhaps her mother's queen was right when she met Jian Wushuang. It was the luck of Yu Guo and her good luck. Unfortunately, love is a word that cannot be measured by strength. The snow monster demon king was beheaded instantly. Mission completed. The token vibrated again. Talk to the snow king. Jian Wushuang was surprised. What kind of mission is this? As soon as he spoke, he felt a breath converging and turned his head to look at the snow monster demon king who had been strangled. Outsiders, you dare to kill this king. The blood on my body is the blood of the Arctic ice beasts. You will definitely die miserably. Jin Chun opened his mouth and said, Snow King, you shouldn't have been here. If you are to blame, you shouldn't leave the Arctic ice sheet. I came here for a long time, and you destroyed my homeland. The snow monster demon king was very unwilling. Jian Wushuang thought of something at this time. Hidden task? The Arctic ice sheet in the far north of the infinite world. To reach the end, they need to traverse the entire Arctic ice sheet. Perhaps you can ask about the situation of the Arctic ice sheet from the other party's mouth, or even an advance map. With a safe route, they will be faster. This time, Jian Wushuang talked in person. It really made him ask about the Arctic ice field from the mouth of the snow monster demon king. The 3 chiefs will not let you go. They will avenge Willump. As soon as the voice fell, the spirit of the demon king disappeared. On the ground, a snowball and a piece of craft paper were left. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed and said, It's an advanced map. He picked up something on the ground with a stride. The snowball is a treasure of the acquired universe, but I don't know how power is. He threw it directly to Jin Chun. Then I looked at the advanced map. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.